adjust and set a title. My brain is so not jogged up. It's in the mode where I kind of just want to nap, low-key.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You got a nap mode? I'm usually just... I actually have to be tired. I don't usually want to nap. I don't like bedtime.
Yeah, I get that. I'll start in the politics category, I guess. Yeah.
You were in
not...
Roblox all last night.
I know, but I figured it would set automatically, to be fair.
Why?
I didn't think it would stay locked there.
I tried so many ways to tell you.
Yeah. No, I knew. It's just, it was really difficult at the time to get the chance to change it. So let's pop out my shit. Let's announce it. Probably want to play a song as well. So where the fuck is my OBS, dude?
I don't
There
know,
you
it's
go.
ridiculous.
I wonder if I'll get like struck or some shit if I play like Juice WRLD.
Juice WRLD?
I'm on YouTube as well. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna quickly do an announcement thing.
Okay.
And then Terraria, probably. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it there.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Let's wake up a little. Jesus, Carrier. You're being such a fucking Debbie Downer.
I'm not a downer. What are you talking about? I've been...
You know, Dung Devil told me I have to be nicer to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that from Dung Devil.
Sometimes the shitting on you like you're like Jerry or some shit.
Yeah.
It goes a little too far.
It does. It's true. I honestly logged off and started crying last night.
I'm sorry.
It's like the third time this
for
week,
absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you wipe away the tears with all the money we're gonna make together.
You don't mean that. You don't mean that.
I don't mean that. Okay, we'll do maybe Among Us later.
Okie dokie.
I need to pull up my... because Stasi really wants us to like Among Us at some point. I'm not sure why. It was kind of fun. It was really fun.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not an Among Us person. I'm not an Amongoid.
I loved that Dress to Impress game. That was actually really fun.
Yeah.
Unironically.
Not even a hint of irony, huh?
Yeah, no, genuinely.
Okay.
Especially the chat in that game. They were great. I have to pull up my YouTube chat as well.
Oh, you have a YouTube? You're streaming to YouTube now?
Yeah. The only moderator I have is Yuki. Because he's active in YouTube communities, I think.
Okay.
But I haven't really grown, obviously, my YouTube at all.
It's actually a really important thing, though. You know
but
that
I
already.
Haven't really grown, obviously.
Because YouTube has insanely good discovery. It's actually a really important thing, though. You know that already.
Yuki's really actually grown YouTube chat right now.
Oh, hi, Yuki. I hope you're not still upset at me for the comments I made. wait, can they hear us yet?
No, they can hear you.
Oh god.
There was a moment where we had double audio for a second because my browser is probably playing shit, but whatever.
I see.
I'm trying to pin this message, but the UI for YouTube chat on desktop is really stupid. Oh god, fine, I'll full screen this if that helps. People make too many comments about me, I just block them out. That's what he said about you, Carrier.
Okay. I think that's good. Pretty sure that's a good thing.
He didn't process it, basically. You're a who.
Oh, okay. Getting a little mean.
He was just like, who Omega lol, and he didn't give a fuck. Well, you know, in a little while, or actually technically now, I'm going to be talking to FD Mongoose. Let me message him.
Yeah.
Yo.
Trans guy. Did not know that going in. Sounds like an interesting chap, I think. Possibly not. He possibly could be a really dog shit person to talk to, but we'll find out.
I think it'll be interesting. They seem very opinionated, so.
Opinionated. Well, you know how to pick them.
Yeah. So, Carrier, you want to do like a mini game while we wait?
What kind of minigame you got in mind?
Like, okay, I'm gonna turn up my music a little. I don't know. That connections game is pretty fun.
Oh yeah, you want to do connections? That's a good pick.
Yeah, sure. Malcolm is so cool. I want to be like him one day and eat Taco Bell.
What?
Oh damn! I didn't know that you would be aware of him. I thought he more ran in like left-leaning Twitch poll circles.
Who is it?
Malcolm, FDM Mongoose.
Oh, someone knows him?
Yeah, Yuki.
Oh, neat. I feel like Yuki's the type of person, and this isn't derogatory, but you seem like the type of person who knows everyone in these spaces.
Yuki is a bit like Legacy in that way.
Yeah, you seem like that.
But yeah, Yuki says they're cool, so this should be fun. Alright, let's see here. We have record. Record. Do you have any ideas?
Maybe okay.
Oh, Yuki and Legacy know each other as well.
Of course. Well, that's a given, right?
That's sort of a given. Yeah.
Let me see. Oh my god, I'm so unprofessional right now. I'm finding the link to your stream so I can see it.
Good job, dude. Sorry, I should have streamed it to you. That's my bad.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Here.
Oh, thank you.
Do two. There.
Okay. Store station.
Oh look, Rhinox said, I'm glad Carrier and Kira are back. Kelly tried to break you guys up, but she misunderstood the power of friendship.
Yeah.
We're not friends, this is just contractual.
Yeah.
But you know, we are back.
We're supposed to pretend to be friends as part of the contract, so I don't know why you're fucking that up right now.
He's here as like a buffer, because I'm very shy on my own.
Yeah. Funny, male. Comic and funny.
Yuki says,
yeah.
We met forever ago, but I liked Malcolm ever since. He was a god. Damn it, Malcolm, fighting with Kevlin Gara. Never heard of that guy before. Rhinox, Yuki wants to poach you for a YouTube chat.
Curious, weird,
Alright.
funny, and one more?
Curious, queer, weird, funny.
Yeah, we got one more maybe? Off. He's a bit weird. He's a bit
Off.
curious. He's a bit funny.
Just a bit off in it.
Yeah, peculiar.
Stamp, letter, post, mail. Nailed it.
Yeah. That's gonna be. Whoa. You fell for
What?
it. You fell for
No
it. That's what
fucking
happened.
way. I've got this. How embarrassing would it be if I got my fucking time zones confused again? And like, he assumed I meant like an hour ago or
why
some
didn't you
shit.
talk to him last night?
No, last night, I don't know why, I think the time just wasn't good for him, but somehow this is good. I'm very confused.
What?
Rhinox, go join YouTube chat.
Oh my god. I wouldn't let her tell me what to do.
I'm no
That
longer
would be-
asking.
Jesus. Very pushy.
Yeah. Yeah, Rhinox, I've got to be aggressive to get what I want in this world. Alright, figure this out, Carrier. Help.
Jesus. Just everyone do everything for you, huh?
Position, station.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah. Post job. I got it. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Assignment. Letter, mail,
I don't think it's gonna be that.
stamp. No. At least like the stream, Rhinox.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
Thank you.
You can beg for
Okay,
interaction
sure.
on YouTube and drive up engagement. It's really
Yeah, I'm
it's a
literally
base-
begging people to go to YouTube.
It's a base platform. Lucky stamp, lucky coin, lucky. No, that's the best I could think of.
You're
Coin
retarded,
things you
Carrier.
collect,
You're fucking
stamps.
blowing it.
You collect what? Collect comics, stamps, coins.
Oh, it's so over.
records.
It's so over,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, put it in, nerd.
What?
Coins, stamps, comics, and records.
Okay, sure.
You collect them like fucking nerds.
Okay. Well,
Wait, I want to know what I wanted
nailed
to
it.
guess what it could have been. Okay, thanks for that.
Well,
You're
suck my dick.
unbelievable.
I win.
Unbelievable. Worst connections.
Yeah,
Whatever.
cry about it.
I already cried all my tears out last night, alright, after the bullying.
So, what do we do now for filler?
Well,
while
we
wait
also
for this
have
guy?
the other
He hasn't responded
dailies.
to Discord.
We have the other
What?
dailies.
You want me?
What?
What?
Dailies. We have the other dailies.
I should turn off this song if it's making it hard for me to hear you.
What the fuck? Am I quiet on stream?
No. Maybe I have you turned down. Maybe that's it.
Very likely.
No, you're fine. I'll just turn you up though. Wordle is pretty cool.
Yeah, I said the other dailies.
Suck my dick.
That's my line. Fucking weirdo.
Wait, how the fuck does this work? Wait, do I just fucking type? What is this? This isn't how Wordle works. I'm so confused. Am I retarded?
What do you...
Help me.
You... Yeah, you type.
You type. Okay. Yeah, we could legit
You
just
gotta
play
hit play.
Roblox. That would honestly be better.
You gotta hit play
Okay. Sure, but fine. Let's go.
though. I always start with a live. What are you?
It didn't work. It has to be a word. I just realized
What are you doing?
I don't know this game. I'm not gonna lie.
You're
I'm not
unbelievable.
cooking. I'm not cooking. I'm not. when we played the Roblox Dress to Impress game yesterday, that was really fun.
So let me get this straight. You opened up Wordle and started doing it, and you said, Wordle, that's a really fun one, even though
Wordle.
you clearly have never done a Wordle in your life.
I've done it before. I just
You're
forgot.
lying. You're lying. How do you forget the rules of Wordle?
That wasn't right. Wait, when it's yellow, what does that mean?
That means that it's in the word, but in the wrong spot. Poopy. But I'm glad you wasted a guess on that.
Okay, sure.
So maybe leave could be one?
Okay, good idea.
You need to leave. Have you seen this clip? Here's...
Have I seen what?
You need to leave!
No. Enlighten me.
It's such a fucking banger. Here, I'll send it to you. Where do you want it? Side chat? DMs?
I prefer if you sent it to one of the two chats that I'm looking at all the time.
Gotcha. Where's your YouTube channel link?
Okay, well, yeah, I'll give you a link.
Oh, wait, I found it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I wasn't really able to, like, do myself up at all, so I don't really have the confidence to cam up this stream. But also, I'm lazy as fuck.
Yeah, that's the part I believe.
Yeah. Wow, hi, Carrier.
Hi.
Okay. What Demir? No, that's not gonna be it.
Hey, why?
Not gonna be it.
Meals? Have you used... no,
Meals.
but E and A aren't in those spots, so it can't be that one.
Yeah.
Easel.
Wow.
Well.
Good job. Now it's pretty easy. It's just 2 more letters.
You sound so engaged.
I do. I messaged him a while ago, but I don't know what's going on. We'll see.
Kamala
Basil.
Harris has a fucking
Wait, no, that's not how you spell
Twitch
basil.
channel.
What?
Kamala Harris has a Twitch channel? I guess that makes sense.
For real?
Yeah.
Yo, Dung Devil. Bagel. He said bagel. Okay, true.
Yeah, that's what you get. He fucked up. Trust in him. Unbelievable.
Alright. It could have been bagel.
It really couldn't have been,
Yo,
actually.
Gatherald. Wait, why can't I OG Dung Devil? I don't know why it hasn't gone through.
Oh, should I give Legacy Joiner? I feel like Legacy should have Joiner, right?
I already did.
Okay. Camel.
Camel. Are you sure?
I mean, not really.
Are you really sure?
I'm sure there's other words it could be, but that's the
This is
next
our
guess I
last
have.
guess.
All right. Well, you wasted one on Poopy, so I mean, like,
This is
you
our
can't really
last-
shit on me for it.
Okay, instead of that, I'm gonna try gavel, because I trust
No, G
Yuki
is
more.
used. You already used G. Don't enter that.
Okay.
G, it can't have a G in it.
Yuki just got VTFO'd. Poetry. It
Yuki
can't
would
be
not get that
poetry.
wrong, by the way. Yuki is definitely just trolling you because Yuki is way too smart to
Oh,
make that mistake.
camel for the trans Arab. Poetry.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
exactly.
Let's see. No, I know OG spots
Yeah,
are limited,
I've
but I
never
don't have
missed a
50
Wordle, by the
OGs
way.
yet.
That's all I'm saying. Never
Can
missed
we
a
get
Wordle.
Kamala on Monkey App? That would actually be Kino. I wish I could do it with Kamala instead of Cool Kid. Although he did a good job, it wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
It wasn't Cool Kid's fault. It's
We
not your
love Cool
fault.
Kid.
It's not your fault.
I thought you two did great together. I watched it.
Okay, yeah, we just got shit Monkey App people. Like, they just weren't funny.
I mean,
Yuki has never played
there
Wordle.
was the African dude. That was very funny.
Yeah, no, he was great. He was like, I actually have a video of that. Hold on.
Honestly,
I think I uploaded.
I didn't notice a drop in standard. I think monkey app people are just not very funny. I mean,
Yeah, no.
the other one was you
Yeah.
actually had a really good night for monkey, in my opinion. Just like going through that app, like the one guy who was in
Yeah.
the furry dude who was blasting music after moving in. And he's talking about how there's renters down. There's a bed and breakfast downstairs. Holy shit, that was so funny.
I wonder if I can find the unlisted video I uploaded of this. Hold on. I should be able to. Because I have a really good clip. It's kind of fun. We could watch it while we wait.
Hey, you see the clip I
And there
linked
was
to?
another clip that I wanted to make, but the audio is fucked, so it kind of got ruined.
You see the clip I sent you, by the way? Very funny.
What clip? Where?
What do you mean, what clip?
Alright. See you, Yuki. Ah, it's a shame. I wanted Yuki to see this. Fuck. This clip. Are you looking at my stream at all?
Yeah, I'm looking at your stream. I'm here.
Okay, word. Remember this dude?
Yeah, this is the one I'm talking
guy.
about. This dude was so fucking funny.
Yeah. He was Kino. Oh my god.
Oh my god, boy, you're so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. That's the first person
I'm
who's
not
positive
talking
about
about
it.
you, I'm talking about a man.
The dude
I
with all his
realized
props.
after he was talking about
Yeah, he
this
was.
dude.
I noticed that in the moment too. You were just so primed
Oh,
with
it's
all
quiet? I'll turn it up. I'll turn it up.
You were primed with
Sorry
all the
about
black
that.
zoomers.
Sorry.
I love you, hair.
I love you too. I thank you. I don't really get compliments to my hair anymore.
I'm a black nigga.
Wow, your voice is really good. Good
Your
job,
voice
bro.
is better than mine.
For real?
Yeah, unironically.
I don't know.
What you two doing? In YouTube?
We're
just
we're
chilling,
on
we're
kick, if
chilling.
I'm being honest with you. But your voice is really impressive.
Where the headset come from?
Headset?
My headset.
Yeah.
I bought this from Temu.
Nice.
Timo.
Cool, nigga. Wait a minute. Is it Timo for poor niggas?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, you're
just
supposed
like
to
me.
shop like a billionaire if you're on Temu because everything's cheap, remember?
I
Yeah,
can't
that
afford it
fucking
anymore. All my money
was
I
so
left.
crazy.
Why what?
Why your voice like that?
Like what?
I don't know. You make me like shiver.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. You tell me.
I have a malicious aura.
Can it be a good thing?
I don't know, nigga. You tell me. I said.
I'm telling you, it's a good thing. Okay?
It's a good thing.
Okay,
Trust,
nigga.
trust, bro, trust. It's a very good thing.
Where you from?
I'm from
Me
Libya.
or her?
And you?
He's
Me?
Indian.
I'm from India.
Yeah,
India.
yeah.
India.
Come to Mumbai. So.
I'm seeing that
He's
sun
doing it.
nice, and I'm seeing that
Holy
sun
shit.
nice.
He's
Yeah,
nailing it.
my mom liked some Indian stuff. That dumb shit.
Yeah, I
Oh,
could
word.
tell you got a little bit of Indian in you.
No, I don't have Indian.
I thought he was gonna go
No,
for
you
do
do. I
you
could
want a
tell, I
little
could see it on
Indian
you.
in you?
An
No,
Indian
no,
That's what I
no.
was that's what I was
Bro.
I totally that's what,
Ever
Yeah,
say
no, it's
that?
mixed in.
No.
I'm telling you, it's mixed in. I can see
No.
it. I can see it. Yes.
You're Indian.
Yes, it's right there. It's in the. No, it's right there. You see,
No.
like right here above the
No,
eyebrows, you have like the
nigga.
Indian
You're
curl.
getting me mad.
It's the
you're
Indian.
getting me
It's the Indian
mad.
curl. You know, it's just you all have it.
Man, give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to talk with the girls, okay?
Okay,
Go
word.
Go ahead, go raise her
Word.
up, bro.
Go chat
all
up.
you, bro. All you.
Go chat up
Trying to raise
lady
that
friend Bundaklat.
Raise her up.
You want to see my money?
Yeah.
I got money
Oh.
Damn.
from Senegal.
Okay, W.
You want to see my phone
else?
case?
Yeah, sure.
It's broke.
I love that he had like fucking props
He
prepared.
was
for
so
the-
good. He was
On God?
Okay.
No,
He's
fuck. Anyway.
Okay.
You want to see my phone?
Yeah.
It's broke.
his bro.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. I see where it's
You
going.
know I'm in Africa.
you are? Where?
You sound like it.
Give me some water, please.
Damn, bro has. You have like props and everything for
I
this
like the props.
presentation.
I
My
like the
dad left
prop.
me milk.
My dad
Okay.
let me look. That one was the funniest of them, and you guys didn't
Tell me
even
what
laugh
we
that
got.
hard.
I drink.
Bro, Gatsworld just suggested a fucking Kino idea.
What's that?
Darius and Kari on Monkey App. if people didn't skip us, it would actually be so good. But I'm worried we'd run into a similar problem.
Darius?
This.
Yeah.
Why didn't you,
Oh, that's
Is that
Rosewater.
lotion?
I thought you were
Sorry.
gonna message Darius sooner and try and get some shit going.
I mean, that would be cool. I'm a bit nervous, but also I feel like the best duos I could have, unironically, are like Nyx or Kelly Jean, probably.
No, I think
Probably.
it's Darius because you guys have like a similar, not personality or interest, but like, I don't know. There's something about you that you guys have in common. Where like the fucking meme
What?
potential. I don't know. You play your
We're both like
the
we're both black. We're
self-deprecating.
both true blacks. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that very unique specimens, but you know, like you guys have the self-deprecating humor in common. Very similar
Right.
kinds where you play yourselves very
I
straight.
go on and I suffer.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was
You're not supposed to
basically-
drink that.
I mean, that seems like the vibe
I
you're
think
going
it's a
for, huh?
cleanser.
I don't give a fuck.
Is it that bad over there in Africa right now? You guys
Like
got
half of the people in the stream were just there to kind of shit on me.
Yeah.
Which I don't know what I'm filming. I feel like I'm filming like bullying footage sometimes.
drink Rosewater?
Yeah, I'm just playing with you.
Pretty much.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. I just want
I'm
to. I want to
from
make. I might have to like
Houston
dono
normally,
you like.
but I'm in Africa
free.
for school.
Oh, okay. What are you doing?
Wait,
If
where
you-
was he
wait,
from?
wait. Just to let you know.
He
public
was from.
stream-
He was very ambiguous with it. He was just like, "I am in Africa."
stream. So
He
yeah.
said no. He just said play it back. Play it back. He
Don't
just said where he was from
Just playing with you.
and staying in Africa for.
Okay, cool.
Oh, okay. I just want to. I want to
from
make. I might have to
Houston
like
normally,
dono
but
you like.
but I'm in Africa
free.
for school.
Oh, he's
Oh,
from the
okay.
USA.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
If you wait,
That
wait, wait.
explains why he's so well spoken, right?
Yeah, clearly, because obviously, you know,
Just to
your
let you
average
know.
African
Yeah.
could never be well spoken. Is that what you're saying, Kari?
Yeah, it seems like he's had the benefit of a Western
Really,
educational
Africans
system.
can never be well spoken.
Public stream. So yeah.
What?
Don't dox yourself.
Don't
Don't
talk.
say public
Don't say
information
anything
about
personal.
yourself.
You know where some of our
What are you
most
doing?
wealthy
You're
immigrants come
Yeah.
from, Kari?
We streaming.
Where?
Africa. You know that? Okay. Wait.
Yeah, they're probably like oil barons or corrupt politicians. Kids.
Usually they're actually
Let's be real.
academics. So it's a bit weird.
Yeah,
Just
no, they're
a
probably
bit
they're
curious, a bit
usually
weird.
doctors, actually.
Unironically, yeah. All right, so it's a bit
Yeah,
curious.
because my dad is from Libya.
Yeah,
Oh,
and he
wait.
said exactly.
And no,
Were
wait.
you like to kick the ladder
wait,
out from underneath me type deal?
Wait.
Is that what you are?
Wait. No, my dad is a police officer from Egypt.
Yeah.
I just remembered. India, Arabs don't count. Wait, in what context?
Do you just worry about doxing your dad by mentioning doctor? You realize there's like infinite numbers of types of doctors, right? It's like
No,
one of
but you realize the more you filter information when it comes to doxing.
well,
the
you
more
already put
scary
that
it
one out.
gets.
So good luck. But also,
Okay.
like, I don't know. No one's gonna find anything
yeah.
off that one.
Hey, why didn't you tell me that? I'm
I
like,
thought
No, they technically could. But
Okay, you're not
We
gonna
did,
say how
I'm
though.
sorry.
You're gonna move on from this.
I'm not
I'm
gonna
with
say
a
how.
girl
you
online.
were really funny, bro.
Stupid ass.
Well, go ahead. Go riz her up, bro. Go riz her up.
You saw.
How can I now?
You still have a shot.
No, you're good. Let me see your. Let me see your. Everyone was saying
It's
W. They're all
cool.
saying W.
They were all saying
Yeah, they all
W.
said W.
Dude,
Yes.
I know.
There's this chatter. He is so hot. Where
What's
is
your-
this
what's
guy
your-
from?
Yep. Right there.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Carrier is their name. Carrier.
Why?
Where,
Why? What is wrong with you two?
We're just doing monkey app shit.
In what application?
On what
What
application?
application?
Oh, on
Dot
Kick.
com.
Oh, on
Dot
Kick.
com.
On Kick.
Kick. Kick.
he doesn't even
Kick.com.
know what kick is.
Use
Yeah, well,
code
not everyone knows what
K7era
Kick is.
at w.gg
Yo, Emery.
for 10% off too. By the way,
I do think that
20%
this guy was
return.
actually African, by the way.
20% off. Even better.
Say it again. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't think he was from the U.S. Just
Yeah.
I could tell.
Yeah,
Me personally.
It gets better.
Do you know what gamer subs are?
you can always tell,
No.
huh?
Okay.
I only know Twitch.
I can always
How about
tell.
G Fuel? You know G Fuel?
Nah.
Okay.
No.
It's gonna be hard to explain.
How about Red Bull? How about Red Bull?
Red Bull, the drink.
Red Bull. Yes, the drink.
Yeah, I know.
It's like Red Bull,
Okay.
but less
Yep.
jittery.
Okay.
It is better. It's better for you.
Uh, so if you are streamers,
Yeah.
can I can I can I have some
Sometimes.
money?
Listen.
You want
He's
a
the rich
donut?
one.
We're poor.
He's the
We're
rich
poor.
one.
But
I gave all my
need,
money to her.
I
She's
need money
lying.
for
I gave all
waters.
of it to her.
Word.
We don't have water here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually started crying vocally.
I'll donate to help build a well for you.
You just spilled your
I
water.
love how I'm so like bimbified in this moment. I'm staring straight at him, not processing like any contradiction here.
Why would you say that
You
word?
spilled the
You
last
What is
of
like
it.
wrong with you?
Sorry.
Why would you say that word? What is wrong? With
I'm so retarded. All I'm doing is staring at my OBS preview this whole time.
Last of it. Oh my god.
That was the end of that call, by the way. Wait, what happens for the rest of it? Is this a loop? Did I accidentally loop
Oh my
this?
god.
I did. Somehow I looped this. I guess it doesn't matter much. Okay, cool. Let's do Roblox while we wait.
I don't know how to do that.
It's cool. You don't have to. I'll figure it out.
Hmm.
Bro, Roblox, please.
Doesn't sound like you're doing a
Please,
good job
just
here.
Shut the fuck up. Fine. Fine. I've got it. I know how I'm gonna do it. I did it. I didn't actually have to use my desktop last time. I'm fucking retarded, bro. Okay, just let me move this. My bad. Right down above here. Yeah. And then let's add audio. Dude. Yeah, that works. Okay, cool. Dress to impress. Alright. Bitches, I'm here to cunt up with the dolls.
Yeah.
Gay stuff. Yeah,
Here to serve, Kent.
you're here to serve cunt and nothing but cunt. Summer. Oh, summer is like the easiest fucking theme I've gotten so far.
It's got to be a sundress.
Yeah, by far. I've seen... This isn't a sundress, is it? I don't think it is. Here to serve clam.
Why? That's such a fucking weird way to put it.
Bro, I'm actually cooked. Oh, this is kind of summery. Let's start with this. I haven't found a sundress. I mean, the closest thing I found to a sundress so far was... Fuck. Everything in this game costs fucking $1,000.
Yeah.
Is this? No, this is not a sundress. It's close enough. Alright, I gotta do up my hair and my makeup. We have to go for an Asian girl.
An Asian girl.
Or, because I can't fucking speak, apparently. Because I'm retarded, because I woke up at 2 p.m. We have to go for like an Asian coded face. The reason why is because everyone in this game is a pedophile. And they're the only ones that get
Yeah.
votes.
Okay.
Unironically.
Okay.
No, it's true. That's very...
I thought they're all kids,
very
but
Chinese.
okay.
That was very Chinese, yeah. This is very Chinese. Oh my god. That was giving drag queen. That was so not it. Okay, this is it. This is good enough. Let's go. Although, I think I'd rather have her be crying. that innocence, you know, it really sells it.
Yeah.
Why am I so fucking weird?
I don't know. I've been wondering that for a while now.
All right, let's go over here. Let's do what style? No, these aren't very summery. I'm not gonna lie. That is very summer coded. Boring. I feel like this is fairly no.
Hi,
Let's raise
Emery.
your Disney princess. Yo, Emery. I'm not streaming this to my Discord. I just realized.
Yeah, you're not.
My bad.
It's alright.
Change windows here, and then oh, FTM Mongoose messaged me.
Looks like everyone
that's
moved from
cool.
your YouTube chat to your Kick chat, by the way.
Okay, word. Heyo, I just woke up. That's cool. How about? Okay, he can't come through today, so we're gonna do this tomorrow instead.
Oh boy.
Same thing
Really?
has been pushed back another day, but it's cool.
That's
It's
so
totally
based.
cool. It
Yeah,
is- it
that's
is
your face right
completely
now. That's
fine.
what I'm imagining your reaction is to it. You reading the message.
Don't worry about it, dude.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
you
I'm
right
just
now
glad that it's
reading the
happening.
message.
We're good. That's a shame, but you know,
I like the
it is
no, I
what
like
it
the
is.
big hair like that, but whatever they all.
This?
Yeah, that looks good for summer.
Are you sure?
Yeah, especially with
Bro,
that
I
color.
can't do this for much longer. I actually don't have that much more time. I'm just gonna do this one. Get me out of here.
You're wasting time. A dress should be a different color. Summer is never white, by the way. It's like
Alright,
a spring
fuck
color.
you. Good. Thank you for telling me that at just the right time, by the way, for me to react, which
Yeah.
is like a minute left.
Look, you should know this better than me.
Emery said, "What's up, bud? What's the content?" Well, originally I was gonna have a conversation with FTM Mongoose about my debate with Smeth, but I don't think he can do it today, actually. So that's gonna be tomorrow. And
She's
Probably
stalling. She
just
doesn't
gonna-
actually have this scheduled. She's just pretending
No.
the person's gonna show up.
oh, you get okay, dude. Okay, okay, dude.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. I don't know what I'm doing. This is not gonna work. I'm gonna lose. I'm prepared. Alright. So I didn't get a chance to
That
do...
one's gonna automatically win, by the way. That's like,
Yeah, that one nailed it. This one fucking nailed it.
it's
I'm not gonna
over.
lie.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't get a chance to do makeup because I was kind of like rushed for the time. So I can't really do like monkey shit. I could if I went to do makeup
We got
and then came
terraria.
back, but that
It'll
would be
be fun.
incredibly awkward. I mean, 3. What would be a way that I could go, do makeup shit, and then come back and not be in trouble?
I don't know if there is one. Do you really want to do monkey
There
shit?
is no way, right?
Don't think so.
But, okay. Let me think. Let me think. Oh, we could just do Terraria shit.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I said a few times.
My bad.
I was like, okay, I guess it's not a good idea then. She's ignoring that.
No, I wasn't ignoring you. I'm just processing a lot.
Yeah.
I'll just change the category to Roblox for now, probably, because I still want to play this. It'd be cool if Cole Code was here, because he's into it. Unless you want to play with me.
I don't really know how to download that or get it launched or play
Okay,
it.
cool. Wait, are they currently playing Terraria?
Yeah. The world is open.
Okay, that works pretty well. We could just pivot to that. I'll just change my category here to... and then reschedule that event for tomorrow. Oh my god. I didn't vote. This is dog shit.
It's over. You already kind of threw
It is
anyway.
actually very over.
Did you hear about? Oh wait, people ask me not to. I was gonna ask you if you
Wow.
heard about any of the shit that happened last night with Kelly and all them, or whatever.
No. What did happen? Please tell me. I'm sure it's interesting.
No, not really.
Yo, Carrier, people are complaining about you breathing into your microphone or some shit.
That's my bad. I have it at a bad angle. Where for some reason, if I put it at a certain angle, it picks up on my breathing like really hard.
Okay. What? Stop. Stop what?
Stop, Kari.
Stop Kari.
Don't talk about it here. Oh yeah, no drama.
Alright, I
Anyways.
wasn't that far off. I was at least top 10. You know? That wasn't that bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
Don't talk about it here. You're right.
Yeah, it's drama.
I was being sarcastic when I said I'm sure it's very interesting. I'd rather not.
Making me all self-conscious about my breathing.
Wait, are they just standing here? Bro. How do you get these titles that they have? Fashion Maven, Queen of the Runway. I assume you have to like win
I think that's a
games
winning
or
thing, yeah.
something? Yeah.
It's for winners, so you wouldn't know about it.
Alright, well, I'll win one game and then I'll move on. Category. How do I change the category on YouTube? I actually don't know. I actually have no idea.
You don't know how to change the category where?
On YouTube.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
I wouldn't sweat it. I don't think everyone migrated away from YouTube anyways. You're good.
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Unfortunate, by the way, guys. The superior platform, you could have rewound. You could,
Yeah, we had DVR, we had
volume
way more
sliders
money
that
for
work
me
in
if
index.
it grew enough. We had,
Yeah.
oh, Pumpkin Patch. Shit. That's a terrible thing to go to.
What the fuck do you even... I guess you're doing orange. Just get a bunch of orange shit.
Yeah, Pumpkin Patch.
Yeah, is the
The
goal
people
just
who
to look...
play
I'm
this
assuming
game
you're just supposed to look like a pumpkin.
Yeah, no, they're unironically really creative. The people who play this game.
I don't know.
Allah, sister.
I don't know what kind of...
Oh, my color vision is dead. Okay, there you go. How do I... How do I code myself as a pumpkin?
I have no idea.
I need a green stalk. Somehow. I need like a green stalk. Yo, someone joined.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
¿Cómo estás? Bien, ¿y tú? Wow. Okay. Let's figure this out. I need a green stalk somewhere to communicate that I'm a pumpkin as effectively as possible.
How did you feel
unkept.
like your chat with Smeth went?
I feel like it went okay, but like obviously I didn't actually get to like ascertain that much that I wanted to with him. Like basically all of the dialogue for him was like very narratively focused, but he kind of disregarded like the fundamental like, is dysphoria real question. He didn't really want to assess that at all.
Did you ever, I don't remember because it's been a minute. I don't even know if I finished the full conversation with you and him. But did you ever emphasize that dysphoria is like not just a thing for trans people either? I don't know if he knows that. I'm pretty sure he does. But dysphoria generally is something like everyone has, but there's a level of dysphoria that gets like to a point where people want to transition surgically.
Well, in my personal belief, the way I understand it is actually not that. I believe that like explicitly just trans people experience dysphoria because it's stemming from an incongruence between your internal sense of sex and your physical body. So I don't think you can have like an incongruence in a less way. I think you can only have an incongruence or not.
I think I may be mixing up with the prospect, not the prospect, the concept of gender dysphoria and body dysphoria.
Dysmorphia.
But at the same time,
I mean,
in a
body
way,
dysmorphia.
in a way, I don't think so because, like, say like a man's going bald, and he wants to feel like more like a man, and like so, therefore, he tries to have like a surgical hair transplant. Could be like a
Where?
gender affirming kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, here's what I would say. Smeth was mostly engaging from a perspective of you can explain trends stuff and like transitioning more from like an analysis of it as body dysmorphia, and that's why he would liken it more to like anorexia. But my disagreement is precisely that no, this sector of people can actually rationally not just be insecure, but like recognize that like physically their body is like misconfigured.
There's also an idea that Mr. Grohl and Smith have that like they share that it's like intrinsically like a lie, like becoming like another like gender basically. Like it's like living a certain lie from a certain prospect.
In what sense?
Well, like they would say like you want to transition so much to the point that you actually feel like you should have been born like the sex of female, right? If you're like born male. So that would be like the prospect of living a lie. But in my eyes, let's say like that's true. I don't even think that matters. I think all that really matters is it making that person happier at the end of the day? Are they really harming anyone in the long run? Those are the kind of things that matter the most for me. Everyone's allowed to make their own personal decisions on how they develop. And like this idea that like living a lie should be like more living a lie is like harmful in that way, like I think is kind of stupid.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess like if they're adding like a moral value to the fact that like you're going out of your way to perform a gender that is not typically aligning with your sex originally, technically that's dishonest, but I would probably say that it's actually more true to yourself to live in a way that like aligns with your health and your happiness above what is expected of you. Because I do believe that there's like a real medical impetus to transition.
Well, also, there's the thing to keep in mind is that I don't even think you could classify as living a lie or like, because it's like, no, I sincerely believe this to be the case, and you're not telling people like, I am this as like this is biologically true, like I am this. Like
Yeah,
you're
no,
saying, like I think I should have been born this. I sincerely believe this. This is like the transition process I'm going through to like fit that criteria.
Right.
And relieve my dysphoria as much as possible to like be happy.
Yeah, and I don't know if Mr. Girl does believe that there's like an army of trans people. I don't think this is his argument. I hope that he'd be able to acknowledge that like most trans people would be able to say like, I am biologically male, and the reason why I transitioned is because I felt way better after I transitioned. I felt terrible before. And that really is like my main motivation here. It's not to trick you, you know?
Yeah, he seems to think it's intrinsically like self-harm regardless though, like any body modification, not just like a full transformation, like any breast surgery,
Yeah,
stuff
I've
like
heard
that.
that before.
Would he be
I've
against
heard,
like a crippled person if we could figure out how to let them walk again? Like, would he be against that because it's body modification?
Oh, right.
Weird.
Honestly,
It's a
that
weird-
would be a good question, but I don't think he would be. I don't think he would have a problem with somebody trying to become like become walkable. Are you talking about if they're born disabled?
Yeah, so if someone was like not living their best life because of some condition that made them suffer irrationally, like or unfairly, would it be irrational to want to amend that with any kind of body treatment that is available, especially if it's medically more manageable than anything else that you could do to treat it?
Yeah, I think he would. Somebody's talking to me, but
Yeah.
I think he would
No
say.
problem.
I understand if you can't relate because you're just here by proxy. I understand.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
You're like repeating back what you know what he would say. You're not even necessarily.
No, here's my guess. I'm not saying that he would say this. What I'm saying is, I think he would say since they were born disabled, but that's like a factor that like is kind of. Oh my god, dude! They can't make up their mind.
It's all right.
Well,
I understand.
okay. I can't find his old video essays because I've watched these before. I know what you're talking about, where he basically says like a man cuts off his penis and says, "I'm a woman now," and you're supposed to acknowledge that as like a healthy decision. He basically like very much takes it to the point of this is self-harm, but like more from a rhetorical, intuitive place. I've never heard him rationally explain why it's self-harm, because if you start from the point of, oh, this person is having a reassignment surgery for the benefit of mitigating dysphoria, there is like a rational step-by-step like medical explanation for why a person would do that without being crazy or self-harming. But he kind of like disregards that completely and jumps to the
As soon as someone
optical side of it.
something that feels like a bit of a bad faith thing is whenever you're talking about the subject and they immediately go to SRS before anything else. Like there's a lot of
because
steps
it's
that
not even it's not even like represented that often in
it's the
trans
most
people.
uncommon
and like
thing that happens.
yeah.
They just want to talk about the most
Like-
severe subject because it's well, my opinion on Mr. Girl is that I think the vibe I get is that he, no matter how controversial or non-controversial his opinion is, he will try and make it sound like he has the most controversial opinion so that people will react to it.
Yeah, no, he is very much like a shock baiter. He gets excited by the idea of having the most controversial opinion in the room.
Yeah.
That's like a very much a Mr. Girl characteristic that he's carried forward.
What do you think, Emery? I still don't understand your relation to the Mr. Girl kind of community. How are you?
He's possibly AFK because someone was talking to him. I'm curious about if he's in a video with like a call-in or something.
Jesus fucking Christ! I'm sorry.
I want you to know that.
Yeah.
What is your relation? I still don't understand. Are you like a Mr. Girl fan or like an orbiter or?
Technically an orbiter.
Okay. Are you like more aligned with him or?
I have certain things that I share perspectives on with him, and then there's other things where he's like dead fucking wrong, and he's like just a total fucking retard. So it kind of depends. you can just ask me like, what topic do you agree with on? If like you like just ask me a topic, I'll just share my personal perspective.
I felt bad because I was kind of making you like the emissary of the Mr. Girl community for a moment there, asking you the questions like that, but unfairly.
Yeah.
No, like for instance, trans issues, me and him like completely fucking disagree. I've actually argued with him multiple times about it.
Yeah.
Not that I
wish
argued
could
very
get-
well. I wish I could argue better about it. But yeah, it's a bit of a complicated topic. But I think what I was saying is that he would think that if you're born disabled, like since like that kind of factors and like how you live your life, like at a disadvantage, that if you could change that, then that would be a good a net good. It wouldn't really matter if it was like, oh, that's a lie. You like were born disabled. You should stay disabled. I think he's thinking of like from his perspective, what would like make a person's life better. And unfortunately, he shares the wrong perspective of thinking that a trans person having a transition is only self-harm, because he's thinking of like the physical more so. And I think he's thinking of the mental. I think he's putting this perspective of like, oh, I'm sure they don't actually like, live life happier after transition. Like,
yeah, I think he's
one of those freaking people.
I think he's one of the biggest projectors I've seen, where he's like he's not really thinking about like maybe they just get a different experience out of this treatment, right? Maybe it feels different for them. For him, he's thinking, I have zero attachment to my gender, and I don't know why anyone would freak out about it. And honestly, they're probably just doing some weird sex shit, and afterwards, they're probably not going to feel great about it. And he's also, I don't know if it's just the weird desire to be a shock jock, but obviously going straight to SRS. If he thinks that every trans person does SRS, that would also really push that opinion forward too. Is like, oh wow, they're doing something completely life destroying too. It's like, just
yeah. He's the reason I think technically I wouldn't say anyone was wrong if they called him a transphobe. I think that's perfectly acceptable under the purviews of what usually people.
I think it's a bit more of like a looking down on them, but it's the same way I see him kind of think about almost anyone. I don't think.
I personally don't label him that, mainly because from everything I've seen, he gets a little bit not hostile, aggressive about his passion about the topic on his opinion. But for the most part, it comes from a sincere place. I believe it comes from like a sincere place of like, no, I actually believe this, and no, I don't want people dehumanizing trans people because of this. I just think like what they're doing is self-harm, and like this is my opinion, blah blah blah.
He thinks he's right, and he refuses to ever change his mind on it, no matter what.
Yeah, he's empathetic, but he's stubborn about his perspective because for whatever reason, certain topics that he has on a lot of things, he just like is like almost immovable, or like it's really hard to change his mind on something.
It's also a big part of his brand, being immovable.
Do you think Mr. Girl's audience values him having any kind of like intellectual rigor or
what? Jesus.
Intellectual rigor, what do you mean by that exactly?
What do you mean?
Like being able to like verify his claims and what he believes and stand by it in like a debate? I don't think they really care about that much.
He values the community having opinions that differ from him. Like, he doesn't want people to agree with him. Like, he wants to put out his opinions and everything. If anything, what he hates is like people coming in and like just agreeing with him, because it's not fun. And then it also makes him feel like it's a little cultish. Mm-hmm. So he tries to.
Oh, he's terrified.
How does he feel about Smeth then?
Yeah. How does he feel about what?
Smeth. I don't know much about his community. I know about him.
He's specifically said that he'll never state out loud in public exactly how he feels about what Smeth does. I think that's because he tries to keep this like this ethical how he views an ethical relationship with like his orbiters is that he'll never like specify too much about whether he likes this kind of thing or dislikes this kind of thing. He wants to keep like a bit of a distance in that regard.
Yeah, I think I personally, I think it's a little cringe because he's not an enormous. He's an online figure for sure, and people know of him. But I don't think he has a giant following. I think he has a very dedicated, smaller following. And the whole ethical thing is like, people treat the online content creator like you're completely different than the people around you, but you're just a dude, and like that. There's very obvious ways you're supposed to interact and whatnot. It's not that difficult to not take advantage of people, and if you're going to take advantage of people, that's just the type of person you were from the start. And there's nothing special about the online interaction part of it.
I think he views, and I would share this perspective, that there are ways to do harm that you're not really intending to do. And I think what he does a lot is overthink these things, even to like a cringe degree. Like, I'd agree with you. There is certain things where it's like, oh, you're turning off super chats because you think like super chats are like too unethical. Like,
Coercive.
It feels like a virtue signal almost.
Yeah, but like, again, like, I think he sincerely believes this shit. I think he's just like fucking scared shitless of like doing that kind of stuff because that is just how he thinks and overthinks about stuff. So like, I think my guess, my like schizo theory about how Mr. Girl feels about Smeth is I think he feels like Smeth is like the representation of how bad it can get in terms of somebody who follows him.
Do you know? Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I was done. Sorry.
What the fuck is wrong with you? He's the guest.
Do you know Bo Burnham?
Yeah.
He reminds me of Bo Burnham in that way. I've compared them to each other a lot when it comes to like their audience valuing how down to earth they are, and like how aware they are of like how unethical the relationship with the audience can be. He very much like signals that.
Yeah, but to him, if I feel like there's something, there's an element to it that feels like we're trying to go beyond down to earth, and we're trying to force beyond down to earth, where he not only is in touch with his audience, but he knows exactly what his audience is thinking all the time, type shit. It's too much, bro. I don't know.
Yeah.
It is too much, but that's kind of why I like him at the same time. Where like, I never feel like I'm being misled, like by this guy. Like, I always kind of like read this guy and I'm like, if he says something, generally I believe that he believes it because he's pretty fucking adamant about something, and it's pretty believable.
I want to agree with you, but sorry, I want to agree with you, but sometimes I get the vibe that he's really interested in the outrage, and I think that a lot of his opinions he might not even hold.
I mean, it's always possible, but I feel like there is certain things that I feel like he never would have said if he wanted to.
I feel like he will shoot himself in the foot, not thinking super forward.
Yeah, I think he shoots himself enough in the foot to where, like, if it was just about rage bait for content or anything like that, I think he would have made certain key choices in his career that.
Yeah, no, I don't think he has forward thinking about it. I don't think he's forward thinking about it. I think it's just instinctual reactions to these things. I get a lot of instinct vibes from him, but this is all me reading vibes. All right.
Is it like I'm thinking.
It's just like, what would I usually do in this situation? What has gotten me the best results so far? I'm going to go with the same reaction and not overthink it.
Is it like poor impulse control, you think?
Yeah, that, and like learned behavior. You know, you're kind of sculpted by your environment. I think that he's got a lot of things out of, like, think about it. How much did he get out of just going for this weird aesthetic of like overthinking interactions with viewers and stuff? Well, he got so much attention. He got from Destiny, he got attention. He got like primetime. He was the star of Destiny's channel for a long time. He got so much shit out of that, and it worked before. So why not just keep going for it? You know, maintaining it.
Yeah, I feel like if it was just for content and business, again, I feel like if it was like, I'm not saying you're saying this, but it kind of feels like it, so correct me if I'm wrong. but it's not. I don't think it's as calculated, and I think there is a poor impulse control. So I feel like the Destiny report thing.
No, that's what I'm saying. Actually, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that is the full calculus. I'm gonna do this thing that seemed to work for me before and get me a lot of attention because I like attention. That's the vibe I get. I'm gonna keep being indignant about like certain topics that I don't even want to read too much on, or I want to have the same conversation about trans people for the 500th time because it just feels like I get attention for that. That's the vibe I get.
Sure, but like I feel like that I think that's fair enough to say for like a lot of people. Like a lot of people kind of
no, 1,000,000%. I'm not. I have no. Yeah.
So like to me, it's like a not that much different from like Destiny or anyone else in my mind at least. Yeah.
1,000,000%. I think every single person on Earth kind of works this way. We have an autopilot, and that's the sort of where our lifestyle is kind of our autopilot, where we go back to the same few things. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, like for me in particular, I don't know, probably like some attention-seeking behavior I always go back to. That's really cringe that everyone gets to see and very publicly. I'll keep going for it, but it's because it works, and I've gotten positive feedback from it. I think everything is very Pavlovian at our core, because we like to autopilot as a species. At least it seems like everyone around me does.
I think the other thing to keep in mind too is there's a lot of negative attention as well that comes with like what he's doing. So
yeah, but
like,
I think the other part of the equation is I think he enjoys that a lot because he's gotten benefits from the negative attention.
There's benefits for sure, but I don't know. I'm trying to imagine myself like if I was in his shoes. I was like, I can't imagine the daily common person just thinking off rip, this guy's a pedophile, blah blah blah. Like, can't imagine that being like the greatest feeling, and not just like the average standard. Like, it's like no, like there's actually video taped reason why people would assume, just based off your words, why they would reasonably assume you're probably a pedophile.
And that's 1,000,000% true. Yeah. But now we're living in the age of the internet where he can kind of retreat to his inner sanctum. And then there's people who are like, and this guy is actually a sage. He's a genius and he's ahead of his time. And he's so good at reading people. And the pedophile thing, no one else understands, only we do. And if I had a group of people like that hyping me up all the time, 24/7, I would feel a lot better about doing that sort of thing. I don't have to worry about the outside influence. And then the parts that do actually distract, well, fuck it. I mean, I'm an autopilot, right? I'm not thinking too hard about this.
I don't know. I feel like that's one of those things that I can't wrap my head around. Okay. For anyone that has like a big or even small community like Mr. Girl. Where even if you have like people who really, really like your content and get your content and understand you're not a pedophile, or at least you're not trying to harm kids, even if they do think you're a pedophile, like you're just like, whatever, like who cares? Like as long as you're not harming kids, kind of thing. I can't imagine being in my head thinking like, oh, everyone else that's not in this loop though, they like view me as detestable, and if I died, my death would probably be celebrated. I can't imagine that for like any person alive. I'm sure when Rush Limbaugh died, there was a lot of people celebrating, but I can't imagine like Rush Limbaugh thinking, when I die, like that's like a neat thought in my head that a lot of people are going to celebrate my death, even if there's a large people who will mourn me. Like, I don't know.
I think there's the vibe is it's a combination of two things. What I'm describing here, it's the I can always retreat to my buddies, and then the other one is the classic male stoicism of it is what it is. All right, you just sure. There's a lot of people who hate me, but I'm all right. I'm still standing, and I'm just gonna keep doing my thing. And also, I have an audience that I can go back to. It's those two things together.
No, this dude loves the idea of people hating him. I think it's like actually like a fetish for him.
Maybe.
Not like sexually, but like
I think he's done the mental math of like really if everyone's hating on me right now, it's probably because I'm getting at something. I must be saying something that I'm a truth sayer. Yeah.
Did you have you guys seen his like really early work?
No.
Depends on what you're.
Wait, actually,
like the movie review.
Hold on, there was
He did like media.
Not even early. Or hold on. Actually, this is a better example. There was You remember he said, I got arrested for sympathizing and empathizing with the school shooter, right? Like his comments.
Oh,
in the
okay.
class.
Yeah.
This is
Right.
Familiar.
so. This is way back before he's even making content. The reason I feel like it's
He's
so
been doing this
sincere
for
and
a while.
genuine that like everything he says is real, and when he says like it feels bad when people actually think I'm a pedophile or whatever, but I like want to make the comment. This is why I believe him when he says this stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it feels bad. I'm just saying
Because
there's the other.
he was always kind of interacting with the world like this in whatever form. He would just say shit and get fucking arrested for it. And like, there's even a videotape recording of him like sort of like doing his Mr. Girlism with the fucking police, like explaining.
How did he
his
get out of that,
situation.
by the way?
Yeah, like I don't know.
How did he get out of
Yeah,
that?
no.
Huh?
How did he get out? Like, how does the story end where he just like goes back to being like a personal trainer and shit and getting pretty big online? How did he get out?
How did he get out of the Columbia or the school shooter thing or what?
Yeah, the school shooter thing.
From what I remember, he basically just told the truth. He was like, "Hey, my comments weren't meant as threats. It was basically me just being a little jokey here or there, like with one of the comments. But mostly I was just saying, hey, like, I feel like it's disingenuous for us to not
Sergey.
understand why the school shooter did it. Because, like, someone made a comment, I can't understand why, like, a school shooter would shoot up the school. And he made a comment along the lines of, really? You don't understand why?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, like, this is where my whole philosophy on it comes from. Is like, I think that there weren't enough consequence. Well, okay. My language sounds like this needed more consequence. I'm just saying the threshold for saying, "Ooh, I'm never doing that again," was not reached. It was like, he kind of got off the hook for it, and it's not necessarily a bad thing that I got off the hook for it. It's probably good that you're allowed to say that sort of shit. But then he's like, "Well, I'm gonna keep testing boundaries. Fuck it. People, let me do this."
Sure.
Let's see if I get arrested next time.
If we wanted to make a statement on, like, his psychological need for, like, attention, yeah, that's definitely there.
Yeah, I don't think it's
definitely
special
needs a
to him.
certain amount of attention, good and bad.
Yeah, and it's important to say, I don't think he's uniquely. I'm not trying to like mind read him. I think every single human works this way, and it's just he's just another dude, and that's why I'm a little. Maybe I sound a little black-pilled on humans, but I just don't think on our day-to-day we're as complex as people make us out to be, because we really rely on that whole rule of thumb thing where we just like base it on a few different experiences we had and go back to maybe even maladaptive practices or maladaptive reactions to things.
Well, I think it's certainly unique, because a lot of people wouldn't be willing to do the stuff he's doing. I think it is certainly unique to be like, well, did I hit my girlfriend or did I rape this chick? I mean, like telling this story about like, oh, I found the cutie saw it. Like, I think it's certainly both like unique, but also in a certain sense self-destructing to a certain part of the internet that will never view you as a well-adjusted human being.
But
There's
it's
certainly
the
a
internet,
unique
bro.
aspect in that way.
You don't need the entire internet because you'll never get the entire internet to like you. For instance, Spicy Chat will never really like me that much, but that's okay. I'm able to live without their
Well,
reward.
you don't know.
Well,
Spicy Chat managed to come around on me.
Oh.
You might have a shot.
I like the Spicy Chatters, all right.
so there's accepting that a broad portion of the internet, a lot of people on the internet are not going to like you, which is, I think, normal and healthy to do. But then there's going out of your way for whatever reasons you specify, even if it's just for your fucking art or content, to like make these statements that like can easily be portrayed in a certain light, and then like kind of own it. Like even say like the reason I stated these things is for the conversation. Well, am I a rapist? Well, am I an abuser? Like that's like quite a threshold.
Maybe
that's quite distinct.
Maybe I should use like examples. Basically, the vibe I get from him is the same vibe I get from Alex Jones, where his behavior only really changed when there was material consequences to saying the things he said. Remember, with like the shooter, like he said the Sandy Hook shooter wasn't real, and he got sued for that, and he never fucking talks about that story again. But he'll talk about anything else, and nothing is sacred. As long as he can get away with it. And I think that's been rewarded enough that he'll just keep doing it, no matter how absurd it gets. And I think we've seen this sort of pattern from like so many people before.
Are you suggesting Mr. Grohl's pattern of behavior of doing this would change if the material circumstances change, like financially, or?
Maybe.
Not
It depends on
finances,
how
I
well
think.
ingrained it is, right? Because if it's been working for years and years and years, it would take a lot. But with
Yeah,
enough,
because like in my brain, like it would take quite an extraordinary. I don't even think even then, like it seems like quite instilled in him to like be persistent, and in every
I think-
kind of
but
facet.
You're getting at
it's
what I'm
like,
saying. There is like it's instilled. It's a learned trait.
Well, it's learned, but then it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's instilled. Like you're not changing that for quite a while, if ever. Like when you learn something like pretty young on, like when you're kind of raised a certain way, and you pick up like certain habits. Like I don't see that changing anytime soon. Yeah, I
Sorry,
just
what do
don't
you
see
think?
it.
I'm sorry. We've been interrupting you over and over again.
No, you're good.
No, it's cool. I doubt it's like an intentional LARP. I just think his personality, for whatever reason, he really feels comfortable when he's persecuted.
Yeah.
And he tends towards that behavior.
Well, that what I said was the not no consequences, but less consequences than you'd see before. Because before you'd be ostracized from the village, right? If we were like back in olden time, or you'd be fucking burned as a witch just for saying nonsense. But like nowadays, what happens? Like a few different people shit on you for being a pedophile, and then you kind of have your friends to go back to who know better, and you got your wife and all your shit.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the persecuted narrative that probably works a little bit more, because I think he has said. I think he has said publicly something about, like having a moral crusade that he feels like he needs to go on sometimes, especially if he feels like he's contributed to that. So, like the Destiny Report stuff is probably the prime example where every time I've heard him talk about it, it is like with like somewhat he is capable of accepting that kind of responsibility on his own part of contributing to that, and the ways that he saw it. So yeah.
Sounds like
There's
you're
a-
describing like the cancel culture mind break shit, where it's like after they've been in a little bit of trouble for it once, but they kind of got this backing afterwards of people saying, "Yo, you're speaking truth to power." Like they just won't shut the fuck up about if they said this, they get canceled. If I say this, they'll cancel me, and all this shit all the time, constantly talking about like how you're
Yeah.
persecuted. Is that what you're saying, Kari?
Well, kind of, yeah. The reward structure, like what you said before, humans being more Pavlovian. Mr. Girl has been taught this lesson that if I have an idea and it's persecuted, and a corner of people, in this case his YouTube audience, is supporting me, I should be comfortable with that. I'm saying something true, and I'm being authentic with myself. You know?
Where do you think the aggression comes from? If
The
you disagree
aggression.
with him, he kind of says that he doesn't believe that you think the things he do.
It's probably because he's... Can I shit a little on Mr. Girl, or
I don't know.
is that bad for you, Emery?
I am not beholden to Mr. Grohl. Mr. Grohl would want me to
Okay,
shit on
cool.
him, so
Okay, cool.
no reason to throw it.
He seems a little insecure. Like, the confidence that he has in his statements comes from the fact that he has to be right. Because if he's not right, everything he's built around him, it kind of shatters, you know? Like who he is, he's defined as being a persecuted intellectual who his ideas are so true and dangerous, he has to stay more low-key. Everyone will disagree with him, but if he ever reaches a point where he thinks that they might actually have substance to what they're saying, it makes him way more uncomfortable than just having people disagree with him.
So it's like a
That's when
discomfort.
that's when he starts to like lash out a lot more, I would say.
I'm trying to think. I've changed his mind on like one thing, but I'm trying to think of like any like extreme hardcore like things that he stands on that he's ever changed on.
Wait, what does he change his mind on? That's interesting.
Yeah, that would be a good test.
So there was a MAGA rapper who was reciting, they had some lyrics that were kind of what's the best way? stochastic terrorism kind of edgy kind of lyrics that
Yeah.
seemed specifically aimed at like gay people and trans people, and
One does.
something like that within his lyrics. And since it's like more political, it seems in my mind like to carry a little bit more of a endorsement in those kind of types of songs. Normally, I kind of wouldn't care if you're doing just like edgy fucking rap music, because like if you have like a persona like Eminem or some shit. But I heard that and I was like, I think somebody had pointed out it was a topic of conversation, and Mr. Earl was talking about it, and he said something along the lines of, fuck, what was it? It was like, I sympathize with like conservatives. You know, they probably shouldn't have like edgy lyrics like that. It's kind of irresponsible. I don't think it's intentional. I don't think it's stoking flames or whatever. And so I went in there. I was pretty mad at him about that, because I think if someone like Destiny did anything like that, he would like call it out immediately. Mr. Earl would like
chicken and waffles. Yeah.
Yeah. So I said to him, I said, these lyrics are very explicit. Like, there's no room for interpretation. I don't know how you're not understanding this. I understand that you have a biased perspective of, you know, you can sympathize with conservatives who don't agree with the trans movement and stuff like that. But like, this is pushing past just disagreements. This is actually stoking flames of like actual potential violence to occur. You understand why I'm mad at you, blah, blah, blah. And he fought with me a little bit on it, but eventually he was coming to this point where he was saying, it was irresponsible. And I was like, basically, like, no, it was pretty intentional. And I think I pushed him to basically admit, like, yeah, it's pretty intentional. It's actually pretty wrong of that guy to make those kind of lyrics that, like, pretty much insist, like, yeah, gay people need to die, basically. Like,
and has he moved anywhere further on that, or did it leave off there?
I think it left off there, but the point is he understood my perspective way more, and I think he like basically agreed with me by the end, because there was not really much room. Like it was basically, you know how like when you're arguing with somebody and it's like it seems like they're dying down and they're like kind of understanding what you're saying, and they like don't want to admit it, but they're kind of like edging a little bit more closer. It's like if they're at that 95%, not completely 100%. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah, all right, you agree with me. You just don't want to say it out loud. You don't want to say it out loud, but you agree.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Can I make a prediction before I watch? Because I'm sure that this is somewhere that we can watch it, right?
Oh, dude, I'd have to
I'd love
fucking
to,
look for it,
but-
dude. It might take.
Oh, no, I
forever,
mean on
dude.
my own time.
I'll link
I'll watch
it
it on
to
my
you
own
if
time.
I can find it. I'd have to do fucking digging, dude. It was on a random ass fucking hotline quite a while ago.
Yeah.
All right.
And Mr. Girl's content has been like hyper scrubbed.
Yeah.
on
Oh,
YouTube.
It's quite annoying nowadays. I'd show it to you like immediately if I had it just off rip, but
yeah. I don't think his ideas are harmful at all. Well, like I compared them to Alex Jones, and I do think Alex Jones is a bit harmful, but I think it's only harmful as so far as like it's taking the room temperature of where people are at. Like this was going to boil over anyways. I don't think Mr. Girl's uniquely bad for this, so I think it's pretty shitty that he gets scrubbed for it.
Carrier,
Yeah.
Are you saying that's like how you would view Alex Jones as well?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like you could arguably say for sure Alex Jones was not just like a voice in the crowd. He very much like instigated a lot of people believing in the Sandy Hook
Oh well,
shit.
maybe now, yeah. But that's why he got sued and shit for that. But I mean, like, I'm just saying societally and like ethically, I think he's just taking a room temperature where things are at. Obviously, it's specifically for him because of his responsibilities, like or his actions. He's responsible for the Sandy Hook denial shit because he just focused particularly on that. But I think like the weird conspiracy shit in general is what I'm talking about. I don't think that's uniquely him. I think that's just taking a room temperature of people like conspiracy theories.
When you say that's not uniquely him, it suggests that you're not assigning agency to him for what may come of it, be it like the results of like stochastic terrorism, basically, or
No,
whatever.
I'm not talking about like. I'm talking about the greater society ethics, or basically, I'm denying great man theory right now. I don't think Alex Jones moved everyone towards conspiracy theories. I think
That
there were
isn't.
people
You
more
don't have to believe
conspiracy.
in great man theory to believe that someone's capable of
That was
affecting
just-
an audience as an influencer.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like I think for Alex Jones, it's a feedback loop, right? Where people will just listen to whatever conspiracy theories he says, and then he'll get more invested as people listen more, and he can make up more bullshit, and then they'll keep pushing him further and further.
Sure, that's sort of true.
Yeah, I think Mr. Girl just takes a room temperature, and kind of like he'll say like aggressive shit like that, and get a good reaction from his audience for it and whatnot. I don't think he's uniquely bad, and I don't think he deserves to be deplatformed for it. Is what I was meaning to say.
I think there's a way he does communicate things, which I don't want him to stop because I think it's funny and I think it usually works for him. But there's an easy way to misconstrue some of his content, and like if like you're like a delusional person, and it could be interpreted in some ways as endorsing certain bad actions. But like if it like the normal sane person looked at his content and like gave it a good faith interpretation, they might be like, okay, I disagree with this, but I see what he's saying, and like you know, like I don't think he's like intentionally trying to like spread like a like misogynistic, like you should be a misogynist, you should beat women, you should rape women, or anything like that, or harm children.
Yeah, but I don't think Alex Jones does a calculus and is like, how can I convince the most people that Sandy Hook didn't happen? I think he's just thinking like, man, I'm getting a lot of views for this, I should keep going. That type of thing.
Yeah, well, Alex Jones is clearly in it for like the money and content. It works for him.
Yeah. You're bringing up actually a really good point here. Is I don't think Mr. Girl does it for monetary. I think he does it because he likes the attention.
If he did it for monetary reasons, we'd be looking at like we wouldn't really be discussing him as like a controversial figure in any way. Like he wouldn't act the way he does if it was for money, dude. Because it's like, not helping for the most part.
Yeah, he would have been way more Machiavellian. He wouldn't have thrown away Destiny.
But I also don't like. Obviously, just because you're able to say controversial things doesn't mean you know the right way to do it. There's also that too. So maybe like if he knew the right angle for it, but he just firmly believes that his way of doing things is the best way to get attention on himself. But
what I like about him too is it does seem though that he's clearly flawed, but like in the ways that he doesn't specifically want to be, where it's like he was in Destiny's sphere for a bit and he participated in certain actions that he didn't really seem to like ethically like and enjoy participating in and cultivating, but he did it, and he did it for financial things, and like he even said out loud, yeah man, I participated in kind of mind fucking Anna with Destiny in a call, and I didn't really like actually ask Anna. I was warned in advance. I didn't actually go through like legitimate means to go ask her about her experience with Destiny to get a full picture, because why? I was like, my eyes was on my career, my eyes was on content, and Destiny was viewed as like the guy who lifted me up as a friend. He was biased. So like I like that he's willing to say like, yeah, I'm flawed, I'm able to fuck up majorly, even in ways that I like feel
he does point it out as mistakes and whatnot, but I also think that there's a little element of him thinking it's buyer's or showing some just buyer's remorse too. Maybe
sure,
I'm not trying to come across as, by the way, a supreme Mr. Girl hater. This is just
no, trust me.
I'm not a misanthrope either.
But I mean,
yeah, I'm not a misanthrope, but this is just how I assume people operate all the time.
No, it's fine. Like I probably said like 10 times worse than you about Mr. Girl.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Like I've literally said, I wouldn't put it past. I can understand if he was actually abusing Shaylin. Like I've said shit like that publicly. Like, like.
Well, I might have said worse already then, but like, I'm not like a supreme hater. I just, first of all, his content isn't for me, but also I find it a bit. I think the word that's been on the tip of my tongue this entire call is just pretentious. That's all.
Well,
I don't know.
It's kind not the pretentious part. It's kind of why I like it so much is that it's so many different ways of like conveying unique points that even if I end up disagreeing with, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting way of thinking about this, and I get why he's thinking about it like this. Like, and then like he is just kind of naturally funny in like a low-cal way, but also just genuinely like funny. Like, yeah,
Yeah, he's a funny ass guy.
I think he's a pretty good entertainer, even in ways that he may not like.
I've never gotten a pretentious vibe from Supreme. I mean, he kind of comes off as very proud of being liberal sometimes, but
Are you talking
Nah.
about Wicked Supreme?
Yeah, where did
yeah.
that come from?
Is there some other Supreme?
why are we
I was
talking
just
about
making
Wicked
sure.
Supreme?
I don't know how many Supremes are around here, you know?
Did a chatter
Oh,
bring that
okay.
up?
No. You guys were
Um,
talking about a Supreme, and I got mixed up.
Oh. No, I say I'm not a supreme Mr. Girl hater.
Wicked. I don't know. I'm kind of black-pilled on most of the space. Like most of the people come off as like, and I even see it in myself, and I hate it in myself because I'm just like, I watch too much of these fucking people's content where I'm emulating their shit. So like, this is criticisms for me too. As much as I like flay on Smeth about skinwalking, like Mr. Earl, like a lot of these people skinwalk the fuck out of Destiny, and I see why, because you watch enough content and you start emulating, and then like I see it in Wicked Supreme a lot, and it just bugs the fuck out of me. There's certain people like that where it's like, it's gross. I don't like it.
I think it's an
annoying.
inevitability of just his community and how it interacts.
Yeah.
Basically, he's really personable, right? He's very charming, and he also says a lot of things that are.
Wow.
Okay. You gonna shit on me? Is that what you're gonna do here? You're gonna make me feel
Just
bad? Am I gonna
keep
cry
sucking his
against it? Is that what's gonna happen? Abusive co-host, by the way.
Yeah.
More abusive than Mr. Girl, even.
The person who does it the worst though is fucking erudite, dude. Oh my god, I can't stand it.
I don't know.
Oh my
I don't
god,
You're
understand the
not
hate.
wrong.
I think it's
Worst.
literally just. I'm gonna be honest.
No, he's actually not wrong.
I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Okay,
don't-
you want to see it?
Wait, do you have a clip there
There's-
that I can finally understand what people are talking about?
Wait, just watch any content from Not So Erudite. But like, if I could think of something, I was watching Queeman's stream recently. He was watching her talking about the DNC, and it just came off as like pure
What?
unadulterated, like shitting on Hassan to win points from DGG constantly.
Well,
Yeah,
do
if
we
you-
not shit on
Reading the
Hassan though?
DNC.
He's
I mean, you
Well,
can shit
everyone
on
does.
Hassan, but when you're like, sorry,
Sorry, go ahead.
when you're like fishing so desperately
What if she's
to find
looking
like
for
a
viewers?
single thing to hit him with, it just comes off as like you're just signaling. You're signaling for this group.
Wait, she was reaching for straws to make fun of Hassan?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I am just
I-
leaving.
Like
Need to
saying
see this
like,
happen.
well, actually, sorry, what?
I need to see this.
Being the
Yeah, go
DNC.
ahead.
I'm just in disbelief,
I am
that's all.
happy.
I think
I'm
there's a full video. Does Queeman have a full video on it? So
Wait, what am I streaming to you guys? Oh, I'm not. Okay. Sure, here.
Everyone keeps talking about this big change with Erudite, but she always, like, from the start came across to me as, like, a pretty masculine-coded woman, who, you know, was, like, always sticking around trying to be one of the boys type deal. And she's been that
Sure,
consistently
yeah. But
today.
now she's become trying to be Destiny. That very much is how it feels.
Isn't that what literally everyone does in this community?
Well, I don't know.
yeah, but it's a very special. It's like I could break it down play by play. I could give you every instance of like this is a Destinyism right here. Like it's
Okay,
like
go
like
ahead.
comment.
This video.
I mean, if you
Can hear me?
dissect this
Sorry.
conversation, I'm sure you could
Credentials?
find like 8 Destinyisms from me.
okay,
I'm
so
sure
last
Spicy
day,
Chat's
I
already
didn't say for
gonna
any
do
of the
that.
speeches.
Like, you know, it's like the sort of thing you just see from like people who. Oh, right. The reason why I was going to say is because he's very personal. He has clearly a lot of confidence in himself, so people are going to aspire to that. And then at the same time, the community already is kind of repeating this stuff, and it's kind of encouraged. You know, it's the 10 different Jerrys in the same room from Rick and Morty, where he's talking about how
I don't even know if I'm gonna sell
the volume is always too high on the TV. From the fucking Jerry Burry episode, where we all just repeat back to each other the same thing that we heard from Destiny. I've seen it a million times. It's hilarious in calls where people say a thought like it's original and like we haven't heard it before, and then we all just circle jerk on an opinion we've already heard from Destiny. But it's because they're pretty easy. He doesn't really say things that are too disagreeable in general. It's pretty hard to. Like, people say he says controversial shit, but he kind of doesn't, right? Like, he just says it in a controversial way type deal. It's all that combined. So it makes it
Sure.
very easy for him to be a streamer you emulate.
No, I hear you. But she does skinwalk. That's just true.
I gotta see it. You gotta show me. You
Yeah.
guys have just been saying it.
Yeah.
This is the thing I get from everyone every
Gazzer-
time. Is like she just
Okay,
does.
well, shut the fuck up and maybe you'll get to see it, huh? Just maybe? Possibly?
Mom.
Gather said pull up bridges instead of the other one.
I think
Yeah.
I said that to you. I can kill you now. Nobody will care.
All
You're
right,
so
I'm
much
watching.
more charitable to Hassan than I would be.
He said that we misquoted him. He said it was all out of context.
I don't know
And then
if
he called
this
me
is
like
the
a
best
war tourist
example.
pervert, which I don't
Sorry?
I don't know if this is the best example. I don't remember her talking too much in this one.
Yeah, I knew in the DNC
I'd
when I
just
got the
pull up
vibe.
one of her live streams or whatever.
One of her live
Those are
streams.
probably the best
Okay.
ones. Or like go up to Queen's channel and you'll see it. Oh, that one actually is perfect.
Oh, which one?
Go back. Oh,
This?
no, not that.
Or this? This?
I think it's Hassan gets the boot. Yeah.
Hassan
Yeah.
gets
It's
the
that. It's that.
All right.
This one?
Yes.
Yeah.
He got his placement because of Chank, and he got his
By the
original
way,
Skybox
I'm not ashamed to
access
change
because of
my mind
Chank.
ever.
Again, this just shows the DNC's
Yeah.
lack of knowledge of the streaming space. They saw his tweet and like minutes later booted him. That is such a bad estimation and understanding. I was at the
It's
DNC.
gonna sound
guys.
really
Yes,
nitpicky.
I was there behind.
What?
But just notice throughout this video how she hand waves. There's an instance. There's a repetitive motion where you see in Destiny. If you watched enough of Destiny's content, you kind of understand how he talks and like exacerbates things
Yeah.
with his hands. She's emulated that for sure, like in a lot of different ways.
He
I
totally
was
does that
honestly
shit.
I was thinking if this is a Destiny impression, this is the worst Destiny impression I've ever seen. But I'm assuming there's
No,
Cool.
no, not.
I don't.
You'll
I
see.
don't know.
I'll pinpoint
Yeah,
every
yeah, I got
single
it.
instance. Yeah.
I gotta let me.
I mean, like,
going
it is
to-
true that, like, yeah, no, loads of people do that. No shit, Sarky. Loads of people do that. Loads of people do everything. Doesn't mean that, like, you can't, like, emulate a person
It's
for
the
a certain trait.
It's
Okay,
the
but I don't
frequency.
think that that's especially a Destiny thing, and I think that's what Sarky's getting at too. This is
Sure,
just-
it's the frequency though, and it's the way she's done it. If I could do a play-by-play and show like even some of the hand movements where it's like, yeah, like I've seen it before. Trust me on this. I see it. I see it. It's like once you get it in your head, once you understand every little skinwalker thing that these people do, food shops, Erudite, fucking Supreme, J-Stock,
Wait, food
it
shops,
gets
Skinwalkers,
on
Destiny?
your fucking nerves, and it's like,
I-
God, get out, stop, get out of my
I think
brain.
I think Justical, if you want to argue someone who likes skinwalks, but I don't think he does it. I think he does it in a decent way, but like he very
J-Stock
clearly
will-
emulates Destiny. He does the
J-Stock
wait,
will-
wait,
Yeah,
hold
go
on.
ahead.
Let me speak. You know, the shutting down of conversation and then trying to control the room type shit that Destiny does much more. The constant disbelief reactions and whatnot. That's more Destiny. You know, the shocking, the beyond shock reactions to things that he disagrees with, like that sort of thing.
Okay, there's phrases as well. So you've heard this by J-Stock, and you will hear this,
Dude,
I think even in this video, by Erudite a lot. Just to be clear,
Yeah,
Something
yeah,
Oh,
like
I've
that.
said that before.
the frequency.
Let me be clear. Yeah, that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you'll see.
Look,
You'll see what
I say
I've
it from
said
Obama though. I say it from
Bro,
Obama.
I've said that shit. I'm starting to have a self.
I told you, it's literally all of us do it.
Running things. Do you want to see my creds? You mean you got to keep your creds? Oh yeah, baby. I got to keep my creds. There you go. Proof I was there. All right.
But wait. Since when did food shops skinwalk Destiny? This is like so new to me.
Okay. It's so hard to explain to people, but you have to watch enough of her content. Her entire shtick, I think she'll even tell you herself, she was inspired by Destiny. She watched so much Destiny.
Yeah, he's the big
She was
streamer.
obsessed with his content. And so, like, in the natural movements, like, even the, like, oh, man. There's one example that I see her do a lot, and it's like a very subtle thing, but once you pinpoint it, it's like, oh my god, dude, like even the subtler things. Like Destiny does this thing sometimes where he'll end off a sentence and he'll like kind of like not slam, but like hit the table enough where like the mic can pick it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And almost every time food shops will do that.
But
After,
the thing
like-
I don't like, first of all, there's two things I want to say. First of all, Sarky points out something that that the vibe I get every single time is everyone thinks that everyone is a skinwalker. It feels like whenever I get into this, whenever someone, it feels like this is very specifically with Erudite, is whenever I ask someone like, why do you think she's a skinwalker? It always starts being like, they start mentioning every single orbiter and just talking about how everyone skinwalks, which is, if you want to say that, fine. But also, I don't think that copying mannerisms is a bad thing. Like that's, we do this in social situations all the time. I don't think it's a special thing for DGG.
It's
I think
not, it's
everyone
not that it's like a morally bad thing. It's just like if you want to be a unique content creator that stands out.
But everything's derivative, right? Like that's...
Well, everything's derivative, but then there's being influenced, and then there's like almost like not a fucking what's the best way to put it? It's like fucking copying, but just putting it to what you do already. It's just like there's a frequency. Again, it's the frequency. I'm telling you, I feel like a schizo saying this. Like when I see it in Smeth, it's like, dude, that's like basically wannabe Mr. Girl. Like that is
Smeth
like
is
somebody who is
Smeth
trying
is
to
one
be
I'll
Mr.
agree with.
Right?
Smeth feels like you're talking to Mr. Girl. Yeah,
I know. So you understand this, like intuitive, like you just kind of understand.
Yeah.
It's
I don't
the
think anyone
amounts
reaches the
that they're
tier of Smeth.
taking, you'll understand.
Yeah, and everyone says Erudite's the one, so I do want to see it in particular. If we can go back, well, let's see food shops first.
Well,
You can make an argument
listen,
food shops does
Gather-
it more, but I think it's just almost on the same terms. Yeah.
Gather really wanted me to look at this, so
You have
let's see.
regulations that are backed up by rule of law. Now, if you'd like, you could put the specific law that you claim, or the specific regulation, or whatever you're terming it, you could put it into the chat, and we will look at that specific one and see if that's the one they broke and whether or not that's a law or not.
Sure, very specifically, right? We can look into that specific law, but however, it is more about...
Sure.
Yeah, no, I do this sometimes too.
I don't know. Wait, what are we pointing out?
However, like it's just the way
like
things
the
are being
super-
said.
Okay, yeah, you know what? Maybe I could see it.
Yeah. You
the fact that you're
the fact that
equating it
she's like
specifically
complete
to the
opposite
one
end of the spectrum, where she's like a
Trump
trans
has
Asian
broken,
woman.
okay? Not the one that Trump has broken, but the one that he is being charged.
Sorry?
It was hard for me to pick up on it at first because of the trans Asian woman versus Hispanic Cuban white dude. But maybe I can see it once I
I
bridge it
know
down.
you have a tough time not focusing on when someone's trans.
Yeah, or
area.
race in
It's
particular.
like a
I
very,
categorize very hard into race, exactly.
very, very difficult thing for you to do.
And I've caught myself doing skinwalking stuff because I've watched a lot of Destiny myself. So like, I'm not.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not.
But this is like the Red Scare shit.
I've never done this.
By the way, me talking about everything in fucking terms of U.S. politics, but like this is the communism thing, right? Where everything becomes communism after you break it down enough. Like this is everything is skinwalking, bro. It's every single fucking thing. We're McCarthying the shit out of skinwalking.
Carrier, do you not? You admitted earlier that it's inevitable for people to emulate content creators when they watch them all the time.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's something that we should be even like bothering to shame for. It's just a natural human. Seems like a human nature.
It's cringe when I will say it's cringe when it's like very exacerbated. And
I think the cringe part is just that a cringe person is doing it. That's what it is.
Okay.
I think there should be a little bit of a healthy bullying, a little bit, not like where it's like overkill. But like, there should be a little bit of healthy bullying where it's like, dude, like, why are you copying these mannerisms? Be yourself. Like, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
But how else are you supposed to communicate when this is what you like kind of absorb through osmosis constantly? If you're watching
Listen, Carrier.
That's
the part. Sorry.
No,
the
you
part
go.
that you're
You
supposed
go.
to It's cool. The part that you're supposed to communicate out of that is who you are. You can have like things that you pick up from people, like pieces. But you're supposed to be a person out of that, and people get the sense that like Erudite has muted herself. Kind of like that one stream where like it was me and Cool Kid, and I let him take over. Very much, it feels like Erudite has like another person in the room.
Yeah,
with her all
but
the
you know what I
time.
think?
And
Like,
it's just
the
like
vibe
the ghost of DGG.
But that's what I've been saying. Is like that's consistent. That's literally what I know her as, is the more muted person that will take a backseat and let someone else speak. Like she's just herself
That's
still.
a convenient way to view it.
Okay,
if you watch
However
her
you say it.
old content, like even when she was being first interviewed and talked to with Destiny, it's like night and day. It's not even like remotely the same. Like she is much more relaxed and within herself, kind of subdued, kind of boring, but like kind of like you're yourself boring. Like I believe you're that person. You're being yourself. It's not like that with current day stuff.
Okay, wait, hold on. This looks like it.
I was given the information as well to slow my speech down, so I will try to talk slower. I get very excited.
That is not a Destiny mannerism. That right there, that is like actually the opposite of Destiny. No fucking way. Case closed.
People with ADHD often have CPTSD because they were treated like forcing a square peg in a round hole.
No, Sarky, I know people would naturally adopt his mannerisms, and some of them are actually just beneficial, and it's rational to take them on. But it's like, when your whole personality, when it feels like people get the sense that there isn't anything outside of that, that's when it becomes creepy.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get that.
I would definitely agree with you that people with ADHD.
Didn't you just say that you believed her personality was just being muted and letting other people walk all over?
Not walk all over her. Why are you like this? That's such a shitty interpretation. No, I just think that she's more muted and reserved, like a reserved person. Some people aren't like outspoken and loud, and then when she does speak, like the thing that would throw me off is like if she was. Well, honestly, I just need to see more of the skinwalking. You haven't gotten me there.
Cool. Oh my fucking god, what did I just
Disabled
do?
or
I'm an ape.
Other than basically the
actually.
fact that I vehemently disagreed with people from the ND community and from not. Impulse control in what way? We deal with a bombardment of thoughts. Yeah, so impulse control is typically for ADHD people, it's largely the thoughts. Yeah. So the cingulate gyrus is like up in here. I wish I had like a little brain so I could hold up and point it at you. The cingulate gyrus basically lies between your prefrontal cortex and your
I think it was the most
lobe,
current video with the
and
Hassan thing that exemplifies this the most in my brain. Like, where I'm like, okay, you see it, like it's very clear when she gets passionate and she's trying to debunk Hassan. There's very like clear communicators of what like Destiny mannerisms I'm thinking of.
But maybe the cringe part is that she doesn't know what she's talking about? Maybe that's what makes you guys cringe?
That is the most cringe part, yes. But like, yeah, the Destiny mannerisms, the copying, just like exemplifies the cringe even more. Because then
maybe
it's just, like, it doesn't even feel like I'm looking at you. I'm looking at.
You're looking,
like,
yeah. You don't want to be dollar store Destiny, obviously. That's the problem. But
yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's like creepy or like.
By the way,
No,
I worry about. Sorry.
It's your stream, bruh.
I worry about talking about this because I feel like after the Nina thing, I'm on like thin ice a little. So I don't want to get like booted into the like anti-fan camp.
We're not anti-fan. Look, I'm here. You have a erudite strongest warrior over here. All right. Yeah.
I'll take all the flack. I'm the anti-fan here. I'll take all
you got your yin and your yang here. Me and
I'm the anti-fan of like a lot of these fucking streamers. So I'll take the flack.
Yeah, I'm not a Destiny anti-fan. I like Destiny. I just think what people say about Erudite being a skinwalker, I have gotten that vibe before.
Really was. You guys are lucky because I work behind the scenes on a lot of this stuff. So you guys get the like behind the scenes tea, but I'll just give it to you super straight. So maybe one of the more boring things I've ever been to, it's not my cup of tea, okay? It is very weird going to an event, A, being Canadian, so I'm like, I can't vote for any of this, so I don't care that much. And B, in my mind, politicians work for me and like us. Politicians aren't celebrities, we don't really care. I know like tons of people who have met Justin Trudeau just because it's like, it's just a less special thing. So all of like the...
Sorry, can we just let her get to it? Like,
can I just say the mini top lifeguard thing is really cute. I like it. I like this outfit.
Okay. You're not gay. You wish you were gay so bad.
Fanfare.
I find it attractive.
Yeah, all the fanfare.
You fucking sped.
Okay.
Kill
like,
in a video
it's a
game.
politician, which is like a celebrity. It was very weird to me. So I actually wanted to watch Hassan getting kicked out and kind of give you guys some back end review on it because I think it's interesting.
Oh wait!
By the way, don't call me out on that. That was Destinyism, all right? Pausing the video to comment on the outfit.
I was thinking to myself, I'm so normalized to some of these fuckers and how they talk that sometimes I forget some of the mannerisms.
There you go. I skinwalk.
Yeah, it's the inflection in the voice, you know, like I've heard that kind of inflection and that way of speaking from Destiny
Yeah.
a billion
I think
times.
that's a positive. I think it's good.
Yeah,
I think
no.
it's a good habit to give
Dude.
people props when they pull off an outfit. That's what I think.
Dude, no. One of the things that Destiny does do that. He's like, oh, this is a good point to like be a feminist. Let's go. But then also your inflection, Emery pointed it out when you were like, oh, that's actually a really nice talk. He does that like rising thing. He
What?
does that all the time.
Okay, are we gonna get into like the phrenology shit, like tier? Where
No,
we're
your
like,
inflections.
will.
we're
I
rating
will.
Wolfblood?
I'm
Legit.
completely schizo. I see the main.
Yeah, get the protractor out. We're gonna measure the curves of these fucking sound waves. All right, it's
Your
fine.
actual inflections, they mirrored what he does.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
I feel like
Okay,
Charlie.
Maybe I
gets
watch a lot of Destiny
listening.
content, and I also think it's a good thing. When I see him on stream and he pauses
And
the
all the
video to say, "I like this
Right.
outfit," I'm like, "Wow, it's
So
a good thing to
well
give someone
organized.
props like that." You know, maybe
Word.
that's how my mind works. You know,
Yeah, cool.
that's a good
Nice and
habit. I should
so
try and pick that up.
very, very defensive of you.
Easy and simple, and it's really not.
The
it's
judgy
super
thing,
chaotic.
by the way,
There's
that was a skinwalk, Kari. The judgy thing, that's you. Skinwalking
What?
Destiny
No.
right now. Yeah.
Destiny is not like this.
Yes, he is.
He does not
Yeah,
have
he
a
does it to
trademark
Mr.
on
Mutin,
being like
and I'm your
catty.
Mr. Mutin. Remember?
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Cry about
a whole
it.
bunch of like
Oh, man, beginning
really
fresh, though.
strict
Yeah.
ways in which that people and whatnot can communicate. So funding has
The
to be
hand
really
motions,
strict. And,
dude.
like,
I just do not. I've never seen her do it so much before the skinwalking.
Wait, really? That's
I
what I
just
knew it
didn't.
for.
No, I
It's like
did
she's
never
the
see
big
it,
hand
no.
waving. She's the big hand motions like that, where she's moving her whole body. That's what
Yeah.
I like knew her as. That's a very erudite thing.
Is it? Okay, I'll give her it, but
Talking with her hands.
It's a
Yeah,
very
look, she's
high-
doing it here.
higher order
Yeah.
processing center. So
Okay, fair
when people
enough,
say
fair
impulse
enough. I
control,
made-
they
It's an
often think of
eruditism.
people like,
Okay.
I just can't control my.
Yeah, she
okay,
very
fair
much
enough,
does
fair
that.
enough. Sorry.
Talks
I'm-
very
I'm
much with her
funny.
hands.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
Yeah, but
I'm
food
seeing
trucks-
ghosts now.
The hand movements here are very Destiny coded.
where
Yeah, that's true.
I have a suspicion. So first of all, they didn't really know who he was because my understanding is that Chank got him in. So it's not like the DNC went out of their way. Obviously, if I'm wrong, if he's got like this explicit thing that
I'm
proves
wrong-
that the DNC reach out to him directly, but
But
my
isn't that a
understanding
wrong
is that he
habit?
wasn't reached
Yeah, I
out
could say
to.
that's
He
a
got
Destiny thing,
his
but that's like a
placement
good
because of
habit too,
Chank.
couching your
And he got his
language.
original Skybox
It's
access
a good
because of
thing,
Chank,
sure.
which is like
But
fine.
it's
It's fine for
Destiny,
him to
so
be there.
I'm
I have no
counting
issue
it.
with him being there.
All right,
Obviously.
all right.
The
We'll
problem
take the
is that
positive
after
ones
they
and the
watched
negative
like
ones.
some
Is that
of
what
his
we're doing?
Sure,
interviews
yeah.
with like different politicians, they probably didn't want to work with him anymore because they're like, oh, fuck. Even Rogue Kana was hated. So yeah, he was probably like not priority.
Sarky, why are you engaging with us in the most retarded way possible? Hey, Jess, it's pretty okay. We've had a few hitches, few reschedulings, but whatever. You're engaging this in the most autistic way possible. There are traits or behaviors or things that everyone can exhibit, but you can still emulate from a person in particular, especially when it's collected all together. Like, for example, doing the hand movements isn't necessarily just like a Destiny-ism, or like looking to the side, or like incredulously repeating a question to like try to signal that they're being stupid. Like that, it's not all exclusive to him, but when you couple it together, it's not, it gets more convincing that it came from one place.
Yeah.
Prioritized to have floor seating anymore. And so when a delegate needed a space, he was like the first one to go. Cause it's like, why the fuck are they gonna like make sure to prioritize Hassan's seat over people who are like warmer? And of course, just so it's clear, of course he was talking shit. He's a tank.
Just so it's clear.
Like, he's anti-electoral. He's an anti-electoral agitator. I literally had a conversation with Rogue and his team when they're like, yeah, we're gonna go talk to him. And I was like, oh, are you prepped? And they're like, yeah, you know, he like, you know, he's a progressive. And I was like,
Just so it's clear, very clear.
you know, I don't want to overstep. So I didn't say much, but I was like, I don't know. I was like, you know, just really try to sell them electoralism, I think is what we said.
I think she does.
In terms of like censoring myself.
All right.
Is this an acceptable sample size? All this so far, or do you guys feel like I haven't seen the real shit?
No, we're analyzing. Okay.
All right.
If I see something, I'm gonna say
He's so horny to go like, look, I haven't seen evidence yet.
something, right? Obviously, we started off the week.
So this is something that what he said, like if I see something, I'll say something. That's like, this is what you come to expect from streamers specifically. This is what the DNC is really, really not ready for, is how TikTokers are probably the type of people, not all of them, but many of them are.
Zarky, I can use things that most people do to build my narrative if it overlaps with things that Destiny does.
Yeah.
And
just like
it all collects together.
Yeah. It's just like you ever seen fucking Guardians of the Galaxy where he shits on him for saying I have a plan? He's like, that's my thing, all right?
Okay.
I say I have a plan. You don't say that.
If person A says I have a plan, wears red pants and whistles every 2 seconds, and then someone does all 3 of those things, are you gonna go like, bro, everyone whistles, everyone can wear red pants, everyone says I have a plan, and you can have like any kind of argument to say that they're emulating someone?
You have like 1 or 2 things here so far that are very like common things. Let me be clear, by the way, I already pointed this out, but let me be clear is a thing that was very popular because of Obama. You know that, right? So every liberal knows let me be clear. That's like the number.
Cool.
The type of people that
because Obama said it doesn't mean that like anyone could have.
Well, how am I not copying Obama, huh? We all watch. We all are familiar with Obama.
No. I mean, I'm not saying that you necessarily didn't pick it up from Obama. I'm just saying that there is like a likelihood if you're.
No, the implication here is that they picked it up from Destiny. That's the big. That's your big selling point. That is the thing.
And I think it's fairly likely if all of these traits overlap and you have like 3 big things that he does all the time.
Well, you know what? I
don't know if that's a crazy thing to say.
My evidence, the negative so far, is that I'm seeing a lot of old erudite here in this video. All right, look at her. She's autistically bouncing in place. Okay, she's waving her hands like crazy. She's kind of talking all girly. This is very erudite so far. Very old erudite. Her unique personality quirks.
I'm glad she's retained.
She's not in the sunken place. All right.
Herself. Yes, I'm glad.
give them a sponsorship, they'll probably just say about it. It's really hard.
Let me say one thing real quick.
Sure.
Okay. I don't think any of this stuff would bother me to the degree that it does if I felt like she was... You know how orbiters, they'll go in, even like some of the ones that are like in love with Destiny, like they suck his cock or whatever. There are actual conflicts with some of the orbiters that like, oh, you can get some good engagement out of. Here's the distinct differences between what aaaa thinks of a situation and what Destiny thinks of a situation, or what Pisco thinks of a situation and Destiny. Like, there's distinct conflict. There's not as much constant agreement. This person does. I've never seen this person meaningfully have any conflict with Destiny. So,
you know, it's funny
I'm
you say that.
exaggerating this because it feels more like this is my idol. I gotta copy everything my idol does.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because
it's pathetic.
The thing about so your 2 examples, one I agree with, one I don't. aaaa, I 1,000,000% agree with you. He comes in with some ideas that seem very normie coded, and that's why he says them. And then he might be either right or wrong on it, and he disagrees with Destiny there. But the thing is, I don't know about Pisco. I think Pisco marries himself to some really autistic opinions just to force disagreements, and I find that really cringe. And I like Pisco, by the way. I think he's way more intelligent than I am. But like, I think that's.
What a shocker.
I get a bit of cringe out of that, is that when you try and force disagreement, because you know what, it's funny, I think that's a very DGG coded thing to do, is try at every angle to disagree with Destiny as much as possible just because you want to have an argument, because having arguments is what he's known for.
That's fine, but even I don't even know if I agree with that, but say I did agree with that, at least that's entertaining to watch to some degree. And there's something like where like I can actually feel like, okay, this person's not just like totally dick riding this person for their own content, or I do see personality in Pisco that feels distinctly him, even if there's a lot of DGG coded stuff still, but it feels distinct enough. There's enough variety there to where I'm like, oh, he's not a total cocksuck. Like this person is just like,
even if it's like a token disagreement where they're just trying to force a disagreement so they don't.
I don't even think I agree with you there. But let's say like there's token disagreements. Like I don't even know if that's the case. But like at least it feels distinct enough. Like there's a challenge there. Like I've seen like them argue for like hours before. I don't think it would just be a token disagreement if it was. I think most of his disagreements with Destiny are pretty sincere. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like we're always running to the margins in those combos. I feel like we're always running to the margins and trying to find the slightest bit of disagreement, and that's like kind of like lame to me. And you know what's funny? It's like the That's the shit that happens in these DGG discords and shit. I think you'd like it a lot if you like that, because that's all of what it is. It feels like Pisco conversations where we're running to the margins, trying to find disagreements, and we're trying to argue as much as possible and emulate Destiny as much as possible. That's what we get in these.
Okay, what's lamer in content? What's lamer in content creation? Having somebody that's your orbiter that challenges you at times, even if it's just token disagreements or whatever, and you're going to be good. What's lamer? That, or having someone just totally like agree with you in every single kind of way possible, adds like very little value besides what like she's being paid to do in terms of setting up bridges or whatever, which that's a whole other thing. I like bridges. I don't know. I've never seen a conversation with Erudite and Destiny where it felt like there was meaningful conflict and that there was actually something engaging. Like I never seen like any value, and I know that she has disagreed with him on stuff before, so I know there's always been that possibility of like meaningful conflict. She just won't take the risk.
I think that I think there's a mistake in the world right now and general culture is that the only way to find truth is to disagree and have conflict. I don't think that that's always where you get. I don't think you need a thesis and an antithesis to find a synthesis. I think that you can already just have a synthesis at most things, generally have an agreement and kind of explore a truth together, running things back and forth. You can have slight disagreements, but that's usually angled towards something that you both kind of already know in the back of your head, and you eventually arrive at it. That seems to be.
I'm not thinking of truth. I'm thinking of entertainment. Like when I watch these people and I criticize these people for whatever reasons I have, like me, at the end of the day, like I can judge people critically, morally, or whatever, but at the end of the day, these people are still like entertainment to me. Like that is the foundation of what we're doing here, at least trying to do. Like that's what I'm judging on, is like this person's a boring fucking flat bland personality that's like not really engaging at all and wants to copy every mannerism of Destiny to feel distinct when she's not.
But I think that she has a lot of her own mannerisms. So if it's mannerisms, we can disagree on that for now. But like, I think that you have a point. Actually, I think that is less engaging. People like conflict more, and that's why you have the two podcasts where Bridges just generally gets less viewers. But you know who does? There is an audience for Bridges, and I am in that audience. I like the military.
You know what I think is happening?
To be fair, it's not that I'm saying Erudite has literally zero of like any like original like mannerisms or things, but there's so much of like influence from Destiny and so much that I see that it annoys the fuck out of me, and it takes away like any like possibility. I don't like her as a person in general, but it takes away the possibility of me even like really feeling like I see her. Like I don't even know what I see. I don't even feel like I see her. I feel like she's kind of hiding a little bit. I don't see enough. Yeah.
All right, what were you about to say?
Number one, I am an acolyte of Child Logic. You heard it here first.
Okay.
Number two, I think what's happening here is the people who have streamed or like want to be successful streaming get irritated at her. And it seems to be, maybe we just fucking envy her. Because imagine you got to be like the top spot with like a really popular streamer where you're like the number one orbiter and you're just not funny. You're not entertaining at all. There's nothing to you that is that interesting.
Aiden Ross.
That's pretty fucking irritating.
That is actually pretty fucking irritating. That is actually really, really irritating, yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, no one likes seeing that. It's pretty
he's just genuinely unfunny, unintelligent, has nothing going for him. The funniest clips of him is when he's just like actually genuine retarded, doesn't know what fascism is, doesn't know what and he's running it the way, can't even read the words.
Aiden Ross is a good example, but at least you understand that the audience he's appealing to is fucking dumb little kids. And you're like, okay, well, at least in this weird abstract way, I can understand why he got famous, because he's appealing to a very niche audience of, not niche, but you know what I mean. Like he's appealing to fucking children, and so yeah, you get it.
Have you guys ever seen this before? This is
I
the most intelligent.
I think I've seen this, but I can't remember. No, yeah, go ahead, play.
Most intelligent debate I've ever seen.
Okay. Do you believe in the Big Bang Theory or Pangria?
What the fuck is Pangria? Like, that sounds like some World of Warcraft thing.
It's where islands, they were like the whole world was an island and it got split into continents.
The whole world or our planet?
Our planet. The world is the planet.
Well, one theory doesn't affect the other. They're both part of the same thing.
I know. But what I'm saying is, you know how like there's continents, there's
Yes, they got broken apart. Yes.
They got broken apart. So that's what that is. So I'm saying, which one do you believe in?
No, I believe in the.
It feels like every sentence I just lose like 4 IQ. It gets progressively more
The
stupid.
Big Bang makes all the plants and shit, and the plant is in a certain state or shape, or not shape, but has certain it's made a certain way, and then meteor happens and it splits up, right? And then we have continents. That's kind of how it happens. So they're both the same theory, right?
True. Okay.
One doesn't affect the other. It's like saying okay, I have buttered bread. Do you believe in butter or bread? Well, my bread is buttered. I can have both at the same time. I don't have to believe in one or the other. They're both there.
Oh no. Oh man.
I'm trying to understand the logical syllogism, how it's analogous.
Oh,
bread is buttered.
Did you ever see that clip of Aiden being like, well, the reason I'm voting Trump is, I think he's going to help women keep their rights to abortion. Like, it's bullshit what Biden's doing. Like, he thinks the opposite. Like, Trump wants to ban abortion, but he thinks Trump's going to protect abortion.
By the way, now we're actually in that reality where Trump has been forced, his hand has apparently been forced, and he thinks the only way to go forward is to start going kind of like pro-choice shit. Which is really funny, because he's losing so much support for it.
Did you see him, he advocated for people to smoke weed. He was like, we're going to allow weed, we're going to legalize it, or whatever. I think that was a recent thing.
Again?
I think so.
Or does he mean federally?
I think he said, yeah. Hold on, let me see. It was on callins.
Wait, he's totally shifted.
Or was it? God,
he's starting to realize.
No, he's changed entirely. But the thing is, this is the worst fucking thing he can do, because no one's going to vote for fascist Kamala Harris, because that's all that he would get from this is liberal votes, right? And then the only thing that he had that people would agree with him and disagree with Kamala on, and that was a real contrast, was the abortion thing, where he was kind of anti-abortion.
He said, as everyone knows, I was and will be again the most respected law and order president in U.S. history. We will take our streets back by being tough and smart on violent and all other types of crime. In Florida, like so many other states that have already been given their approval, personal amounts of marijuana will be legalized for adults with Amendment 3. He's like, whether people like it or not, this will happen through the approval of the voters, so it should be done correctly.
We're amending we're putting weed in the Constitution. Wait, what is he talking about?
No, he was saying
what does he mean amendment?
He says states that have already been given their approval, personal amounts of marijuana will be legalized for adults with Amendment 3.
Let me look this up. What is he talking about? Maybe
what that is.
Maybe that's what they call federal laws too. I should know this. I'm supposed to be civics aware. Amendment. Is there?
Third Amendment to the United States Constitution places restrictions on the quartering of soldiers and. Wait, what? No, that can't be what he's referring to.
It's not the Third Amendment. Okay, he's not talking about the Constitution. What is the Federal Amendment? He's probably missing a ton of context. There's probably like a million different names for it, but he's just calling it Amendment 3 for short. What is he talking about?
The point is he wants to legalize weed. He's getting desperate.
Okay. I hear you.
What do you think?
He basically had to flip his platform because he no longer has a niche there anymore.
Oh, he's talking about in Florida. He's talking about it at a state level. Amendment 3 is for the state. Yeah, the state.
Word. Okay. Got you.
Got you. Yeah. Gotcha.
Shut the fuck up. Kill yourself. No, in a video game. Not for real. I was joking.
I literally had the gun, by the way. You almost forced my hand
Harry,
there.
Stop. Harry, you need to stop talking because I'm gonna get my platform nuked.
There's no guns in New Jersey, everyone. Calm down, audience. No such thing.
Very focused on like authenticity. And so if their streamer starts like talking about some shit that they're obviously never talked about before and have no personal interest in, like it would be weird if Hassan went to this and suddenly like started glazing Kamala Harris, right? Everyone would know that he's grifting and being paid. And that's kind of like one of the issues that I think old school media heads are having with like new modern alternative media with like influencers and unregulated amateur social media faces, basically, is that they'll say whatever the fuck they want. They're not media trained. They don't want to be media trained. They hate the media a lot of the time. And so you'll get these traditional media, like you need to think all of these Congress people, all of
that
the
one is-
funders, all these people are.
That one has to be a Destinyism. The hand motions there. Did you see how she did that? I see that all the time from Destiny.
I'm sorry, Emery, but I was too
God.
distracted by the fact that I fully disagree full-heartedly with what she just said. I think that there's a huge
so
audience
true.
of people who just want their mainstream media to agree with them. And if you look in like general, like I've been paying attention. I've been trying to keep a thumb on this because I like looking at the general audience reaction and trying to filter out what are bots and not, obviously. But it seems like people really hate that liberal media is just covering Trump for free and shit, and they're like. And but the reason why is because they're not full-throatedly just praising Kamala. Or
I think you broke up a little bit there.
Carrier, yeah, good. He broke up for you as well. I was worried it was my upload speed for a second there.
what part did I break out at?
Okay, you broke out basically halfway through that. Just go over it.
Oh, I think that people are really upset at the mainstream media. What she just said is kind of dumb because she's saying the new shit where people don't want 100% glaze the candidate is unpopular or is more popular now. But I think that there's actually a very large audience for people who just want to see their candidate get glazed nonstop. I think that's a thing that Americans like for some reason.
Yeah. I want to see my candidate get glazed.
Me too. I want to see that on camera.
I'm a freak.
Yeah, for
You
real.
need
For
to
real.
think. All of these Congress people, all of the funders, all these people are used to traditional media. They're used to journalists that have gone to school for 4 to 6 to 8 years in journalism, that have a pretty standard approach to ethics, that have a major corporation liability and major corporation like standards.
Stop doing that. Stop it. It's
Maybe
funny.
they're just really similar people. Maybe they're just naturally very similar.
Hope.
You don't get it. It's just a coincidence that like she
What is
just
it?
like turned into Destiny for a few seconds.
Well,
are you
even when
talking
she argued with Mr. Girl way
Major.
back when she was protecting like Destiny, she was much more herself there. Like it felt like genuine. Like she was actually like I didn't feel like a Destiny clone.
I just
arguing with
realized
Mr. Girl.
I'm an
It felt like
idiot.
her.
I'm just literally arguing with vibes. All right, I don't know what I'm doing.
No,
I shouldn't be
Carrier,
arguing. I should be
listen.
just trying to see what you guys are
Listen,
talking about.
imagine if I was talking to you.
What is the exact thing she's doing?
I don't
Imagine
see
if I was talking to you, Carrier. Wait, imagine if I was talking to you and I code switched and I was like, a much larger corporate liability. And I just started like talking and I did my arms out and I did all that shit. You wouldn't start to feel a little weird about that?
No, I'd probably just be like, why the fuck are you screaming?
Corporate
I don't think that's not
liability.
Yeah, that's not I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking. Can you show me a Destiny clip where he
Very
does that? Is that what
harsh
he's known for?
enunciation, punctuated by hand movements. It's
Yeah,
just,
I don't
You
think
don't
of
get it?
Destiny when I see that. No.
I feel
Are
like
you for real? This
we see the
And I'm
Matrix
100%
and he doesn't yet, at least with this
Yeah.
person. It's like, okay.
yeah,
Maybe.
Carrier just doesn't see like when people
Maybe.
behave similarly.
I don't know. Everything's pointing in my head to you guys being you guys fucking kidding yourselves right now. That's all.
I mean,
So
It's fine.
I kind of
It's
envy
not
it
easy
a little
being more
bit.
intelligent
I
than
envy it
everyone
a little bit because it bugs me. I can't stand it.
Pretty standard approach to ethics, that have a major corporation liability and major corporation like
Sorry,
somehow
don't
saw
pause. Don't
that.
pause. I was just saying, how do you not see it?
How? Just how?
Like how?
That's what they're used to working.
It's just
gonna get
not
out
like
and
especially
the media will
Destiny
shit talk
thing.
them.
Especially
But
not like you know what's missing too is he only like gets super expressive like this when he's arguing with someone. When he's just chilling and talking to his chat, he's much more reserved and calm. That's not
No, he goes from 0 to 100 with his chat. Even
yeah.
he's not
If they're
arguing with the
disagreeing with
person.
him and shit, she's not even disagreeing with anyone right now. She's just talking. And you know what? Look at some old Erudite content. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think she's always just talked like this too. I think this is yet another eruditism that you guys are mistaking. Because you know what's crazy? You know what I think is happening right now? I'm starting to see it now. Is maybe you guys are just have Destiny stuck in your heads and she doesn't, and that's what's going on here. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe you guys have them fucking lodged into the side of your head or something. Jesus.
Sarky, you again comparing me saying
Sarky's
that like
completely.
something...
By the way, Sarky's blowing Kari the fuck out tonight apparently because she's.
No, I feel like he's trolling because he's basically saying like me saying, "Oh, Erudite has a microphone, Destiny has a microphone," is like the same character as me saying, Erudite does the same hand movements and the same enunciation when she speaks as Destiny to punctuate her point. There's a little more substance to the second than the first.
I agree, Sarky.
Kind of this like tit for tat relationship between businesses and this isn't just politics. This is businesses, everything, and mainstream media. But now we have this whole new group of unprofessional, uneducated a lot of the time. That doesn't mean that they're worse by any means, but there's no regulation. There's no standards of principles. There's not even standards of liability, like a company that can come down on them and be like, how dare you? They're just kind of all sticking their necks out there. And it's really hard to just sue a bunch of random streamers, obviously. Everyone is trying to get into the social media world. And it's really fascinating because I'm a baby in social media, but I learned a lot.
I was about to point out another one, but
like
I feel like I'm schizo if I say this one. I'm like truly schizo. I don't know how I can argue this one. Can you go back a little bit, just a tiny bit, like 20 seconds maybe?
I'm a big one. It's really a company that can come down on them and be
that exact thing.
Like, how dare you? They're just kind of all sticking their necks out there, and it's really hard to just sue a bunch of random streamers. Obviously.
Pause. I feel like this is more schizo in my brain. Maybe Kari will even disagree with me. But I feel like I've heard Destiny speak like that a lot to emphasize some things too when he's communicating a point.
That time I didn't see it.
Okay.
I didn't see the Matrix that time.
Okay. I could be reaching. I don't know. It's in my head.
One I feel like is
once
more
you
of a
see
reach.
it, you see it. But maybe I'm reaching there.
Everyone is trying to get into the social media world, and it's really fascinating because I'm a baby in social media, but I learned a lot very quickly about like how it works, and they're having to learn quickly too. But the problem is that they're really slow moving ships, and so they don't pivot quickly. They're not used to the fact that like streamers are going to probably say whatever they want. Streamers and content creators that have grown up on the internet have this internet culture and ethics that the mainstream media just doesn't really operate within. Not that mainstream media is just inherently unethical. They have just different sets of ethics that they prioritize, especially. Authenticity being number one priority for a lot of streamers and content creators. Authenticity is not number one priority for a lot of journalists because they can't be authentic because they're there representing the Washington Post or the Sun or like whatever it is, not just themselves. They were not prepared for streamers. They were not prepared for small content creators or the content creators they brought at all. And I'm so curious to see if they keep bringing them out. They probably will because, again, everyone's wowed by numbers of views and that's all they care about. And let's be honest, you get a lot of views. Brian Tyler Cohen had like 70K tuned into him at one point. Really big numbers. But
yeah, but you know, she disagrees with herself there. Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't fucking, he glazes the shit out of the candidates. That's why he gets way more views than fucking Hassan right now. Like I don't know. She said some stupid shit earlier. I disagree with her. Also, you know, the one thing I'm sympathetic to for the skinwalking is just that she seems to 1,000,000% agree with Destiny on most things. Sure. I could agree with that. It seems like she's kind of defaulted to
more or less.
deferring. She's kind of defaulted to deferring to Destiny.
Have you seen Cherry's video on Erudite?
No. Is this the big hit piece that will change my mind?
I don't know if it'll change your mind, but it is interesting. It's not just about skinwalking. I don't even think she really mentioned skinwalking. She does mention that Erudite is inauthentic. She feels inauthentic, which I agree with, and a lot of people I've talked to about this, I've agreed with in certain spaces.
Okay,
but
Not So Erudite is Mr. Carl.
It's the what is inauthentic about Not So Erudite part one. pretty
This
long,
looks
but
interesting.
there's timestamp chapters for what you want exactly. But
Okay.
To be fair, Cherry is. I love Cherry. She is the biggest not so erudite hater by far. I've never seen someone hate this person more than her.
I don't know. That might be true.
Yeah.
Really, really good person. Like
I was
only
I was one of the few who in the background in the scenes before I even started chatting with people on live on stream at all. I was always saying I was saying to Kilo, you know who Kilo is, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So me and Kilo would have arguments about this because Kilo was friends with Not So Erudite. I don't know if they're still friends. I don't think so. But I would literally tell him, I was like, this is why I don't trust her. The list A, B, C, D, we'd have our fucking arguments about this. And like, he literally messaged me one time. He was just like, okay, I see what you're talking about with Erudite. I get it now. Like, it's like, I've been on this hating Erudite bandwagon for quite a while. I think even way before Cherry.
Oh, okay. So you think you're the most anti-erudite person?
I'm
I don't
almost
really hate
anti
erudite.
a lot of people, but yeah.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I
don't have any dislike towards erudite.
I hate a lot of
At
people.
most.
I hate a lot of people. So
Do you
I'm just not a hater.
hate- like, when-
not like as in I wish they would die, but like I just don't like them. Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
When I say hate, I mean like I genuinely wish the worst on them.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. Yeah. I'm more like I really don't like your content. I feel like you're an inauthentic, like mean-spirited person or whatever, or like whatever criticisms I have. Why I don't like this person.
Really, I'm
Yeah, no.
honestly, I'm a bit more like, even when I have that, because when I share that opinion often, where it's like, but my reaction is always just, well, your content isn't for me. That's my feeling, and
Sure.
like for Queeman, that's what it's like. I don't hate him. I don't think, and honestly, I think his content is probably really good. It's just not for me. I'm not the audience.
With
so
Queen,
that's okay.
with Queeman specifically, I have very strong disagreements with things that he says and how he approaches certain content. Like I will not watch certain sections of people he chooses to cover because then it gets a little bit too mean-spirited and like actually unfunny to me on a personal level. I'm like, no thanks. But then there's people he covers like these people that I'm like, okay, yeah, based. Like you're going pretty.
Oh, sure.
Pretty
Then
hard
at
at
that point,
it.
you don't actually have an issue with what he's saying, with his methods or anything like that. It's just the target.
I think I'm pretty realistic where it's like, with Queeman, it feels authentic where I'm like, okay, I see what kind of person you are, so I'm not surprised. Does that make sense? Like, if I feel like I'm,
Oh, sure.
a specific
like you
reason why
genuinely
I hate a lot of these people a lot more than I would like for the actions of someone like Queeman who openly does stuff like that is that I'm like, okay, I know how to like work with that. I know how to avoid that if it's very transparent. I don't like snakes. I don't like the hypocritical behavior, the very like I don't know how to predict you kind of behavior, because then it's just like, who the fuck are you? Like, what do I do with that? Like, yeah, it drives me insane a little bit. Yeah.
He don't like the fake hoes, all right? He only
No, we do not like the fake hoes. No, we do not. Yeah.
because of like the personal benefits I have. And that's actually in part why I never go on his stream, is because I'm worried that he and others will feel like the only reason I'm friends with him is because of making game. But I just think he's a like deeply good person, even though he's a very flawed person as well. And he's a much better person than he gives himself credit for. And it makes me sad because he'll just like take other people talking like pretty horribly about him.
What is this sound effect in the background?
I don't know.
It's like
I'm not
schizophrenic. I don't like
gotta
it.
that, man.
It does stop after that intro. I don't know why she put it there.
Yeah, the woman breathing. It's very off-putting.
She never made a part 2. That made me mad because she was going to cover Erudite's.
Wait, she named it part 1 and didn't make a part 2.
Yeah.
Carrie!
Well, it's very long.
Carrie, what the fuck?
I have no fucking clue. Yeah.
Oh. I wonder if this is what it was.
I'll just like own it. And I'm like, bro, if you were literally anybody else who's more shitty than you, you would be like demanding that people like see your side more. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased, obviously, because he's a friend of mine, but I think Emery doesn't advocate for even how wonderful of a person he is. Like, I think most people, when I say good, I don't mean flaws, like, no flaws. I don't mean perfect. I mean, there's lots of flaws, but there's like a striving and an intentionality to try to see like improvement there. And maybe he hasn't always been that way, but since I've been interacting, I see like this intentionality to try to take responsibility. And try to self-improve.
I love how she's trying to like make it sound as malicious as possible and like unsettling, but it's just like a really like slow personal conversation about like I think it's Destiny's mental health or something. I don't know.
And like, goddamn, there's not a lot of people that are trying as hard as he is, and I don't know, I just really appreciate that about him and other people.
Yeah, I think it's just I struggle.
It's like,
I can see why from her point of
like
view.
a really good guy, you know? He's just like
I
a
can
really
see why,
good guy.
from Cherry's point of view, I 100% understand. If you feel like at the time, like you're kind of really, especially if you're like really emotional towards the subject and someone's just glazing the fuck out of them, it feels like that person is the fakest motherfucker of all time because you know all the things you hate about this person. And
sure, yeah.
so I can see why editing. It's not like just nonsense editing this together.
Yeah.
I feel like Stephen Kind. I would actually say, yeah, in a lot of ways he is. Like, that's an easy one for you to define, and like, know what examples of that would look like as someone who plays.
The audio's, again, no diss towards Cherry. The audio is just a bit way too loud.
I messed up after the intro.
Did she even edit the video?
I gotta watch it all the way.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's not you.
Anyways.
It's like, everyone does this, right? When they say, this is a good person, this is a bad person. And me over here, with my autism brain, is like, I don't know what this is. How does this look? I don't know. What is a good person? I'm confused.
She's so quirky.
Yeah, I'd say like he's not very nice. He's an asshole. He's got lots of flaws, but I do think he's good, like in a deep, well-rounded way.
I think like it's fine for not so erudite because she has a very like harsh enunciation, very clear. But when it comes to like Kelly Jean, like having more of a British accent that like rolls, it's just it doesn't work. Having like constant white noise.
I was watching J Stock's YouTube channel when
I love her set though. Like these candles go
She always
hard
has
as
like
fuck.
yeah, she's so fucking good with the set, dude. I love every
I wish my
background.
background looked like this. Have you seen her like her new set? Like the way it looks now?
No, but I remember all her old streams and looking at her set every time. I was like, holy shit, this is like some.
Does she like? She streams on Twitch, right?
Does she stream still?
She did.
I don't think she streams anymore.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think
she did once.
I think she was on Twitch, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't
remember her
stand
old
Twitch,
stream.
dude. I try not to watch people on.
Okay, I was like Cherry, but purely because she's from New Jersey. that's literally it. I was like, oh shit, someone from New Jersey, cool.
That's the last reason why I would think of liking Cherry, but I feel like the new set was really cool. I've seen it on J-Stuck stream a couple times.
Lav, short for Lavloon, who used to go by Femoid, now goes by Impish, was laughing at not so.
She streams on and off. Oh, I didn't realize. Still on Twitch or?
Erudite defending Destiny's good character.
When he's like
Too
blind
loud.
to his own flaws, I think he's really blind to it. I think what's unique about him as well is that like he's pretty open to hearing his flaws. He just needs to like hear it in the right way, which to be honest feels deeply, deeply human. I don't see him as painting himself as like just the victim in this situation because
his problem is that he's too accountable, right, Kyle? Like he's so charitable. He's
Okay,
Actually
you know what? Now
spitting.
that Lav has tossed her ring,
Yeah, you
I
have
think
to-
I have to agree with.
Yeah,
I
you
think I just
automatically
have to
have to-
concur with Emery. I
Yeah.
think I get the point of the video. On Twitch,
I do
usually,
think
I
that
think the last
that,
time I saw her doing.
Yeah, if you're primed
Sorry.
against Destiny and then you see this person coming in and saying, yeah, she's 1,000,000% it's clearly the most PR shit of all time. You know what she comes across as? She comes across as a politician, you know? It's the most PR shit, very inoffensive, perfectly concise language that can't be extrapolated out or clipped out so that it's like shitting on Destiny in any way.
You
But it
get it.
is
Oh,
criticizing him. Like
You get it. You're understanding.
yeah, but like that's not
okay,
honestly that's
so-
not a Destinyism, but that is a Destiny dick
No,
sucking.
I'm not saying that's a Destinyism. That's an authentic thing. Is part of what I'm saying.
So Carrier has found
maybe.
a nicer way of rephrasing what we were saying before, which is that she doesn't exhibit
Okay, you're
any
talking to
distinct
someone who likes
personality outside of being a
politicians, though.
reflection of Destiny.
You're talking to someone who likes politicians, though. There's just a thing where you try to appeal to the most people possible.
Yeah,
You
and
have to
by
stay
people
really
you mean
low.
DGG.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. So now, are you starting to see like the origin point of why people see her as like a skinwalker?
No,
She's just like a mirror of like what DGG wants.
Skinwalker. When you say Skinwalker, what I'm thinking is like she's literally copying Destiny in every way. She's not copying, but she's blowing him.
Maybe a more mature take, a more mature version of Emery's view of her might be she's a Skinwalker of an amalgam of what DGG wants their favorite streamer woman to be.
You think she's specifically just faking and being as DGG friendly
I don't
as
think
possible?
she's
Sure.
no. When you say faking, you frame it as like intentional. I don't think she's intentionally going out there and
You
like
think she's
putting on a
audience?
mask.
Okay, hold on. I think I know the language we're going for. She's audience captured by DGG, is what you're saying.
She's
it's
so
sincere.
audience captured. She's not distinctly anything outside of what they would want her to be in any given situation.
The reason
I'll grant you that she could be audience captured by DGG, which is a very easy thing to do.
Wait.
The reason.
Can you give me?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can you give me one video where like she basically has a simple take or any disagreement that she knows will like annoy DGG? Does she ever do that ever, or does everything like magically line up?
What do you mean? Yeah, obviously, I told you a million times that like this is the person who like agrees with Destiny on most things. But you know who's the easiest person to agree with on the internet if you really want to? It's fucking Destiny, because he couches all his language and shit all the time.
Yeah, no, Destiny is so reasonable. Everyone on the internet would
I didn't say
agree with him.
reasonable. Hold on.
So therefore,
fuck you. Okay, I didn't say reasonable. Okay, I said he's the easiest person to agree with if you want to. Okay.
No, you're cucking out. You're basically saying agree as in agreeable, like being
not agreeable.
diplomatic.
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying I'm saying something I'm not. I said easiest
do you
to agree
literally
with.
think it's easy to agree with Destiny? Like
Yes.
if you're like the average person on the internet like
Yes.
has an easy time agreeing
Yes.
with him.
Remember a great example of this is his debate with the Tony guy, where he was debating the one woman who like breastfed her child into like their teenage years. The Tony guy is like this excessively normal dude, and eventually he's just gonna come around to Destiny's opinion. It's because normal people can come around to Destiny's opinion. That's probably why he's grown so much as a streamer.
You've made like a huge leap from this one instance that like the average person is just like gonna default to Erudite's behavior and just be like.
I didn't say default to Erudite's behavior. I said
1.
you said she's audience capture. That's by default not a.
She's
not.
You were arguing that. Well, I know she agrees with every position that Destiny has. Well, most people would agree with everything that Destiny would say. Therefore, it's not really indicative of anything on her part.
Okay, I didn't say most people would agree with everything Destiny said. I said if you want to, you can really easily agree with Destiny. He's a very easy person to agree with.
Okay, so
and clearly she has incentives to because she's audience captured, right?
You're saying
so it all lines up. I wouldn't say it's fake. No, I would say that that's the person who genuinely wants to agree with Destiny.
What the fuck is your argument?
What do you mean?
What the fuck is your
I don't think
argument?
she's my argument was all the way back to I don't think she's a fucking skinwalker. I think that maybe the one thing I was coming around to was you guys said she's audience captured by DGG, which I can agree with.
No,
sure.
she's not just audience captured. She doesn't
It's
exhibit
insidious.
anything
It's more she's demonically possessed.
Okay. Hold on. Here's my perspective. Okay. Here's the sincere part about Erudite, is that I sincerely think she does emulate Destiny for a reason. For two, specifically. One, she actually agrees with him, thinks the way he carries himself, argues and presents himself, at least for the most part, when he wants to. He can, yes, do a really good job at debating his points and being reasonable. But the second, and that's a good thing to follow, to try to emulate, especially if you're trying to debate and convince people. And then the second reason is because she's connected and she has business ties and she has a whole audience capture. And so she's incentivized to keep emulating stuff like that, keep agreeing with the narrative because she's insecure. She wants to be liked. She wants her content to be liked. She wants to get money. She wants to be appreciated for the things she's doing. I think it's a combination of those two things that makes her want to subconsciously or consciously skinwalk every kind of thing that she can from Destiny to be able to make the most DGG safe.
Okay, then we're disagreeing on terms here. Yeah, because I agreed. Those are both things I've said, and I agree with that. I just think that like skinwalking implies that she's just straight up trying to be I think she's just audience captured by his community, and she emulates him a lot because she watches his content probably, and also talks to him a lot in person a lot. I just said a lot how many times in a row? That was a lot. But
this is what I mean by skinwalking, is if Smeth is carrying every single facet that he thinks would be interesting to watch for a specific audience around Mr. Girl, he's going to do that, especially since he loves Mr. Girl. This would be the same with Erudite. If she really loves Destiny's content and like she's incentivized to take a lot of aspects of his content and ideas and arguments and actually agree, and she actually agrees, and even when she doesn't agree, she feels incentivized to agree because she wants to be in good with the audience and not step on any toes. Yeah, like she's going to take.
Yeah, I don't feel like
it doesn't feel like her. It feels like she's trying to conform and be something that
okay, you just said the word that I was literally about to say is I don't think that this is skinwalking. I think this is just typical conformity, one of the most basic human behaviors.
That's what I mean by skinwalking, though. Enough conformity to where you emulate a person so much that it feels like you're copying the person. It's just another way of saying conformity or blah, blah, blah. It's just another version.
Yeah, she conforms. I agree. Okay. She's very conformist with DGG.
I don't think you can prove that she has a position that goes against DGG at all. Can we prove that she has a position in the past?
You're like asking me for something I would need to prep for. Fuck you.
I think
okay, cool.
A good example.
Do you think there's a position?
I think a good example of something she has publicly disagreed, but catered to the audience still, and like didn't do it in a meaningful, challenging way, is when Destiny was making the comments about the person who got shot at the Trump rally. She's very much not wanting to. She's tippy-toeing around it.
But you see the mindfuck part of this point, right?
Destiny.
You see the mindfuck part of this point, right? Is that it was very hard to argue with him about that. Like it's very hard.
I do remember this. I do remember. Yeah.
It's very hard to make a counter argument to that. Don't you think so? Like he's very persuasive.
I agree with Destiny on the perspective. So, like in my eyes, it's hard to make a meaningful counter argument besides like plain old empathy.
So why are we shitting on her in particular for it?
No,
well, I think Erudite's thinking of like how many connections can be severed from Destiny. So she's also thinking about her career and that aspect, and she feels incentivized by a lot of other people in the space that are disagreeing on the left, saying like this goes too far. Destiny's like taking it a little too far, and she publicly, just in case, wants to disagree, but she doesn't want to lose the bridge entirely. So she wants to make a disagreement, a public one, but not one that's actually meaningfully challenging, of like stepping into the zone and saying, hey, like Destiny, what I think you're doing is actually really wrong and like bad.
Like she peacecomed, where it was like the trying to force a token disagreement.
That's not a token disagreement. That's like a meaningful disagreement, because I think she actually thinks like, yeah, like no, that's not actually like what we want to be doing. Destiny, I don't think you should be doing this. It's like when Mr. Girl was like, hey, like I think you're like
so you think she's wrong, but you don't think she got convinced
in the wrong way, and he meaningfully challenged and like actually put Destiny on his toes with his audience.
Okay, I'm not repeating. To be clear, I'm not repeating this back to you to make it sound absurd.
I don't know.
I'm genuinely trying to gauge what you're saying here, but it sounds like what you're saying is she disagreed with you at first. You felt, and you agreed with Destiny on this, and then you feel that she didn't genuinely move to the Yura side of it. You feel like she still harbors the other opinion, but she's just agreeing to conform. Is that what you're saying?
She's openly said she disagrees with Destiny, so I don't think she's even moved to like Destiny's position.
Well, then she's not conforming at all.
Well, the conforming is not meaningfully challenging. Like the conforming is interrupting a meaningful challenge, a meaningful engagement of actually making interesting content, A, and B, just actually like showing a little bit of like principle.
You think but don't you feel like this is okay, maybe I'm hearing you wrong because you said principle at the end there, but don't you feel like this is a bit of a conflict of interest with your observation here, where you want her to meaningfully challenge Destiny, but you agree with Destiny and feel like she's wrong?
I feel like she's wrong, but like
she brings up,
like I don't want pussyfooting around. Like that's boring and it's inauthentic.
Like pussyfooting.
You don't like you shouldn't cater that much. You can meaningfully challenge somebody and still be friends with them, or like business partners with them.
You don't think she meaningfully challenged him?
No, not at all.
Okay. Kari,
Like
what do you
at
think
least
about it?
I don't like Wick at all, but Wick meaningfully, like at least tried to meaningfully challenge it.
Okay.
I've seen this video before, and I remember thinking, wow, this is the first time I've seen Erudite disagree with Destiny. She didn't go on stream. That is, Sarky, you're saying that. I know you're saying it facetiously. You're like joking. You're like, but she didn't even go on stream to debate him? Yeah, unironically. She had a disagreement here. For real. But she took it in the least controversial way possible.
But
where
isn't she just
very
not a
much kids
confrontational
clothing.
person?
Okay, cool. Nice one, Carrier. An alternative explanation. She lines up with okay, here's Carrier's world. Are we ready? This is Pisco's world. She lines up with DGG in every way, but it's not because she's catering, she's like necessarily like originating those positions for the benefit of appealing to them. She just happens to believe that, and she's a little audience captured, whatever. She has one disagreement. She never engages with Destiny about it. She never says anything too controversial. She's very like soft and like padded cell coded whenever she's communicating about it. And it's not because of any kind of allegiance to Destiny or his audience.
Hold on, I didn't say that, retard. I said that she is audience captured, right?
Person.
We already agreed that she's audience captured. What are you talking about? Of course she's...
Well, yeah, then my reasoning would follow that, like, she's not gonna shit on him or be too aggressive, even when she has a genuine disagreement, because she is trying to appeal to DGG constantly.
Yeah, sure. But, like, I don't know, just
when
a lot
you
of
say
people fucking
audience
do
captured,
that.
When I phrase audience
That's a very
captured in a
common human
negative way,
behavior.
when I phrase audience captured in a more loaded way, you instantly disagree with it, even if it is the same thing as audience capture.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
The way you're loading it. Obviously, I have a problem with the way you're loading it.
If I say to you that she's audience captured, you're like, yeah, sure, I can accept that. But then if I go and I'm like, oh, she's only like doing this because she wants to appeal to the audience, you're like, no, she's just audience captured.
Yeah, because
like,
I don't
no
think
shit,
she's a
retard.
million. I don't think she's only trying to appeal to the audience. I think there's a bunch of. I think the audience capture has a
in
play
this instance. In this instance, I feel like even the way that she approached this disagreement, she had like enough. Another issue that I have, she has enough overlapping incentives to not follow Destiny on this position, because it was such a wild position in the overall internet zeitgeist. Because even if she's a Destiny orbiter,
yeah, you know,
she
it's funny.
still wants to appeal to
There's a
other
million
people.
different reasons why she wouldn't want to, other than not trying to stay in DGG's good graces. I could think of, I could say, yeah, that first of all, she doesn't want to touch it because it's too hot and people are literally harassing. Like Destiny had the fucking Russian bots coming after him for it, so she doesn't want to be involved. The other one is that maybe she just doesn't feel like she could argue the point that well on stream, and that she would, if she called in, she would make a fucking ass of herself because, and maybe she doesn't even feel that strongly about it. Maybe she there's a million different reasons that she could not come in and call in on stream. It doesn't have to be that she's just trying to win over DGG and staying on their good grace and their good graces. And you know what's funny? DGG loves arguments. They would have loved to have her call in. They love Pisco. They love everyone coming in to argue with Destiny all the time. And you can do that endlessly and stay in his good graces. That's like one of the rarest things that an argument gets you completely cut off. Like, I think Rob is the first one to brave that territory of getting cut off by Destiny because of an argument on like politics or some shit.
Right. I could write notes on this, but it would require so much brain power to structure it well that I'm giving up for now.
Yeah.
But that's cope, Carrier. That's all I have to say. That is massive cope. If you're not watching, let's just watch this video. She teeters on the edge of disagreeing with him, and she's not willing to actually say anything too controversial, while also signaling that she's not holding the same position as this guy who's being held at gunpoint by everyone on Twitter.
You know what I think? I think you're trying to win internet points by shitting on her, because that's the popular thing right now.
No. That's what I think. I wanted internet points, and I was maxing, I have evidence to show you that that's not what I'm doing. Because if I was going to do that, I would have kept Lav, and I would have let her say whatever the fuck she wanted.
No, Lav left on her own. Okay, you tried to establish rules, and she rejected them.
I set a boundary. I set a boundary that was like, you can't.
You know why?
Yes,
and also, we can go down the line. It's because you don't want to get fucking blacklisted. That's why you made those rules. All right, we can keep playing the clout game.
Yeah,
all right?
okay. Well,
it's clout all the way to the top.
Not
All
get
right, you motherfucker.
blacklisted. You're right, but that contradicts me wanting to approach this situation with like just shit on Destiny or just shit on Erudite to get points from like Chad Logic's community. I don't want to teeter more towards that side of the internet if I benefit more from the GGG orbit, especially like when I'm kind of sort of friendly with like Darius's community.
Yeah. How do you feel about Darius? I like that guy.
He's cool.
Yeah. You gonna pay the tax?
All right,
maybe he's
we're
actually
gonna watch
acting like a dictator. The fact that you're not familiar with anything that happened on, you don't know any of the evidence. You don't know any. You don't know the entire Jack Smith indictment. You didn't even know that the first people that got into the Capitol building broke in. Why would I care what you know? You clearly know nothing about any of this. Yet you seem to have a strong opinion about it.
I don't think that's correct. I think I know some things. I
think
wasn't following, like I said, it wasn't following it 24/7 without sleeping or reading full indictments. But it's
or reading any part of an indictment, right?
No.
Can you be honest about that? You haven't read a single sentence in any of the 4 indictments that Donald Trump is facing in the United States, right? Well, I guess it's only 3 now because 1 case is done. Hopefully it gets tossed. Thank God for the Supreme Court. But can you admit that you haven't read a single word of any of those indictments?
No, before that, can you please
No. I need to hear you. I need to hear you say that first so that we're on the same page, and then I'll answer whatever question you want. You haven't read a single sentence from any of those indictments.
You interrupted me when I was trying to talk to you about him being a dictator. You say he's a dictator. He's acting like a dictator.
Yeah.
Did he not relinquish his, his loss?
After a failed insurrection. So no, he didn't relinquish it. He lost his insurrection attempt, and then he walked away.
I mean, so far she's just like reviewing it without commentating.
This video sucks.
Isn't that what you just did? Isn't that literally what you just did? You just reacted to her reaction without commentating? What's the problem?
No, I'm waiting for her because I've seen this before. I'm waiting her to say the things I know she's gonna say. Maybe I'll just go through the transcript.
Her commentary is so bad because she's like talking over the video while it's live, and like it's garbage. It's garbage content. It's not.
You're right. Yeah.
It's like the worst way to do a live stream.
True.
It's gonna be way harder to use this as well. That's unfortunate.
What about BLM? Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. She said it. I don't agree. I don't agree.
That they all went and violently protested the
I'm trying to figure
certification
out
of the
where I
electoral
disagree with
vote.
you and where I agree, because I agree with most of what
she's
you said.
I agree with most of what he's saying.
She said, "Oh no."
I'm trying to figure out where I agree and where I disagree with Steven.
Yeah.
Where I disagree with you and where I
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like we got a Pisco here. She's trying to find the margins. This motherfucker.
And also, well, no, I do think there's a genuine disagreement here because you realize what he said was like it sent ripples in his whole even DG. Okay, here's the argument that you should use, Carrier. DGG was not unified on this either. A lot of DGG disagreed with Destiny in this situation, so she was probably torn. Literally, just oh wait. No, that's kind of feeding my argument because now she's like literally still mirroring like the DGG zeitgeist like perfectly.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, she's about to do the BLM thing. She's gonna go. What about BLM? Yeah, go ahead. Do it. Do your whataboutism. I'm just gonna ignore it. So go ahead.
No, you're not getting ignored. Although BLM did mostly peacefully protest with fires in the streets. Okay.
Hold on. Do you agree that BLM was mostly peaceful?
No.
You're actual subhuman trash. You think that the majority of the BLM protests were violent?
I saw a lot of America burn.
Wait, hold on. Let's look at the hand movements here.
No.
Yeah. You're actual subhuman trash. You think that the majority of the
hearing this right?
What?
I was tabbed out for a moment. Is she eating cereal?
I don't know.
Protests were violent?
Is that is the Destinyism, all right? That's over. I lose if she is.
Yeah, you're actually correct. Yeah, he's always eating like oatmeal or cereal.
We give passes to the eating food on stream thing. Whatever. I don't care. That's not.
Yeah.
We get passes. Everyone's
honestly, I don't give a pass. You care and know about America. You have no idea what the you're talking about. You think the majority? There were like millions and millions of people protesting for like a year. You think the majority of those were violent? You're actually deranged if you think that. I
didn't say majority. I said I saw BLM protests that were violent. I
didn't ask what you saw on YouTube. I didn't say. I'm asking the majority of them.
Doesn't Erudite only stream for like 3 hours a day? How is she eating on stream? How does this happen? You should just plan to not eat. Like, why are you streaming when you're gonna eat? I get like why people
don't give streamers advice. You don't know. You have no idea.
Yeah,
Please
and you-
never give a streamer advice ever.
Yeah.
You should hold that advice and universalize it and
but
think about it every time you
basic
approach a
human
streamer.
decency and like not eating at your job, like that's pretty.
Am I the
common
only
shit. I don't
person
think
who just
streamers deserve special
doesn't really
privileges there.
care if people eat on stream? I just don't care. I don't pay attention to it. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah, at normal jobs, you can have you have lunch, but you can also have like snack bars occasionally. Like it's not like
You're
fucking Hitler.
Fuck you. You're so cringe.
Okay.
And anchors from outlets that were reporting on the ground, such as CNN, I believe it was.
I agree.
I know. I saw the same one. Yeah, I saw the same meme image. Don't worry, I've tweeted out before. It was real funny. Yep, I seen it.
Yeah, I know.
It's just
this is like the.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's probably because she doesn't want to pause while she's eating. I think that's my rationalization for it. But it's like, bro.
You just stop focusing on the content if you start eating. And also, it's such a bad habit. It's such a bad habit to watch entertainment while you're eating. You should focus on the food, or else you're gonna start overeating. But fuck you. I'm right. This is like a bad human habit. This isn't a streamer
If
thing,
I
right?
pause. Okay, listen. It's hard to hear what she's gonna say because of Destiny, and whenever you speak, my ears get raped. Can we continue?
Well, do you
Democracy
disagree
in
that
America?
do you agree that you can call a protest that involves burning down police stations
And I think I know why I disagree
streets
with
and storefronts and where people have to put
problem
up
is I don't know
signs
if there's a
saying
way to
we're a black-owned
reconcile it
business, please
because
don't burn us down, we support
hard to
Democrats,
know.
don't smash our windows. Do you think you can call that mostly peaceful?
Really good, by the way.
You know what, Kat? Whatever I would call that, I would never utter it in front of you because you don't even deserve to get that concession. You don't even deserve to have me accurately assess that.
Okay, so
And you won't
if
even.
I
No.
don't deserve-
When you won't even for a microsecond. Why the f- if you're on the left, should you?
His hand movements. This is giving food shops. This is giving erudite.
Yep. He's copying them.
The thing Erudite did 2 years ago when she just met Destiny. Yeah, that's maybe he's copying her. Or maybe a lot of people fucking do that, and you're just reading way too much.
No, Destiny's done that for a long time, way before meeting Erudite.
I know that was a joke. That part was a joke. I don't think he learned that from Erudite. I'm just saying, like, that's how stupid it is. It's just like maybe they just both do hand motions. It seems like that was the case. It seems like she's always done hand motions, big wavy hand motions.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Whatever.
No, I can actually buy that.
So mad. You're so mad. I hear the anger in your voice. You're fucking.
I can buy that one. That one's fine.
Yeah, I'm so mad, dude.
I do think there's certain
Oh my god!
expressions.
Now she's trying to play it off like she's not. Oh my god!
I do think there's certain expressions she does from time to time that are more Destiny coded, but for the most part.
All right.
Unhinged, cowardly, spineless fucks. You won't even admit to what happened on January 6th.
You discuss these points with someone who you think is worthy, who maybe has a bigger
For the
platform,
insurrection
or-
stuff, you can voice as many people as you want in here. 100% sure, go for it.
Okay, so we have some speakers in the room. They're willing to chat. So, whoever, if you want to put your hand up, there's Lauren, there's Clint. He came up first, so maybe. You can
I
say
just
hello.
had a quick question for Steven because his screenshots, I'm blocked, so his screenshots of his tweets yesterday have been going viral, and I'm just genuinely curious if he is at all
Why would you
concerned with the
screen if
trajectory of political
So I
violence
wanna listen to it
escalating.
and take notes. So I may as well get stream out of it.
His reaction, his immediate reaction,
My poor
well,
editor, that's
I imagine that much of it was in jest. It's obviously very inflammatory. I'm personally concerned about the climate in this country. I think that we're inching ever more closely to a potential, civil war or something crazy like that. Is that a concern? I mean, you talk about insurrection, you talk about the dangerous precedent of Donald Trump and where this is all headed. Are you open to political violence at this point? Because it seems like it, and that doesn't.
Can we move on to the next video? I can't tell which person is which. Sarky, you're gonna have to bear with me, but this is erudite. No. This is erudite, and that's Destiny.
Strike me to be your character, so I wanted to clarify.
I am very concerned about political violence in this country and the road to political violence, and you conservatives have been screeching for it nonstop. So I'm not going to be
Destiny's
the
not a triggered
cuck
leftist.
on the left. Your guys
It's
just
not
I'm
even
not going to be the
close.
cuckold on the left who's crying and screaming for
Plays way more
pump the
right-wing
brakes,
games than
guys. No violence. It's civility time. Blah blah blah. While you guys on the right engage in the most absurd forms of reality denialism. While you guys say that January 6th was a peaceful protest.
These fucking Canadians commenting on U.S. politics like they know the vibe.
You're
All right,
right.
you guys come down here and you fucking retards every. I didn't say that word. You guys are not intelligent. All right, every time.
When you guys say, "Oh,
Yeah, no, I'm sending her a video of you
Yeah,
saying
shut
that
the
the
later.
Whitmer thing,
I hate it.
that was all the FBI. The pipe bomb
This
stuff,
is because you
that
lost
was
the
all
argument,
fake."
by the way. That's a concession. You bring her in as the Deus Ex Machina as soon
Who
as you lose
asked?
the argument.
Who asked? Literally, who asked?
You're so mad.
Like, you guys won't take responsibility for anything, and you're supporting literally the most divisive president in all of recent history. And you guys are saying, well, it's just epic and hilarious when he owns the libs. And when you've got Biden, who is like, when it comes to rhetoric, the most milquetoast guy in the world. I don't even know if this guy has a mean bone in his body, and the only picture I see of him posted over and over and over again is him with a close-up shot where there's red, white, and blue lights in the background, and it's just the red, and you pretend he's a dictator.
Why can he not
Fuck
see the
you. I'm
right
not gonna
as
be
a
the one
monolith?
calling
I think
for
he's
the
swinging in how
guys, we
he
gotta be
feels the right
civil,
is
like no
swinging
violence. No, that's retarded.
just
You
seeing the
guys
left
can
as a
lead the way on that one because you sure as fuck have led the way on getting us to where we are now.
Well, Stephen, you debated me last year in Tennessee. I ran for vice president of the Libertarian Party. I'm not a conservative at all. So,
Should I just skip past the part where she's eating and just get to where she's more likely to talk?
Then he lied to them and he had his employee.
It sounds like you just can't find a clip, to be honest.
Although
It sounds like
I
we're gonna be. This is an
don't know
effort.
when that is, when she's going to talk. I've already found the clip. I've already pinpointed every little thing. You're just in denial at this point.
All right.
Yeah.
You
You know
can feel
what,
that way.
Gary?
I've
We
explained
might-
my
we might
point
just-
thoroughly. I think
I'll
I'm
sweep for a
okay.
streamer I don't watch. Sure thing. That's definitely what happened.
I'm okay with my argument. I feel it stands
You're
on its
sleeping
own
for
merits.
Erudite.
Yeah. I don't even watch Erudite. I watched her way
So-
back when.
Wait, I've
Since when
watched
does
more
that
of
matter?
Erudite than you. How would you know?
Because I watched some old Erudite and I said, wow, this looks a lot like old Erudite. And you guys are saying she's changed somehow and is a skinwalker. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. You know what I want right now? I want you guys to react to Destiny's argument and give me a rational disagreement that we should expect from Erudite, that she's like, give me one, because like that's the problem here. She's not going to disagree with him because there's really nothing you can say otherwise.
That's
like,
part of my argument.
especially
If she doesn't meaningfully disagree, she doesn't meaningfully challenge him. What?
Yeah, I know. What do you
You're
expect her
helping
to
my
do?
point.
What do you? No,
By the
I'm
way-
not. I'm asking
wait,
you.
so
I'm
now-
asking you to give me an example of what she should say.
No.
Yeah, give me an example of what she
Wait.
should say. What kind of disagreement do we expect from Erudite based on her character? What I see is someone who
Now-
interacts a ton with DGG, is kind of really in the community, and is naturally going to tend to agree with him. And then on top of that, like, you guys are like saying, wow, she must hold a really contrary opinion. And then we heard her talk about it. She's like, wow, I'm trying to find where I disagree here. Like, it's the most desperate grasping for straws ever. Like, I don't know. It's just,
He
it
literally
feels
said, I
completely
disagree with him, but I don't know where. Like, that's like a
Exactly.
very
I can't put my thumb on
clear
it. It's just a
communicator
vibe.
of like, I don't really think
she was
for
commenting
myself.
on her
I gotta
vibe.
listen to Destiny. What is Daddy Destiny gonna say? Like, maybe I'll
Yeah,
end
well,
up
where do you
agreeing
disagree with him?
Like,
Because
no,
clearly,
dude. And then
clearly he must be
being
wrong or in
conflicted
some
between
way.
the audience. Yeah, no.
Yeah, clearly he must be wrong in some way if she should be disagreeing with him. Or,
Well,
like, she
She's
clearly got a
thinking that
vibe
because
that
he's at his most like fucking antagonistic and like optically looks the worst at the moment.
Okay.
He has to
Maybe
think
she's
about
just getting a
that.
vibe, like she heard him say something. Well, you know what it sounded like to me, because this is 1,000,000%, because I felt the same way, is, ooh, that did not sound right. What do I disagree with here? Because clearly I get a vibe that this is wrong. And I guess it turned out he wasn't really wrong. He was really able to defend the things he did and said there. Even though it was in the most, explosive way possible that
Yeah,
got him the
well,
most
so we're, again, somehow rephrasing what I think was I began to say that this was my thesis, right? That she's just like a reflection of what DGG thinks at any given point.
Maybe, yeah, I'm saying like that's of course to be expected from a streamer who interacts a shit ton with DGG and is generally like a part of Destiny's audience.
No.
Yeah, and that's the criticism.
It's not. It's not, though. It's not even.
Well,
if you're
Emery,
just
I accept
because
your Emery, I accept your criticism. I think it's an acceptable criticism.
Just because you pull from an audience doesn't mean that you have to literally mirror every position that they have.
Sure.
Okay, but what if you agree with every position they have, though?
I feel like
I don't think that's possible.
When you exhibit that behavior, it could possibly be entirely organic, but it almost becomes like an easier conclusion for me to assume that you're just audience captured.
Okay.
Because most people in the world, when you go outside, aren't DGGers.
Okay,
you
but
align with
what
that,
you
that
know
is,
what
like,
what DGG's whole like vibe and aesthetic is that I kind of stay for is that no one is allowed to draw conclusions, and if you do, like instantly drawing conclusions and the process of getting wrong answers and getting wrong opinions and saying stupid shit is completely discouraged. That's the reason why you usually get people saying correct things in this community, is because every single thing of like drawing conclusions before you're fully educated on it and all that bullshit is like completely discouraged and shit on relentlessly. That's kind of why.
Wait, so now you've shifted from trying to
No, I
defend
haven't shifted
the
at all.
idea of... Okay. What you just said suggests that, like, all of this is just coincidental and she just lines up because their
No,
process
it's completely
is also just the
understandable.
most rational process.
There's no coincidence there. I don't know why this is so hard to understand. It's not a coincidence at all.
It's
of course.
completely
She's surrounded
understandable, and the only reason why she has those positions is because it's the most rational way to get to the correct answer.
What?
And it just happens to line up with DGG.
Yeah, no, I just think that DGG generally is going to come up with like really reasonable statements. The whole thing is like reasonable over explosive and
Well, isn't that convenient?
Yeah, it is. I kind of
It's very
pointed out that this
convenient
was an
like,
uphill argument from the start.
When I
for you,
try to
yeah.
point out that this person is audience captured and they mirror to an unhealthy degree, like the positions of this community.
There's the word. You loaded the word. How is it unhealthy? Where's the unhealthy part, Kari? Give me unhealthy.
Because it suggests that she isn't there. Because most
What do you
people
mean
don't end
she
up
is
being
there?
a
We see
mirror
the
copy
same-
of DDG.
We see the
most
same
people aren't
person.
mirror copies of DDG.
You pulled up a 2-year-old video acting like, ooh, this is going to prove she's completely different now. And then it's the same fucking person.
It's not the same person, I guarantee you. You literally said, I haven't watched New Paradise, so you have no idea what you're talking about.
All right. I saw to the contrary, though. You say you guarantee, but I saw to the contrary. We all saw to the contrary.
I don't.
You
know
gotta
what to
show me
tell you,
unhealthy.
dude. If you don't see
That's
the
what I'm looking
very
for.
clear inspirations, the very clear like mannerisms taking, like, and you don't.
Yeah, but you
I
gotta
don't know
point
what
to me where
tell
that's
you.
bad.
Old Erudite
I told
wasn't
you already.
doing that.
First of all, I haven't seen enough mannerisms to say she like just copies his mannerisms, but I'm okay with it. That's the other part. Is I'm already okay with it. You got to show me why that's
a lot
bad.
of people are making the criticism. It's okay to be okay with it, but we're all making a criticism on the content, and we're saying this feels inauthentic. We don't like it. It's fucking creepy and weird and lame. Actually, it's fucking lame ass content.
I don't think creepy or weird.
That's all. No one said you had to be like on board for fuck Erudite because she's inauthentic train. I have more reasons that I just generally don't like her other than inauthentic feeling.
Yeah, you're going for the you're going for the vibes, but I'm saying the vibes aren't there, bro. You gotta prove to me like
actual
vibes
actions
come from
and, like,
something.
contradictory behaviors and hypocrisies. Yeah. No.
Okay, but I asked you to point them out, and the most we got is that she says like, "Let me be clear" a lot, like fucking Obama does. Like, come on, like.
No, hold on.
I've
Wait, I want to
pinpointed
address
every example. You just refuse to see it. It's okay. I get it.
Yeah, because every
I wanna
example you
see
said
it,
is just
fine, I
like
don't
we
care.
watched the video and you say, do you see that?
I'm
And then
not
I
here
ask
to,
you, what did I see? And then you're like, she waved her hands around.
I've done my
a lot.
job. I've made my argument. Let's move on.
It's not your job to educate me.
I want to address
You're
what
not going to
Sarky
accept
said
it.
in
It's kind
chat.
of wholeheartedly pointless to even talk about it further.
Sarky said, Kari, it's not a coincidence that someone who was found from a DGG adjacent space would have similar opinions.
Yeah.
Similar, sure. My whole point is that I don't think she's intentionally doing it, but I also don't think it's a coincidence that she now 100% perfectly always aligns with DGG. I think it's more she isn't a person at all, and she's easy to imprint on, and that's why people find her creepy. She's in this space and she marinates and she becomes a clone of every DDGer.
Okay, do you really want me to do the thing where I just dissect you the same way that everyone dissects Erudite? Because I feel like people are just not empathizing here.
Try.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep going for the rest of the time and point out every single time you go for like a Destinyism or something, a DGG adjacent.
That's fine. That actually helps because like I like that being pinpointed because it's fucking lame to just see a bunch of fucking copies. It's fucking boring.
But wait, maybe
and it's cringe. Quite frankly, it's cringe.
Maybe you're
I'm tired
jumping
of
at
seeing
shadows.
I'm tired of doing it myself. I'm tired of seeing
Destiny's not around every corner, bro.
He's a major part of this like space. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like it's the
I know, and people are gonna emulate him somewhat, but they're not clones.
Of like most of this like little space. Yeah. So.
But that doesn't make someone a clone, right? That's not the same
Erudite
shit.
Erudite is the one person in his orbit who I genuinely think is a clone of him. Yes.
Okay, well, that's the most like ridiculous response, or the most ridiculous person to point at. I could say like maybe, well, first of all, we have Justical, who very much so in drama
Justicle's
content
not even
sounds
on
like
the same league.
He's not a clone.
Justicle's whole thing is like little dog, big dog, where he talks about his opinions and then he changes them in front of Destiny. That's like his.
On a 1 through 10, Justicle's at like a 6, and then like Erudite's at like a fucking 8 or a 9.
Okay, find me a little dog, big dog moment for Erudite where she talks a bunch of shit on her stream, says she disagrees with Destiny a lot, and then she calls in and changes her opinion in real time.
You're
then I'll say
asking
maybe
wait, you're asking for very specific Destinyisms?
What do you mean? No, I just mean changing her opinion. Honestly, you guys haven't even shown me a time where she changed her opinion. It seems like she develops her. I think she develops her opinions in real time and probably is influenced by DGG. But I don't think it's even unhealthy the way she does it.
I don't think I've ever said she's changed her opinion. I think I just said she hasn't meaningfully ever disagreed with Destiny ever in my life.
You gotta understand, I'm talking to two
meaningful
people here, right?
challenge. And that's boring content, and that's one of like many indicators that she's just like a dick rider. Like that's the it just is.
Yeah, but like all the orbiters are, right?
Yeah, but like there's a unique amount of it where it's just like this is ultimate cringe.
I am yet to see it. I'm yet to see the unique part.
Okay, that's fine. I presented you with examples. If you don't want to buy it, that's fine.
Okay, wait.
I don't have anything further to say on it. Like I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Wait, I will caveat. What Starkey says has substance. When it comes to psychology, Erudite exhibits the one part of her that exists outside of DGG, and that's her authority on anything related to psychology or psychometry or whatever. For example, Destiny believes that someone's mental illness is not part of the personality, while she doesn't, probably based on like her experience with like studying these pathologies. That is like an actual part of a personality that is exhibited, that isn't just a clone of our community.
Okay. I agree.
But you want to see this? This should be a good meme.
Like, there are claims where if I'm in a debate, I don't know something. Like, if I were to make some of the claims that these people would make with the lack of evidence that they have, I would feel humiliated. I would feel so ashamed that I got caught out, like being so utterly fucking clueless on a thing.
A lot of people say that they value things like challenging their own confirmation bias, right? A lot of people say that. But the issue is that how you tell if people actually care about a principle is whether they act upon it, right? You act upon that concern a lot. So do I, and so do you. But that's also probably why we're all kind of within the same social community, why we were drawn towards your content and stuff, and why we all get along. And the problem is that you're kind of putting this like lived out value, being like, I would feel so much shame for saying this thing. I'm like, I would too. There's like the shit that people say. I'm like, I would never. But I've also cultivated an audience that would call me out. So have you. Probably so have you, right? Whereas they've actively cultivated an audience that just clearly doesn't embody those values.
It's really
even
hard.
Though they say that they have
it's
those
hard
values.
to buy.
A lot of people say that they value things like challenge.
Yeah, no, I saw it
like,
more
there are,
in the
like,
end of
there
this
are
clip.
So utterly fucking clueless on a thing. Like, there are.
But you know, maybe this is just white woman hatred. Maybe we can just summarize this all as like everyone fucking hates the white woman in his orbit. There's like a lot of envy going on. Maybe.
I don't know. That wouldn't 100% explain it, but maybe they when there's blood in the water for
if I'm in a debate, I don't know something.
Then the shark starts circling, you know, because there's plenty of women who are fine, just swimming just fine right now, but they do each get their turn in the doghouse, you know. It's not like every single woman has had the hate parade on them at some point. But also, I think every orbiter has had it too, except maybe Wicked Supreme. But like every orbiter has been hated on.
I kind of want to take a break for a second to like...
I have to go eat dinner, so...
Okay. Well, that's very inconvenient.
Why?
I'll be in here.
I miss Cool Kid when he could be my filler. But,
yeah.
Ooh. No. Sorry about that.
What the fuck?
I
What
just got like Nick's on my Twitter. But, yeah. What do I do?
All right, I can wait. I can wait and go get dinner after. Fuck you.
Thank you.
Emery and I can argue more. I like Emery, by the way. You're all right, bro.
Oh, I like you too. Don't take any of my.
I don't. I enjoy arguing.
Yeah.
This is a very important video. Watch this while I'm AFK.
I don't see. It's not on your your kick screen.
Monkeys.
It is. Retard.
Oh.
God, this fucking
She's
game
just playing the monkey thing for 10 hours.
makes me want to strangle somebody.
What game are you playing?
Oh shit! Oh, I have the fucking thing playing. My bad. Playing Multiverses.
I couldn't get into it. The controls felt too clunky.
I feel you.
Yeah.
I was playing it since the beta.
You know what's a really good Smash clone that doesn't get any attention is this one called Rivals of Aether. It's like 8-bit, but it's really good. They remove shielding and instead it's just only dodging.
I remember, I think I tried to start it, and for whatever reason, I just didn't click with me. I don't know why.
I think it's just the lack of interesting. I think the character design in it is just not good enough to. But the controls and everything is perfect.
I think I just act soy for these platformer crossover games where it's like, I recognize this character and it's cool, it's with this other character, so it draws me in, and then it's like the actual fighting mechanics are like fun as fuck. So for Smash Brothers, it was like that. And then obviously this, I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, I like this idea. So I just grabbed it. And I enjoyed it. I honestly thought I wasn't gonna like it. My Smash Bros. Main and Ultimate was Piranha Plant.
You liked Piranha Plant? No shot. I liked Piranha Plant too. I tried to make it my main, but it's just too. I tried really hard to make it work. I couldn't do it though.
Dude, it's like.
I think it.
With these games, I guess just get sucked into like one or two characters. Like I play every character, obviously. I end up playing every character and getting like an idea of how they work clearly. But like I get sucked into like certain characters, and I'm like, yeah, okay, this is just my main for life. Like this just works with me. And Piranha Plant was that character. Dude,
Bro,
I did some nasty.
I'm gonna be honest. I have the exact opposite problem, and I think it's a huge problem. Is I think one-trick ponying is really important because you kind of get used to your character and you focus all your skill in one area.
Yeah.
But there's a sequel to Rivals of Aether, Lily. Sorry, but I try to play every character, and I just can't help myself because I really enjoy like playing. I'll play my character, and then I'll see someone else play something else. And I'm like, oh shit, that looks fun. I'll swap over, bro. I can't dedicate myself to one character. I have so many issues with it.
But this game, it was pretty easy. I literally knew exactly who I was going to main just based off the beta trailer. And I was like, yep, that's my playstyle. I'm maining this character, and I'm going to love this character. It was Steven Universe. I don't even like the Steven Universe show. Literally don't care for it at all. Like every other show that's represented in here, like I've watched and at least liked to some degree, or movie. So it's kind of funny how it works out.
Yeah, I liked. I'm gonna be honest. I grew up with Adventure Time, and I forced myself to play Finn the Human because, and that might have been the problem. Is I tried to force myself to play a character, but it's pretty fun.
Yeah,
it's a good game.
Dude, this monkey video is gonna carry me every time I'm AFK. This shit is so good.
We talked about Smash Bros.
Oh, nice. I see you play a lot of multiverses. Is that actually a decent game, or is it just desktop Smash Bros?
Complicated. In some ways, it's fucking trash. In other ways, it's fucking amazing.
Why?
So it's kind of a rip-off game. Like, if you did not start with the beta and like unlock all the characters and shit like that, you're kind of immediately kind of fucked going in, starting it off. Like, you have to buy the characters that you want to play as or try. Like, it's kind of a rip-off in that way, like the free-to-play.
So it's very like pay-to-play.
Yeah.
Or pay-to-win.
and it's like to own all the characters, it's pretty expensive. So yeah, and like shitty things like that are the case. The solo rifts things is not that fun. Like it's okay here or there, but like you kind of expect more. But if you want to play a competitive platformer, this is the game. It's really fun, especially if you have like 2v2s in mind. And then there's a lot of good representation for like the Warner Brothers characters and unique characters that are coming out. Like Jason Voorhees is in the game, like fucking Iron Giant's in the game. Just crazy ass character combinations. And they all have their own unique play styles that are pretty cool.
Yo, do they have Darkwing Duck?
I wish. I hope they do. Like, I don't know how big the roster is going to end up, but like they said, as long as like the game's out, they're always going to add characters as long as there's a fan base there willing to play. They're definitely going to add Daffy Duck.
Okay, word. Okay. Do we feel like we wrapped up the erudite thing, which I'm not sure how it spawned exactly? I think it was Smeth and Mr. Girl that probably originated it.
Yeah, it definitely was that.
I feel like
we wrapped it up.
Where we're at is that, we're just not. Neither party's going to move on this. So.
Yeah. So, is there anything else you want to talk about, Emery in particular?
The moment. Well, I was going to shit talk Kelly Jean a little bit, but I don't want to be.
Oh, shit. I'm trying to stay away from that, me personally, right now.
Wait, are you like not interacting with her, or what's going on?
I just don't want to be too associated currently, especially because of stuff that I learned that is very scary.
Can
recently.
you tell me this stuff then? Because I don't know what everyone's so scared of. Okay, good. Well, at least the chat knows that the drama is spreading behind the scenes, all right?
If you feel comfortable sharing it with me, do it. But if you don't do it. You never know. But yeah.
It's cool.
I don't have to know. Just being clear. But
it's cool.
Whoa,
Kelly Jean
just
is
being clear. What are you, a fucking Destiny copy?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Just being clear, guys.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Just to be clear. That one I definitely fucking have in my brain.
Yeah. I wonder if Obama comes up. No, he doesn't.
Speaking of brain, I don't know why this came in my head, but how's this story about RFK having a fucking brain and a worm in his brain true? And it fucking died there. How is this a real story? Why is this the timeline, dude?
Wait,
this guy's the weirdest fucking set of memes of all time. Let me check. Maybe I hope I'm misinformed. Robert F. Kennedy brain worm. I'm pretty fucking sure this is true though. Okay, this is from CNN. RFK details medical abnormality that he says was a parasitic worm in his brain. He recalls experiencing a brain fog and having trouble with word retrieval and short-term memory. Well, he's fucking saying so. Okay?
Chat, it's over.
I can't believe he also is the one who just randomly decided to confess to the weird fucking baby bear story when he ran out. When he picked up a baby bear and was gonna skin it, and then he tried to set it up to look like it died in a biking accident. I mean, I can't get around it. It's the funniest shit of all time. I don't know how
this is a cartoon character. He's
a
not
cartoon
real.
Character. This is a Boondocks
Peter
character.
Griffin's father.
This is a
Peter
Boondocks
Griffin's
character.
dad-in-law. Yeah, he gives that energy.
I always feel bad. I feel bad when I hear his voice and I can't stand it because I'm like, dude, that sucks. That's not his fault.
I feel like it's an insult to my personality that I'm like, man, I know I'm a better person, that I don't care about this sort of thing, and you're forcing me to confront that, like, because it does bother the shit out of me, and I don't want to listen to him talk just because of the voice. It
feels so
horrible.
Mean. Oh my gosh.
It feels mean to not want to listen.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah.
Forcing me to feel like a bad person by having a voice like that. Well,
you know, if you want, we can run through. Although I feel like it'd be kind of redundant with the conversation I'm going to have on Wednesday. We can run through the debate with Smeth if you're into that.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to leave Emery to this because he's like the expert on Smeth. because I have to go eat dinner. But it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, Carrier. Thank you for your time.
It's been awesome destroying you in this argument.
Yeah, okay,
you heal
cool.
soon.
Have
Whatever
fun,
you
man.
have to tell yourself.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
By the
to
way,
watch the
not an
NFL.
expert. I'm a
Yeah.
connoisseur. I like Smith. I'm a Smith head. No,
I think he's cool.
I think
but,
he's okay.
Yeah, I would value his content for different reasons than Destiny. For sure.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Wait.
Hey there, Smeth.
Hi.
You could have joined immediately, by the way. Hey. Oh, and by that, I meant he had the joiner role, but he was sitting in the waiting
What's
room.
up?
Right?
I had to sing beautiful people for my beautiful people.
Alright, word. I'm sorry, I didn't really catch that.
It's alright.
We were trying to speedrun a bunch of research real quick, but I realize it's not a super empirical debate, so I'm good.
Well,
CSRK, thank you.
You were saying we briefly talked, and I think it's not empirical, but I think you think it's more empirical.
I think it's more empirical for sure. Because if you're asking
You've already
a question,
already let me gaslight you.
Okay. Well, I think if you're asking a question of like, is there an essential difference between trans people and cis populations?
I think Queenman pointed this out, so I'm kind of taking this point.
Basis for it outside of just a.
I think I would have came to this conclusion on my own anyway. But when he says the "you let me gaslight you" thing, he's trying to do a little Mr. Girlyism thing where he's trying to be meta about the conversation.
No, I watched his whole reaction to it, Queeman. He had the funniest joke. He was like, it's like the Jujutsu Kaisen thing where if you reveal your technique, it's doubly as effective.
Yeah.
Social contagion or some like you said, like a red pill movement that's just like kind of people looking for fulfillment. I feel like that is kind of a question of looking at, okay, what markers do we have biologically for that? You know?
Okay. Well, so I made the comparison to red. This is something I recently came up with. Red pillars, I'll get criticism from those type of people. They'll say, well, if you want what you want out of life, you gotta change yourself. You gotta become the alpha male, whatever. And I feel the same way. It's like, well, I also want to become a woman or whatever. And I learned a long time ago that what I really need to do is I'm a freak, and maybe you don't like me, and that means I have to try 3 times as hard to get what I want out of life. But I'm not going to change myself. I'm going to force the world around me to change, or I'm going to force my way into some place.
What he's saying here is, it's something that, like, I feel like his heart is in the right place, and I understand. I think that's what Mr. Girl says too. This is like part of Mr. Girl's narrative. But it's like there's differences in what people can experience and what we're willing to tolerate. And every individual has their own individualized experience on how they deal with gender dysphoria or any other trauma or whatever. So, like, when he's saying, like, it's kind of like, I want to overcome, it's like the red pillar is trying to be the alpha chads or whatever. Well, like, I can just repress like this experience of wanting to be a woman, and I can deal with that. I can be a freak. But like, clearly not everyone can handle that. This is like, they're not on the same wavelength. Like, they don't have the same tolerance. They haven't built that up, or they don't want to. So I feel like it's kind of naive to presume everyone can do what you do, because not everyone's on the same wavelength.
No, I literally, I think it's a situation of, he's basically saying, well, I try really hard, I try really hard and I can run a 5K. Why can't you, a person with broken legs, run a 5K? If you just try harder, you can do what I'm doing. In my mind, there is a marked physical difference. It's not like something you overcome personally. It's literally a case of you just medically needing this intervention. You know?
Yeah.
And that view can't be shaken from you saying how compelling this narrative is, because you are completely ignoring the fact that one premise of my argument is that it's not a personal failing. It's not something that you can be talk therapied out of, or something that you can rationally address. It is a physical problem akin to losing a leg.
Yeah.
You know?
Where I fit in.
Word. I mean, My bit rate was really bad, and it means so that it means even if I go to a high quality, I get these spaces of like a shit ton of pixels. That's one way to look at it. If you think that it's all just kind of a socially driven source of pain, there's nothing like essential there. Because like if you believe that like dysphoria is a very real thing, it's not going to be something that's like entirely driven by society forcing you to conform, right?
So there are studies that show. I'm sorry, I'm not answering your question directly. I don't want to.
Cool.
I don't want to. What was your? What is your question?
Well, all I was doing there was just stating what I just said, basically, that I kind of think what he's saying is moot if it is the case that it's a real physical problem, not just like a mental disorder.
Yeah.
Because, now the question no longer becomes how do you cope with it and how do you grow past it as a person? It's more, this thing is real, clearly it has to be addressed physically. And that's it.
What I'd like to know is if I could go into their minds, I would want to actually know how much they've genuinely researched, like all those specifics of like
probably not much.
Any trans research, like scientific, like Mr. Grohl or Smeth. I feel like Mr. Grohl, I could buy looking into that research and just coming to his own conclusion anyway. But like Smeth, I can easily see him just kind of like selling with a narrative about himself and not really looking into it that deeply.
Yeah, no, I don't think he's that into rigor in that way. Both of them are more expressing a narrative that feels, I don't know. A, it's fetishizing the fact that it's persecuted. B, it's like a empathetic way of being like persecuted and alternative, because the alternative thing that he could go for that would be consistent and not nearly as hard to believe that you'd authentically get there is like the more right-wing perspective of either approaching from premises related to, around religion or around premises relating to optimizing for like the nuclear family or like collectivism. You could have like an argument for being against trans shit or like gay shit, but this place where you're like, oh, I'm very empathetic to them, and you want to have your cake and eat it too, but then also say like, I'm empathetic to them, but they shouldn't transition, and I basically believe it's not very real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel it's like a hugely convenient confluence of things that they have to not research to sit in, basically.
Yeah, and it's kind of frustrating where I'll kind of make the distinction with Mr. Grohl. Hey, like, gender is different, distinct enough from sex to where we can say these are meaningfully two different things. They're interconnected, yes, I agree, but like that doesn't mean like it holistically has to be followed as that's your biological, you must like stay that way. And then I think he to be fair, he does communicate a point of gender shouldn't have to be followed. You should be able to wear dresses, all these other good things. Like you should be okay with expressing those feminine qualities within yourselves and be comfortable in your own skin. And like I think he says that as a way of saying like, well, then you won't like be trans or whatever. But like I think it's a little bit deeper than that. It's not just simply like conforming to like there's actual, again, like body modifications or certain body images or certain ways that you feel like you should have been. It's a little bit more complex than just simply like a society driven.
He basically believes that like all dysphoria, I guess he wouldn't see it as dysphoria, but this phenomenon that I call dysphoria is really just a body dysmorphic person who hates how they look because of a social construct. And if society was only more open and progressive, or like gender abolitionist and had way more acceptable roles and boundaries to what men and women could do, then suddenly everyone in both sexes would flourish and they would do whatever that they wanted. But in my view, not only do I believe that dysphoria exists and that is the origin point of that despair, but I actually do believe that like gender is like highly downstream from sex. I don't think that like there's this gender abolitionist world we can live in one day where we can completely divorce our sex from the roles and behaviors that are expected to stem from there. I don't think there's like an idealistic way to do that. I think for whatever reason, even when you look at like very equitable societies, humans seem to tend towards a lot of very similar behaviors based on if they're male or if they're female. I think a lot of it is sourced from essential characteristics.
Yeah. There was an interesting thing too where I read, it was like, what are the right questions like to ask to really know if you're trans? And I think a good question is like, you can't, if you're thinking about being trans because of social issues, like say like, you're tired of being treated like a piece of meat by men, like you want to escape womanhood, and you think transitioning to a trans man would be like the best way to do that. That's not like a sincere reason. That's not like a true reason to transition. One of the good questions to ask is if like you could have a choice, if you had the choice from like the very beginning of like what you would want to be like comfortable with, like who you truly feel like would express that, like man or woman, like which one, or like other or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Because then you'd be skipping the question of what are your incentives practically.
Yeah.
And yeah. But well, sort of.
It's a bit complex because you have to take into consideration how society treats you as well. So it's a bit more nuanced than that simply.
Yeah.
But like, it is like one of the kind of ways to like truly kind of get an idea of like, is this like, do I really actually want to transition? Have I thought about this like, like,
well, that question I feel like is kind of actually useless because if you ask someone that question, they have access to the knowledge that poisons the question. Because you're basically saying, if you hadn't lived the life that you had and had the experience of a woman, would you still want to be a guy, right?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like at that point, they're no longer themselves. I don't think they can answer that question. I think if you're asking them that question, they're trying to answer it, that they're doomed. They just can't.
I guess a good way to look at it is the priority because of social reasons? And if it is, that's probably not a sincere reason to wanting to be trans.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can assess it by looking back and seeing, well, rationally, would I decide this if I hadn't had this experience? It would be kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Because a lot of guys, they seem to say like, oh, I wish I was a girl. And that's just based on the fact that like, hey, I have less social capital. I'm very lonely. I wish, that was a Destiny mannerism, by the way, the hey.
Yeah.
But I wish I had more attention. I wish I had more sympathy. And they'll kind of have this grass is greener effect. And I think that kind of makes it very hard to answer that question. But yeah. I just think if there is something essential to transition, then what you just said about it being like a unnecessarily socially enforced expectation for people to transition is kind of wrong, just on the face of it, based on like whatever factual basis we have. Because yeah, if there's like a medical reason to transition, like an essential dysphoria that will only go away if you do transition, there is no social adjustment that would correct it.
I think that being womanly, being a nice person, being a people pleaser, or having ADHD, I think that these are not. So there is what I was about to say a second ago. I have ADHD. You can tell because I just started 3 topics without finishing any of them, and you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
That's him breaking it down into stereotypes a little bit of like what a woman is.
Yeah.
People pleasing, nice, like.
I mean, yeah. It is true that these are behaviors that you tend towards usually as a woman, like the big 5 personality traits, and I would say like a lot of it is probably influenced by like actually being sexed as a woman. I think that it actually is like related to, probably it's very likely that it's downstream from the fact that you were sexed that way. Because one possible explanation, I guess, could be because you're the smaller sex, because you're
you're more attractive generally to, especially since you're more attractive generally to the class that usually has more practical power or ability to influence your life. I think usually these people will collect around strategies, almost like game theory. Usually they'll tend towards behaviors that are more around like collaboration, being empathetic, being like agreeable. I think there's like loads of explanations for why these essential traits lead to that gender role.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, women do tend towards that.
Yeah, but they like kind of break it down as like, oh, that is what a woman is, when it's like those are traits like anyone can really kind of have.
Well, I think it's true that there are performance traits that you can tie what being a woman is, even if those traits can be exhibited by men. I think women generally, for example, are on average shorter, and they usually have higher pitched voices, and they're usually more compassionate. But men can also be compassionate, short, and have high pitched voices, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I have ADHD, but also I don't think that it is real. But I do think that there are studies that show differences in people's brains who have ADHD. But there are also studies that show differences in people's brains who play the violin. And I think it's they've decided it's probably related to fine motor skills and music. Listening to music, but in particular, different from other musicians, violinists have a slightly different brain. But I don't think they were born to be violinists. I think that their brain is different because they are violinists. And so I think that my brain is different, like I have ADHD, because of my childhood and my parents fucked up somehow. So I think that if you are, and I don't even think that, so let's say that you have a brain that looks more like a woman's brain, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with you, just like I don't think there's anything wrong with me, and I don't think you have to change your body. I think your desire to change your body is awful, and that's like that, the dysphoria, I think that's real, but I don't think that you were born to have dysphoria.
Now, the part of this that bothers me is he basically goes like, oh, I'm making a concession. I do believe dysphoria is real. But then for the rest of the argument, his whole like structure and the way he thinks about it is disregarding the existence of dysphoria.
Yeah.
And every time I try to get him to like acknowledge like we disagree on like this actual premise that has like a lot of like more, I don't know, academic basis we can go back and forth on. But he's like, no, I agree with you there. Let's disregard it. And it's like very impossible to talk about it. Oh,
it wouldn't even make sense to kind of disregard the existence of dysphoria either, because isn't it something you would want to, if you're making arguments that are aligned to like you can relieve yourself and be like me, where you don't have to transition and you'll be happy or whatever, you just have to push through it. Like that's like an implication of there's something underlying. There's like a medical reason, a psychological medical reason. Dysphoria would be that.
Not really. Because I think his prescription could apply very well to someone who is just body dysmorphic, which I think is how he views it. I don't think I think the way that he views it basically is shortcutting past the existence of dysphoria to say, I am a person who has recovered and doesn't have any need to transition because I've thought about it enough. And I realized society was just trying to force me to transition. And actually, I'm just feminine the way that I am, and I'm comfortable. But I'm saying, just by virtue of feeling that way, you do not have gender dysphoria. Because gender dysphoria is the emergent property of having an incongruence between your neurology and the sex that you were born as. I really think that you were born like genetic, like I don't really have a strong leaning towards someone being born to it, or even having like a genetic predisposition to it. I just think that like whatever the case may be, it could have just been in like an onset environmental cause very early on. This population that's seen as transgender seems to not really respond to anything other than affirmation for revealing dysphoria. It seems to be a more essential force in their lives.
What do you mean when you say essential then?
By essential, I mean like, it's an attribute that they have that can't really
be ignored. I don't know. Like, it's part of them physically. It's a biological trait. I guess that's what I mean in that context.
Okay, so by that definition, I think that you could say that I'm trans because I have, my last stream I was just bitching about it the whole time. It's what the whole stream is about. Where does my misogyny come from? My resentment and my jealousy of women and my feeling like a misfit. It makes me really, really resent and makes me really misogynistic. But I don't think that I don't want to take it out of myself. I want to like, so I see transitioning as taking it out on yourself. You're changing yourself so that you can be happy with yourself. It's like I don't see it as any different from cutting yourself or anorexia. I respect people who are trans and they go
it's
through
just
a lot
kind of inherently it's like it's not the same at all. Like I think he would have to bite the bullet, and I think he would. That it's like if like someone got a breast reduction or an increase, that it would be like cutting yourself. But no, that's not true either. There are reasons people have, like even medically, physically, they're just like they can't stand the size of their breast because it like it's hard to carry around or something like that. Or like, you know, it's just kind of like it doesn't even have to be that deep. It's just like I just want to do this because I can afford it and I think I'd look better doing this. But like equating it to like self-harm on the level of cutting yourself, there's no good attribute that can come out of cutting yourself, like literally zero.
Yeah.
Besides this like
actually
vague notion of like relieving some sort of like bad feelings. But like, yeah, I don't know.
Have you ever watched this before? Because there's a point in this discussion where I'm trying to explain to him that like sometimes there's subjective value to things that you have to kind of weigh like pros and cons for. They're not universally all good or all bad. Sometimes it's just a net positive for your life in particular. Like for example, like SSRIs are going to give you weight gain. They're going to have like a million health implications. But for someone who is depressed and hasn't responded to any other intervention for depression, it might be the right decision for them. It might work out very well. And it does do better than placebo, at least. You know?
Yeah.
Look the way they do. And I don't, you know, I don't want anybody to transition, but if you have transitioned, I'm not like here to shit, go for good for you. You know what I mean?
Okay. So
you've done something cool. I know it's weird. I don't think you should have done it, but I think it's cool, kind of. You know?
Okay. So the correct, I'm kind of losing the plot a little bit. You said something about it being similar to anorexia, though, and that's always a sticking point for me. I feel like the key difference there with the understanding that I have would be that it doesn't require, like, a lack of insight, for one. And for two, there is, like, a meaningful end goal that you can reach that would mitigate your dysphoria without, like, that you wouldn't talk therapy it. It would be, like, an actual physical change that seems to resolve it. Or at least mitigate dysphoria. Whereas with anorexic people, you'll never get to like 30 kilograms or like 10 BMI and then they'll like magically be cured. Yeah, kind of like similar what you said about cutting yourself. There is no reasonably speaking, there's no subjective benefit that you could reasonably assume a person would have to cut themselves. You know what I mean? It doesn't really meet that threshold of, well, could a person really in a good state of mind think to themselves, oh, this is a good decision to make. This for my life? Yeah, this is a good one. But Mr. Girl, I guess to them, it's like completely unreasonable to look at like cosmetic surgery or transitioning. Transitioning, I would say they have a faulty presence in that they don't see it as like a medical issue. But for cosmetic surgery, I can kind of try to level with that a bit more. Because to them, it's basically like, if you were rational, you would accept how you look naturally. And I feel like that's a bit easier to grapple with, because at least there, the basis for it, I guess you would have to completely disregard still like people who have very rational reasons to want to look better. Like if you live as a woman, basically, if you're like empathetic towards the experience of women, usually you're being assessed for how you look constantly. And you're praised for that, even in work environments, and basically throughout your entire life, right? there's a lot of like rational basis to consider cosmetic surgery even. But yeah.
I think
I
it's
think that anorexic. I think that anorexic people feel a lot happier
personal
when they're
value as well,
skinnier.
I think.
Yeah, no, it's personal value, and I think there has to be a threshold of like reasonable assumption that they're in a good state of mind to make the decision. Well, that's true, yeah, and I think like there's an element
So that
of
mitigates
like,
it.
I mean, for one, it doesn't mitigate like the actual problem there. Like, I've struggled with kind of eating disorder stuff before, and it seems to be more of like a mode of like dealing with anxiety. Like, it's a very much like a coping tool. So it seems like when these people reach like a given weight, they might feel better for a little bit, but the end goal isn't really there. It's just kind of a way that they feel less shitty about themselves day to day.
Well, I see being trans as the same exact thing.
Why?
I don't think there is like, so I would say it's even worse than anorexia, because you actually can become skinnier, but you can't actually change your sex. So, and
I feel like he gish gallops unironically though, because like he'll say something like that, and then it takes like 5 minutes for me to get a chance to address it. And he like completely gave up on it too. After like 5 minutes.
The other thing is,
yeah,
he values it's like, oh, well, you can't actually change your sex. And like, I don't think anyone has meaningfully said, I am changing my sex. Like,
yeah,
in terms of
not,
like, I am a different sex.
Yeah.
No one's under that delusion. And I'm kind of tired of that narrative by them.
Yeah.
Because it is like, to me, indicating that they're not actually listening. They don't actually care about like the perspective that like, of the opposite perspective, because they're so sunk in on to their perspective of how they view it.
Yeah, they'd rather have this easier straw man of, you are so irrational, you believe that you're changing your sex. I don't think that's what's happening. We're mitigating dysphoria by trying to minimize the incongruence between our physical appearance and our internal sense of sex.
And in fact, in a lot of cases, it's basically just like, this is like the transition is being done because there is the recognition that this is not the case, and I wish it was the case. And here's the closest thing that I can get to that feeling to be the case and being happy. Like, I don't see how that's like unreasonable. Like,
yeah. And something else that I said here that I do very strongly believe from my own experience, I could research anorexia more. A lot of this is more anecdotal. I do believe that anorexia is way less than people think about like having an end goal of like looking a certain way. It really is just at some point in your life, maybe you configured that way because you wanted to look away, sure. But at some point in your life, you started to associate food with shame and or not eating as being kind of given less agency or freed from shame, I would say, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
If you eat and if you enjoy life and you choose to take on the agency of living as a human being, you are deserving of pain. And you are now invested almost in an ascetic way, like in a Buddhist kind of scheme. You are now on this like this curve of like misery and happiness, and it's almost used as a mechanism to like shield yourself. You can just say simply, I'm not going to eat. I'm not going to experience things. I'm going to be safe and hide away and have no shame and be innocent and pure. That feels like the underlying pathology to me. But maybe that's schizophrenic. Maybe that's just how I approached it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's overall, I think it's more of an anxiety coping mechanism, basically.
And I mean that to say, like, the technology we have is like I would be saying something different if we actually had like pain-free, easy like options that if we had like a button that you magically press and you instantly change your sex.
See, like that's the problem.
I would do it.
This is the annoying thing. It's like if you could change your gender and your sex with a pain-free kind of procedure, if you could take a pill and just switch, it seems like he's indicating he wouldn't have that much of a problem with it. Well, it's like, I don't know. You've got to accept some level of pain and change, like heartache and struggle, to be able to be who you want in like so many different facets of life. Why is this that much different?
Yeah, that you've got a good point, because the only real difference there is, I guess one of the core differences that I actually think would help his argument there is that there's in his world where he believes that transitioning is trying to become the other sex. That would be like a way you could rationally approach it, having a button that had perfect SRS and HRT in an instant with no transitory period whatsoever. But I think when he says, I guess when you work from our framework where it's not about becoming the other sex and it's more just mitigating dysphoria with your appearance, him saying that suggests that the only difference for him in that example is that it takes less pain physically, which seems ridiculous because transitioning, I feel like the core pain that you're trying to escape is the dysphoria. The reason why you're transitioning is because you're experiencing pain prior, you know?
Every day for fun. Okay. But what I'm saying is, you actually with being anorexic, you actually can get to what you want, and with being trans, you actually can't ever get there unless what you want to be is something in the middle.
I have two issues with that. One is the idea of anorexics having somewhere that they want that's like understood, because that's never really the case. It's always kind of just an infinite like addiction.
I think I don't think that's true. I think they want to look like an Instagram model, and they might have a warped perception of themselves. That means that they always think that they are fatter than they are, and they may not realize that they actually are the thing that they want. But I think that that's the same thing as being trans. I think that what the desired outcome is to feel comfortable in your own skin. And I think that so for me, I've chosen I feel like I have the disposition to be trans, but I've chosen to be comfortable in my body and mad at the world instead. So I see it as if I were to be trans, if I were to transition, I'd be taking it out on myself, but I want to take it out on everyone else. That's what I want.
Okay.
That's an unhealthy.
I mean, I hear you, but I feel like I could put a pin in that for now. The other part of it that I had an issue with is I'm losing the plot a little bit, but I got mind fucked from the Gish Gallop, unironically. It's a real debate tactic for a reason. When you say like 3 things in a row. Yeah.
The funny thing is, I don't think he's intentionally doing this. I think he's just naturally doing this because he's got a lot to say. I think this happens with a lot of people. It's like sometimes we're not always in debate brain, even when we're arguing and we're clearly in a debate. They're like, "Oh, I've got a lot to say on this," and then it becomes overwhelming to the other person. That's why I always I would recommend you stop them immediately. You say, you don't say Gish Gallop, you just say, "Hey, can we like take it one at a time?" Like, yeah.
Because it would help a lot if right after he said that thing about the sex, I got to intervene right there. You know, like you said before, I addressed the anorexic thing. I'm sorry. I lose track of the conversation a little when it goes to I should write like bullet points.
I'm also not very linear.
I'm very linear. I'm sorry. That's like a big contrast. I guess I can stick to the anorexic.
Well, you're not good at keeping it. You're not good at keeping it on the train tracks.
You're right. But the anorexic thing, I very much disagree that there is. I do agree that like culturally it seems to get like induced from girls wanting to be like Instagram models or having some ideal usually. That's usually how like the habit comes into play. But I think it's a bit analogous to like smoking or like an OCD person washing their hands excessively or turning the lights on and off. I feel like anorexics have like an irrational fixation with limiting their eating habits for stress regulation. I don't think it's very much based in like an end goal.
Well, I don't agree. I think that if it's spurred on by Instagram models, there is an end goal. And the end goal is to be an Instagram model, and an Instagram model is a fictitious image that you actually can't actually be, which is the problem. Just like transitioning, you want to be who's like the most famous, most beautiful like trans woman, and like I guess but like I'm thinking of something like Taj looks kind of still like a human being. I mean, like Instagram model. Like there are trans women that look like, you know, like dolls. Like they look like Instagram model women. And I think that vast majority of people that transition, you're never going to get there. So I think it's exactly the same thing. And and so, but I was talking to Ray Williams, and he was telling me that there are a lot of trans people that settle for being like in the middle, and they're just like, I want to be like a freak, you know what I mean? And they're like, I want to be like a weird, like non-male looking, non-female looking person. And it's like, oh, that's kind of like, I kind of respect that a lot, because they like, okay, fuck it, this I'm balling, you know? I don't know.
Okay, so one issue that I have there, and again, exhibiting his interest in gender abolitionism, he respects more people who don't transition because he doesn't really empathize with gender dysphoria. He prefers this idea of people playing into gender abolitionism by not conforming to gender roles. He likes those kinds of quote-unquote trans people. And I remember it now because I was going to say it before. You mentioned earlier that an issue with transitioning and why it's kind of worse than anorexia is because it's fundamentally irrational because they'll never become females, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think I have an issue with that because based on my own experience and from what I understand from trans people, the goal isn't really to necessarily become biologically female, but to mitigate dysphoria by having less of a physical difference between your internal sense of your sex or your gender and your body.
The more female you are, the more mitigated it is.
The more female like you are, I would say.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you were to become female, you theoretically would have 100% mitigation. But then even then, you'd still want to be a beautiful female. And so I still think it's the same trapping that all women have. I think that the Instagram model effect. And
you're right, yeah, sorry.
When I want to, I'm sorry, I don't want to, I'm going to pivot again. So
it's cool.
When I want to lose weight, I look at Instagram models. I think about how it feels to be sexy and desired, and that is the path that leads you down anorexia. And if I were to live in that world forever, it'd be unhealthy.
Yeah. I guess I do agree with you that a lot of trans people go into transitioning with unrealistic expectations, and there's a lot of people who will target being like very attractive. But I think that is like more of a woman brain thing, not really emblematic of what dysphoria is at its basis. There are like loads
So you actually think people are born with women brain?
Maybe not like literally like a girl brain or a boy brain and it's like perfectly categorized, but probably more of like, if I had to guess, probably certain features of your brain are exhibited in women. And
I don't know if I'd call it like woman brain or man brain, but there's certain things that probably are more inclined to those kind of traits that are usually associated with like being a man or being a woman, and interlocked in your brain either through nurture or just nature. I feel it's a bit more complicated than just strictly saying.
Yeah, no, I don't know about being born that way necessarily. I'm not sure about that.
I only say that in terms of like what's in your parents' DNA, what things you might associate. What is the likelihood of like what you might pick up? But like I think it's mostly nurture.
Yeah, I don't know about which way it tends in particular. I'm not quite sure. But for whatever reason, whenever it does onset, there seems to be evidence for something physically there in your like neurology that is more essential. That's always been like the crux of my point. I don't really believe in like being born with a girl brain per se. I just think there's definitely at least a physical difference between cis and non-cis people.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and men.
But I'm saying that I think I agree that it is woman-brained in that way. but I think that it is like, so I think that if you are a trans woman, you have the same affliction that most women have. And I don't think that it's healthy for women to play into it, and I don't think it's healthy for trans women to play into it. I think women should stop shaving. Like, even though so for women, it'll make your life better to wear makeup all the time, to dress slutty and to stay skinny and to shave all your body or whatever the fuck you have to do. And maybe for trans people, it might make your life better, make you feel better about yourself, or give you access to community or access to theoretically different options romantically, theoretically. I don't know how realistic that is, because I think a lot of people end up isolated depending on where you live. But I think that it's the same thing. I think it is. You are a fucking woman. As I was saying the last time I streamed, that I'm a woman in this way. You are a woman. You are a woman in this way.
I'm a real woman, yes. Of course.
No, not a real woman. No, I don't. not by. When I say real woman, I think that means
just
female.
The association is just so cringe. It's so cringe.
Yeah.
You're not a real woman. It's like, but like, bro, I'm so sorry. If I see every indicator of a woman, every personality trait, every like indicator, like that they're presenting, like however they want to present in that womanly way, masculine, it doesn't matter to me. Like, if I'm seeing every indicator that indicates it, I think I would be lying if I said like someone like what's his fucking name? What's his name? Buck Angel? If I looked at that
Buck
guy,
Angel? Yeah, that's a dude.
Yeah, if I looked at that guy and was like, that's a woman, it's like, dude, like, no, it just sounds so cringe.
I mean, I will say it's definitely more contextual philosophically for how you define it. Later on in the debate, I asked him, like, what is a woman? And I said, for my definition, I said, a set of traits, behaviors, and roles associated with adult human females. And I think that's satisfactory for the social context of interacting with a woman.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's satisfactory for, obviously, the biological context of, like, talking about, like, pregnancy. I think, like, your definition, there's a lot of philosophy work that I can't quite do, but I think your ontology definitely has to shift based on when what you're talking about fundamentally, because you can't magically say that the category of woman, like female, in that sense, is occupied by people who perform that role socially. I think there is like a carve out for specifically when you're talking about women in the context of like pregnancy, it becomes a different definition or understood category, you know?
A little bit.
Does that make sense?
It's like we're trans men who can still like have kids, you know?
In that context, I would say that they're like, if you were talking about like women in the sense of pregnancy and like XX chromosomes, they would line up more with woman in that context. Or yeah, and I'm okay with using the word that way, but like for like a social context of interacting with someone, I'm comfortable with saying that like a reasonable definition for that is just like the performance of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's various ways of expressing yourself, and like I feel like just immediately I just can't stand it. So it's like lying to yourself. It's like oh, like
is your network connection okay?
That person presenting this way. It's just like I don't know.
Sorry, is your network connection okay? Because you were roboting a lot.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you all.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Sorry. Where did
it's good.
Where did I leave off? Because I heard you just fine.
You were starting your response.
I was repeating basically, it's just like every clear indicator. When I look at Blair White, I look like a Buck Angel, Taftash, like name Prime Hunter Schaefer. That I think she's a trans woman, celebrity trans woman. But like I just look and I'm like, okay, that's every kind of example of like if like a random person just like met them out of nowhere, like probably 8 times out of 10 they wouldn't really be able to immediately tell that they're trans, you know, like it wouldn't be like the immediate thing that goes in their head. They would just see all the presenting features and think, oh, woman or man.
Yeah, but there's a harder part to that where you can even like bypass saying that's a reasonable definition by saying, no, we shouldn't define, I forget all the philosophy terms for this. We shouldn't define objects as what they're perceived as. That there's like a fundamental, like underlying truth that you should appeal to first. For example, in like the Vash Agua debate, the professor he was arguing with was like telling him like, no, it's water, H2O. Doesn't matter if you're in Mexico or the US or if there's any term to refer to it. There's like an underlying fact of the matter. There's a real world that exists outside of us in our categories. And you could reasonably say, I think, potentially you could argue philosophically that even in the case of someone mistaking you for a woman, it wouldn't be reasonable to have a definition that says that you are a woman because they made that perception of you. But I don't know.
But like even then, like we're making this, I'm making the distinction. I think you are. I don't want to speak for you, but I'm making the distinction between sex and gender. Like I think, okay, well, sex-wise, it's like okay, technically, the sex chromosomes are that. But like when I'm talking about like someone's presentation, gender expression, what they want to be seen as, what they want to communicate, what they want to feel as, like see themselves as, like I'm thinking woman.
I think overall, for my purposes day to day, I think it makes sense to have this concept be separate, just this performance of gender of woman, that obviously trans women can fulfill as well.
This context, when I say
what do you mean
actually
by that? Elaborate a little bit more. I'm so sorry.
This, for my purposes, I think this definition suits me. I haven't really had an issue with believing in that kind of approach. This, like, we have a separate category, which is the gender of woman. We have a separate context for defining this, which is like the gender of woman, which is like more just a performance of some traits, roles, and behaviors. And that will line up with like trans women who pass. Yeah.
Are a woman. Okay. You're actually are thinking like a woman, and you have a lot in common with women and more than men.
I mean, I would say that I do have like an inherited set of commonalities. Like I do want to be pretty. I probably do want to be skinnier. I do look up to like Instagram models to some degree. But I wouldn't say that that's like essential to dysphoria or like
God, I want to be an Instagram model. I want to be a slut. I want to be a slutty girl on the internet so bad.
I mean,
I want to be Lav.
All power to you.
I want to be Lav.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think a lot of women would probably want to be alive. Yeah, you're right. But does that mean that like I mean, is that all there is to transitioning if trans people happen to have similar desires to women?
Well, I agree. I don't think dysphoria is something to be, turn your nose. I think it's a real and really serious thing. And I think that this is dysphoria to the point where you feel like you need to transition is not very far from suicidality. You're saying you believe you're wrong, and so that's real. You really have that brain. Your brain thinks that you're wrong and hates itself. You hate your body. And so I don't want to shit all over that. That's real. You know?
I mean, if you agree that, okay, so basically from your perspective, you're saying it's real, but it's just kind of an irrational sort of feeling. You think you're ugly, which I know is like Mr. Girl's position as well. It's just like body dysmorphia.
All feelings are irrational. It's just that this is particularly unhealthy.
I think I would, this is why I said that there's kind of like a fundamental facts basis for the argument, because if you believe that there's like a neurological condition of dysphoria or like some actual physical basis there,
then it's not really like an irrational thing to want to resolve it. For example, someone in chat asked a hypothetical.
Of course, if you define it as real, then it's not irrational, but I don't agree.
Well, yeah, that's the issue. That's why it gets to more of a factual basis, because if, like someone in chat asked, if you're born without legs and you experience lower quality of life due to that fact, is it irrational or delusional or non-essential to get prosthetic legs? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a like actual disability. Like,
well, that's essentially what I'm
you're
saying.
like if you're trans, you're a healthy human being, and there actually is nothing.
Bro, this moment when he was saying like, oh, I believe in dysphoria, and then he says at any point in this debate, well, yeah, but it's an actual disability. If you're trans, you're just a healthy human being. When he said that sentence, I was so done. You know?
Wrong with you.
There's like nothing wrong with you, bro. Just like stop. Well, that's essentially the disagreement, right?
To transition, you have to like cause serious damage to your body and your ability to reproduce.
Well, I would
and your
say,
sexuality.
yeah.
One thing that this one pisses.
And then he loads it with like, well, to transition, you have to cause these non-subjectively bad physical effects to your health. And then he just goes on, just carries that loading. And whenever I tried to address it in the future, he said, well, no, that's not the reason why I have an issue with that.
Yeah, and the thing is, there is something on because there's something psychologically going on.
You're roboting again. I'm sorry. Is your network okay?
I'm
worried it's my end instead. I really don't know.
Let me try to.
Okay.
Let me try to leave it.
It's possible. It's possible to fuck up from my end and not yours.
Let me leave and join. One sec.
No problem. Well. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. Because if it is on my end, there's no indicators on my end that it's me, but yeah, I don't know.
Okay, cool. That's good. You sound better.
Okay. But what I was saying is there's obviously something psychologically happening to where there's an unhealthy part of it, right? That's kind of the thing with dysphoria. That's the whole point, where it's like you're trying to relieve yourself of the dysphoria as much as possible to get aligned. That's part of the treatment, is the transition at a certain point after going through the proper medical therapy, the proper interventions, like the proper So,
yeah, no, in Smeth's world, he's literally saying all of these people who are crying wolf saying dysphoria, dysphoria, dysphoria are all just healthy. And it's all just a complete, unfortunate misalignment of people getting into the social group, this red pill movement of trans shit, just because they had a million other incentives to do so.
Yeah. People like to pretend is not true is that transitioning does fuck with your sexuality and your sex drive. And
sure,
I met trans people who like are told that that's not true, and then they transition and they're like, oh shit, like that is true, and wow, now I'm like this.
I mean, I will tell you that's definitely true, but I want to quickly, I'm sorry, I'm really bad. I should bullet point more.
That's also
what you said before about yeah.
That's also not inherently something that's like going to be the worst thing ever. I think if I remember correctly, someone described it as a second puberty almost. And you're just kind of getting reoriented. I don't know if you could describe it better than me, but yeah.
Well, no, I would say that is okay. So it's kind of, if you're a woman, you have a lower libido than a guy. That's just kind of the case. This is like the perfect example of like he picks something and he acts like it's a completely non-subjectively bad thing in every case, but it's perfectly acceptable in like as a value judgment. For example, like
drinking caffeine long term is probably bad for your heart. But we would say that someone in a reasonable state of mind can make a value judgment about choosing to drink caffeine and engage with caffeine.
Yeah.
But just like I think like someone can opt into transition in spite of the fact that yes, it will reduce their libido. There's like a reasonable like cost benefit analysis that they could do and reach that conclusion.
That is kind of part of the. I'm noticing it more and more, but I think I've always seen it as part of the fetish. I can't say this word. The fetish factor of like what he's speaking about when it comes down to sexualizing trans people. Like he's hyper focused on the sexualization and like how it affects the sexual behavior and like what happened to him. He wants to, AGP himself as a woman, like be like reduced to like a sexual object a lot of the time. He has a lot of resentment for women being able to do that. So it's, part of Smeth's problem is the sexism innate within him on this topic.
Yeah, a little. I don't want to like completely shit on him.
I'm not shitting on him either. I think I'm just noticing this as like.
Yeah, when he talks about women and the role of women and people transitioning, there is this like projection of the way that you see women is just objects of sexuality. And the only motivation that you could have to do this is just because you want to leverage all of that social capital. And that's part of it for a lot of people, probably. That's definitely like an advantage you get to transitioning, for sure. But as a compulsion, as like a sole incentive to do it, it would kind of suck, you know?
Yeah.
Fun to grab.
Yeah. Trans people being completely healthy, I would say. Oh my god.
Their bodies. Their
right.
bodies.
You said that you basically said non-subjectively transitioning is bad for you. I would say that it's kind of analogous in my head, given that I believe that there's like an essential condition there that can be resolved with affirmation and have decent outcomes. In my head, it's a bit like treating like depression with like SSRIs or something. There are like clear negative outcomes to your health physically, but like subjectively for this group of people, it can be effective for them.
Right. So I think that too. I think that the act of ameliorating a negative feeling through drugs might have, like, obviously, obviously, there are benefits to doing that, and there are people who probably need that, and there's a reason we have these drugs. But I think that the act of ameliorating your negative feelings about yourself or your life, or ambient negative feelings or ambient anxiety, comes at the expense of your actual mental health. I think that, like, so if you are depressed, it's because your life sucks in some way. And for you to take SSRIs, and taking SSRIs means you're going to put up with whatever it is, and that's not good. And so I think that a lot of trans people, there are probably, the thing about trans, there's probably a lot of different reasons to be trans, but in general, I think that there are probably people, particularly probably your parents or something, the way people have treated you, that you've internalized, and just like I have, that you being a man or you being a woman is related to the way you're treated. And it is related for everybody. And trans or not, people treat me a certain way because I'm a man. There are things that about me that people can call me a loser or a failure or whatever, where they wouldn't do it if I was a woman. They would be criticizing me in a totally different way. So people care about different things in men and care about different things when way people treat me is very different because I'm a man, and I resent that. And I think that coming to terms with the fact that, so I think the healthy solution is for me to stand up for myself and say, hey, fuck you all. Everybody in my life that's treating me like this, you shouldn't be in my life, or you're not treating me right. I don't want to be treated like that. And to try to surround myself with people who will actually treat me right. And I think that trying to ameliorate those negative feelings comes at the cost of making those changes where you end up with a life where people are treating you right.
Yeah, I mean, the take that I'm getting from you, if you don't mind me reframing it, basically,
you feel that there's an essential problem usually with depression that sometimes people will try to ameliorate and ignore with like SSRIs, and it can have bad outcomes for them because instead of getting rid of the issue causing the depression, they've just ignored the symptom of it. And you see transgenderism as like analogous to this because they're ignoring the body dysmorphia or self-hatred that caused them to feel that way.
They're ignoring they're ignoring the even more hidden shit. The system that.
By the way, when I said body dysmorphia, I was just buying onto his worldview. I was working from where he's sitting at. Yeah.
They live in. It could be even more ambient and less easy to pinpoint. But it could be that the school that you're living at, the housing that you're living in, just the city that you're living in, it could be like your teachers or your parents or your friends, and they are all making you feel like you don't deserve to be happy, that you're not good enough the way you are, or maybe you've already been made to feel like that and you've internalized it. You were made to feel that way.
He's reducing something a lot more complex to like basically what would cause more stuff like depression. It's like
Sure. Yeah.
It's kind of annoying because I just know he hasn't even looked at any of the research.
He minimizes. Yeah, he minimizes a lot of mental disorders as more personal failings. I've noticed that. Mr. Girl does that as well.
And again, it's just a whole notion. I'll reiterate the argument one more time, but it's like basically just it's the pick yourself up by your bootstraps argument, where it's like every individual has a different experience with these things. Some people might never transition in their entire life, and they're probably okay with that, but they like probably would have if they could afford it, and it didn't make it. Yeah, like, and then other people, they just can't fucking stand it. It's just, I don't know, it's a lot more nuanced, a lot. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
In your childhood, and now it's lingering and it's persistent. It's going to be really, really hard to get rid of, but I don't think it's impossible to get rid of. But it will be really hard, and I think that the way to do that, I mean, I picked some really fucking weird music for this moment. The way to fucking do that is to get mad, and transitioning, I think, is getting mad at yourself and taking it out on yourself. But you should fucking take it out on the world. That's what we need, and like that's what we need to make the changes in the world that'll make it better for people. And then I think less people will be transitioning.
Okay, so what if I told you, in my perspective, I basically believe that even if the world was completely ideal and accommodating to any type of person, and these environments were like solved, I would still say that there is something there that would cause them to want to transition.
I think that in this hypothetical, this perfect Truman Show-esquely perfect hypothetical where everything's perfect, I don't think you would actually want to transition. If theoretically for every single individual, you could Truman Show their whole life and control every variable so that they do not get any messaging and they don't feel like there's something wrong. They aren't taught to feel like there's something wrong with them. I think that they wouldn't want to transition.
Okay, sure. I feel like
so like my desire. Yeah. Wait. My desire to be a lav or be a slut, you know?
Sure.
Like if I grew up in like a world where it's like, I mean I've gone through a couple periods where I made like OnlyFans, and I've been a slut. I am a slut, but I wasn't encouraged the way like a woman is, and I didn't really get anything out of it. Nobody fucking cared, and like women, because it's complicated, but
yeah.
But if I was accepted as a slut, you know, I feel like that's the thing.
The long Mr. Girl pregnant pause before he says something so ridiculous.
Yeah, and then it's just this is how I know that it's easier for him to deal with this kind of dysphoria, because I feel like every every example he gives of like why he wants to be a woman is just more like for a societal benefit.
Yeah, he has to rationalize it along values that are outside of dysphoria.
Yeah.
I figured I would see a response stream to me. Instead, y'all went the other way. Response to who? Wait, Tom Pinion. Who are you? Because your username is kind of weird.
Tom Pinion, ex-girlfriend. Do you know who Tom Foolery is?
I do know who Tom Foolery is.
Okay.
Is that
Tom Pinion was like
his
the
kick account?
I think original name, and then I guess the meme is.
Oh, that's Ryle.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Wait, what did Ryle do?
Recently? I don't know.
Did Ryle say some shit about me? I'm not sure.
I figured I would see a response stream to me. Instead, y'all went the other way. I don't think he's referring to me. I think he's referring to you, and I don't know what you're supposed to respond to.
I have no idea.
The Kelly stuff 2 days ago.
Oh. Yeah, no, I'm not engaging with that chat. Sorry. Anything related to Kelly recently, I'm not into. Because, yeah, it got really weird. It's complicated. I don't really want to say. Yeah.
I'll just leave it where it's at.
Yeah. But if you have anything else that is interesting to talk about, I'm relatively open.
Are you talking
is Teach okay?
Are you talking to Ryle or me?
I'm talking to Ryle.
Is Teach okay?
I think. Oh, is Peach okay? I got you. No, I don't know anything that happened. I just know something peripheral to it that seems like it's not really a good idea to get involved in anything related to drama cord. But yeah.
Go ahead, sorry.
No. I'm just gonna play the video, but you can keep guessing if you want.
I feel like men have to work really hard to prove their worth, and they have to become stoic, and they have to become stoic and like a tool in a machine just to be deserving of love and be deserving of family and community, where women are by default deserving of love and community. And if I feel like if I was treated by default as deserving of love and community, then I wouldn't be so resentful of women, resentful of myself, and self-hating, and I would be content.
Okay, I understand. You basically, okay, I don't super understand it. I'm gonna be honest with you. You feel you would have been more content with yourself if people were more accepting of your desire to be a slut, right? Or to be feminine.
Well, I've lost the whole desire to like have a woman's body. Well, no, right. Actually, no, I still want that. It'd still be fun. I still want that. Yeah, but it's not like I have. Well, I do have body dysmorphia in some ways, but whatever. It's normal amounts, I would say. But I am resentful that I'm not like. So I went to art school.
I don't know.
And all the women.
It's a bit not as normal. Like for me, for instance, I'm like, I don't have any inkling of wanting to change my gender or body, anything. So I don't know if I'd classify it as normal. I'd just say it's like,
yeah,
not as strong, like not as strongly committed. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you say that you're not strongly committed.
No,
but
I say really Smeth is not strongly committed.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. But for a long time, I thought it was pretty alien to me to have this concept of a guy who was very content being a guy, or even enjoyed being a guy. But I think most people will line up with the sex that they were born as. That's just most people.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Men at art school, because it's like 70% women. They all got like supportive boyfriends that gave them a leg up in life. And they, you know, like nobody's ever going to do that for me. Most women actually want me to do that for them. Like, fuck you. No. So it's just, and so I'm going to have to work if I actually want to have that role and be that.
Yeah. I mean, everyone does.
Yeah.
That's, again, a very rational, not rationally sourced desire.
Yeah.
And he just sees being a woman as a proxy to that, but he's not actually transitioning. So it suggests that he's not really comfortable with the being a woman 24/7 part, you know?
But like those societal feelings are strong enough in his brain to where it's like, oh, I think I would want to, but it's like, no, not really. I think I could get over it. Like, yeah.
Thanks, Synth. Do you mind if I come in to ask questions and anything out of bounds, just say and I won't tread on it? Yeah, sure. You can come in, but like, I'll tell you if it's like risky. Hey, Paragon.
I'm just
the Discord link is above you.
I'm just super curious. That's a Destinyism, Ryle.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Femboy. Yo, did we get filtered from someone? Because suddenly a bunch of people showed up.
We got 24.
I did it for you. Oh, oh, okay, Ryle. I might have banned you during the... No, I'll unban you. I banned you during the arc where I was scared. Hey, Femboy. I was scared of, like, spicy chatters, but now I don't really care as much. I'll just undo this. Wait, what account are you using? I was mentioned in Queeman's chat. Okay, I got you. I'm sorry. I won't A-log live anymore. Okay, that's good. So, what account were you using on Discord that got banned? Because I don't really see, like, I don't see Ryle Kitten House or, like, anything I identify as you. Oh, Sam Fisher IRL. Maybe Ice Spices, possibly? I don't see Sam Fisher here. No, I don't see a band there. Maybe if I invite you directly, I'll try that. Ryle. Nope. Sush. Okay, that's an interesting username. You know what? Let's test undoing all of these bans for now. And see what happens here. Okay. Sure. Try joining now. Maybe it'll work. Hey, Sulfur. Wow, I'm getting majorly spooked because I was running out of stuff to talk about. Hey, guys. Did it work now?
You were going to be rated by Queeman, but you didn't have your rates turned on.
Ah, shit. My bad.
No, it's good. It's good.
I appreciate that, though. Thank you, Queeman. Well, a lot of people filtered here anyway. That's cool. I don't know if Raw Kitten House can join. It's a bit unfortunate. Join Emery's room. Drop the link over there. Okay.
Oh, wait.
He said he's gonna... Yeah.
Is he talking about... He's talking about my server right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
We can go to my... hold on. I don't know if I have you added to my server. Are you comfortable going there or no?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. It's just I won't get perms, so it'll mean that my Discord reactive won't work, which will be a bit mildly annoying.
Okay. Hold on. Why the...
Hey, Carrier.
Gonna turn on my... Where's my? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm not used to that.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Wait,
here he is. Never mind. Okay, cool.
Oh hey, there you go. You worked it out. What's up? I am hoping this doesn't turn into big drama. I will be in big trouble if it does.
Check 1, 2. How's everybody doing?
I'm good.
How
are
good.
you? So, what did you want to prod about?
Yeah.
With the drama cord chat.
So yeah, sorry, there was an echo. Yeah, I'll like I said, I'm not here to like. I mean, it seems like everyone's got their white flag up. I'm not gonna fucking torch the town if everyone's got their hands up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Emery, I'm just super curious, you know. And so, what I wanted to ask questions surrounding were just like the events that occurred. Obviously, I was live streaming the Discord because Kelly was going off. And I think it was a funny bit. I didn't think there was any harm from it. But I understand being like perturbed about it or being like, what the fuck, you know?
Sure.
She puts a dick in her general chat to hopefully get my stream fucked. And then Zoe's, you know, Zoe's Zoe. And, you know, she was posting how she was going to get my channel banned with that. So it was all of that. And then I did the fucking unhinged stream. And then, that's all I got. Is there anything I left out? Yeah, so what was going on y'all side of the fence during all that?
Right. I mean, during my side of all of that shit we were just in a containment zone where it was like, no Jacob, no Zoe, no Kelly. We're just gonna do like monkey hap and chill and not be involved in any justical adjacent chat.
When did that happen, that change?
I got really irritated at this concept that a lot of people seem to share, which was the idea that I was dependent on Kelly or just a justical clone. I feel like if anything, I'm more dependent on Queeman, like evidenced by now getting like a few filtered viewers from his stream.
Gotcha. And do you not want to be associated with Justical or Kelly moving forward?
No, I mean, I don't... Okay, maybe this is an ego thing. I don't mind Justical as a person. I don't even mind Kelly. It just really irritated me that, like, for, like, 2 weeks, everyone was saying, oh, you're Kelly's bitch. Kelly runs your stream. Kelly owns you. This is the Kelly stream, blah, 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 blah. And I just wanted to, like, completely quell that. And I also I felt like I was losing my hold on what my content was, you know?
Yeah. I would say one thing I gave you shit about that was a true sentiment, but was something I was just needling, was whether it was for right or wrong, the way Kelly was managing, like, just the example was the call-ins, right?
Yeah.
That we needed to fill out, like, okay, can you tell us in like 2 paragraphs or less what you were here for, what your, you know, socials. Anyway, so I just it seemed like so this is just reading into it because I obviously have a tainted opinion, so there's probably other healthier ways to look at it. I look at a lot of what she does as like setting future just either traps or what, you know, just ways to have leverage over people. And I think I wanted to ask, how did you end up on her Discord?
Oh, me?
For your stream. Yeah, how did that end up happening?
Oh, for my stream going to her Discord, I'm just a very, like, non-combative person. I assumed she made this Discord, and I figured she wanted it to have mod power, and I thought if I wanted to stream with her, I would just kind of have to go there, and I didn't even try to fight it. I was very conciliatory, which I should not have been.
Wait, it was her idea?
It wasn't her idea. I just assumed that would be what she wanted, and I just went with it.
Was there any, like, is there like an incentive that you knew Kelly was kind of a name? I'm not saying like that this is wrong of you to do. But
there was, of course,
yeah,
there was.
yeah, I figured, yeah.
That's why even the YouTube video that I posted has fucking trans just okay, in spite of everything that I just said, because it was just more convenient for people looking it up.
Well, I think you've proven yourself not to be the trans JSTLK, because that motherfucker can waterboard himself with insane women, and he seems to take it in stride.
Yeah, no, I hit my limit, I guess. I even failed with Lav. Like, I basically, for Lav, I tried to get her on. I said I couldn't condone the, like, Destiny shit, just like Justical, and she was immediately out.
Yeah, because you're tainted, right? She doesn't, I'm guessing, I'm mind reading, but the reminder of an L is, like, the worst thing to, like, someone who's, you know, narcissistic like that. That's why they push people away. When something
sort of.
It seems like that Lav has that, where she sees somebody who's even tainted or touched by that orbit. Oh, you know, Justical, and you know all of that. It's like even facing or having that conversation is going to be a challenge for her.
Yeah, no, I empathize with Lav. I do think there are good parts to her. She's cool. Just there is that, like, kind of narcissistic flaw and that
knife's edge
ego struggle. Sorry.
The knife's edge too, with that all of it comes on.
Yeah, I empathize though, because she went from, like, Billie Eilish shouted her out in her music, and now she was negotiating with fucking trans just okay. Like, that's just embarrassing. Like, there's an embarrassing fall from grace, and I don't know if I could really stomach that either.
Well, and that's why it's the same thing with tomfoolery, same thing with a lot of these people. It's once you get sucked in, you can't leave the system of reward. You know, the dopamine of thousands of people and the number and the views and the likes. It's powerful stuff.
Which I think basically everyone in this space seems to suffer to some degree from that, the attention addiction. But with Lav, it's exceptionally bad, where she will waste her own time, not building her own platform, just going on famous streams just to get people noticing her.
Right. You know, the prime example was, when she left one panel to go to another because aaaa was on, but she was clearly with a bunch of connected people. There's no reason to leave where she was at. She was kind of the life of the party. I do hate her in the she's the 1% of people that just, you dislike, but I do empathize because I can see like a tortured person, you know, not to be cringe about it, but like she does look quite tortured when she's by herself or having a bad day.
Well, yeah.
I think she has. Sorry.
I was gonna say, she clearly interacts with the space as if she hates herself. She's repeatedly said like things that are like big red flags of like, damn, like this person really is not happy. So it's pretty obvious, and part of the projection of like the amount of hate she has for like trans people is like one of the ways that she can probably feel better about herself, because she'll just think to herself, yeah, well, at least I'm not this freak or something like that in her head. I don't know how she justifies it exactly.
I've observed that before, and I do think the reason why she's so fixated on proving that she's not attracted to Destiny and like signaling that she thinks he's ugly, or talking about how he's not a man because his shoulders aren't very broad, or
and then all of it's wrapped in super irony of like, you know, like she'll use like extreme red pill language, like, you know, his jawline and his skull structure, and I'm like, there's an underlying belief here that I know you're skirting around.
Yeah, but it feels very emotionally driven to me. I feel like she has to believe that like she's superior to him, and she has to affirm that constantly, because just the idea that she allowed him to have sex with her, or give her head anyway, that is just incompatible with the idea that she's fundamentally higher value because she's supposed to be more conventionally attractive. That I feel like she hinges all of her confidence on that idea.
I don't know.
Oh, and projecting the idea that everyone's like attracted to her. Like it's very.
I mean, I will say most men probably at least. Yeah, no, I would say most men would be attracted to Lav. I think that's a fair estimation to make.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but it's the arrogance more so of it. Like it's the you definitely are. Like when like she's talking to people that I hear.
Especially, it was just like the trap card in a conversation or an argument. Like,
yeah.
You're just attracted to me. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's very annoying. It's very unlikable. And it exudes the narcissism even more.
Yeah, I get why that's unlikable, and I feel like, yeah, it might indicate something about narcissistic personality shit, but I think more for me, the issue is when she projects this inner schema of her value that she has, which is how attractive you are, bar every other trait determines how good of a person you are. It really feels like she runs with that framework.
Paragon
says,
says,
how she talks about.
Paragon says,
Sorry?
well, you guys also perpetuate that. Everyone was determined that I was into her, and there's no way I wasn't trying to fuck her. Okay, bud.
Well, we can believe that. Okay. I think it's fair to believe that someone might have motivation to have sex with a conventionally attractive woman. And not necessarily believe that it's fair for her to assert that her attractiveness is the crux of a lot of interpersonal issues that she has, you know?
Yeah. Paragon says, I'm down to call in a bit. That's not up to me, bud.
I mean, you could. I think it'd be fun. It could be fun. Bleh. I can't fucking speak.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so now that we've all put our guns down and we've waved our white flags.
I never had a gun.
Pussy.
You guys had guns?
I had a gun.
Can you just, I'll just ask outright, can you talk around what the hell happened and whatever the, and you can speak in as vague as there was an event that, you know, if someone's family member, you know, or there was, you know, I mean, just as, you know, as far as what happened,
Yeah.
I'm dying with curiosity, but that's it.
Yeah, no, I don't know everything. I just know peripherally that I have a lot of fears about certain things that I don't want to happen to me, and it seems like they got in trouble. Like all the people there got in trouble. You know?
It doesn't have anything to do with the current thing with J-Stock and all that, right? All that.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I just super, like, Drama Corps just seems like they went way too far with, like, I don't.
Would you recommend?
I so
I'm in there right now. I don't interact in there, but would you recommend I leave there? Is that how bad it is, or?
I think as long as you don't engage, it's fine. But like the shell boner cycle that they went through,
okay,
all that shit, it led to people actually having real.
Oh,
problems.
okay. So it might actually be. So, and it was kind of. Destiny said this on the stream, so I'm not leaking anything. That someone was feeling suicidal.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, true.
Okay, I'm leaving anyway, just in case. I don't think I'll.
Are you being weird, Emery? You're
just,
like one of 100 people. It's a very special placement.
I don't want to interact with those spaces.
Okay, let's be real. It was not a fruitful Discord. We just had like the same calls every fucking day. It was just like a dream haven for like Zoe.
Zoe
I'd say
is the
75%.
master of puppets more than I knew, at least.
Yeah, unironically. But I'm gonna try to avoid talking about Zoe too much.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I'd
I'll
say
steer us away.
75% of. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I just, I'm not gonna harp on it. So,
it's cool.
Leaving names out.
I'd say, yeah. I'd say 75% of Lav's hateful bullshit is just baiting a reaction. We talked a good amount about her trans views, and she was malleable. No, that's my experience with her privately as well. I legitimately think there are two main motives to how she comes about trans issues publicly on like a Justical stream or in some limelight where she has like 1,000 views. Two, one is like that ego component of shitting on a class that is like fundamentally lower than you.
and that propping yourself up, a bit like when guys will performatively shit on pedophiles to feel a little bit better, a little bigger, even though it's like an obviously not, it's not a group that you need explained why they're less sufficient. You know what I mean? And the other component would be her baiting a reaction, like you said. I don't think she really has like a well thought about, like very rigorous researched opinion on it. I think it's barely even consistent. Like half of the time she's saying dysphoria isn't real. Another time she'll say, oh, it's real, blah, 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 but she'll assume any premise she needs for every conversation. She just wants to say like the most edgy thing in the room. That's the sense that I get.
Any Tom 10, first T says.
No, I don't do Tom 10. I've never interacted with a Tom once in my life.
I feel like first T's asking Ryle.
I'll have to check my. I don't have any good puns for Calendar and Tom, but
it's not entertaining anymore. It's just not.
Well, he's actually avoiding it. He's not looping, which is, takes all the fun out of it.
He's doing good. He learned.
I would say he's repressing his emotions. It's another way to deal with things. Because I can see it bubble up every now and again. Like when Tom Pinion's ex-girlfriend came into his chat and his eyes got like saucers. I was banned so fast, and he did not finish that sentence.
I'm just so mad I got banned from his chat for
that was for like, the dumbest shit. Like you were fucked because he was like, explain it behind a block. It's like, oh, okay, buddy.
He is like, you can message me and explain it, then you'll get unbanned. And it's like, bro, this is so pussy. I try to even go into your little VC thing, like your waiting room, to like confront you on it, and it's like, no. Okay.
All right, one last question, Kari, and then I'll let it.
Sure.
So, would you put if I were to give 10 to 1 odds, so out of 10 times or whatever, this would only happen once. Do you see Kelly coming back on this stream in the near or distant future?
Honestly, I could see it. Yeah. I just think I needed a break to figure out who I was because I felt like I was becoming a skinwalker. I didn't I get pressured really easily. Like if Queeman came on the stream hypothetically, it would become Queeman's stream. And I think I need
you want to have Kelly back on, you said?
I would be open to it in the future. But
After
I just
all
need
this,
to be myself.
Want to have Kelly back on?
I would be open to it in the future.
But so the kind of question there. So it seems like you guys are still in good contact, right? It's not like it was.
I'll prepare my bingo card.
No, we didn't get too aggressive. We were not that combative. We're still.
Yeah, it really sucked, by the way, for me.
Oh, Carrie. Well, I was like,
I don't get along with that person at all, and also there's a lot of things I've heard about her past and shit that makes me really uncomfortable. The idea of just like being all buddy. All right, that was fucking cringe.
Well, for me, she hasn't really, like, if I zoom out, she hasn't done that much. Like, I more blame Zoe and Jacob for the one thing I was upset at her for.
It's always someone else's fault.
Okay, well, it really was. She's not even like that good with like Discord chat. Like they clearly set up the drama cord more than her, and B, she really didn't do anything malicious to me at all. I just have a problem where I get overpowered by strong personalities, and she's a very strong personality.
Mm-hmm.
He does bring in content though, so it's easy content kind of guaranteed.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to be a receptacle to her content.
Oh yeah,
I want to be content outside of her.
I'm saying I understand why you would probably consider bringing her back.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Wow, he seems genuinely hurt by that.
Yeah, I could tell on the call-in thing we did, it seemed you were definitely like your state of being was dictated by the chat's general wants at that moment.
Oh. Yeah, no, I hate that based in cherry person with like a living passion because they say shit that baits me so hard where they're like, oh, your community only exists because of Justical. And I got so fucking pissed. Oh, hey, Queeman. I got so pissed off because I was just like, bro, these people don't even chat. They don't do shit. Like, they're here now, sure, because like I'm doing Justical adjacent shit. But for the most part, these people don't engage. It's like DGGers that I know, that I knew before I started streaming, and like Darius IRL people. That was like the crux of the people who actually engage with my content.
Where are you seeing like people chatting? 'Cause I see there's like 3 chats on your screen.
This was, yeah, usually I'm talking about my like Kick chat and like my Discord. These are the people who engage the most with like my community outside of like Kelly Jean chat.
Gotcha.
Paragon, when are you coming in and chatting?
Can you translate these fucking Starbucks menu item categories for your Discord? What the fuck is going on here?
Oh, I can
Can
explain.
I get a
it to you.
venti
Okay, are you ready?
chat room?
A venti chat room. The categories are, okay, the whole thing is built around this beautiful cat theme, first of all, that I barely follow. And it's just supposed to be like cute and ooh, and I have the little roll flares.
Can you just point me to the, or link it, the general chat, whatever the thing is, and
Oh, you don't know what general is? Okay, I got you. It's literally, like, I assume the optimization of it just being at the top of the YAP list would be enough, but you're right, it's a little confusing. I'll put it inside chat. Here.
I found it, thank you. Alright, wow. When did you make this Discord? Is this new? So this is separate from Kelly's thing?
Yeah, I made it before, and the reason why I got upset at her originally was because I assumed that she was responsible for like poaching a bunch of Justical people from there, which I know is funny because like they're Justical people. I don't have a claim to them, but like originally they were engaging with my content regularly until she created the drama cord. But then later I learned that it was more of a Zoe Jacob situation, not much her agency there.
You think Zoe Jacob were talking her into doing things, or she was going along for?
No, they were inviting people. They even like got a bunch of like Darius IRL people who were like my favorites, like unironically mid-being, like they invited mid-being. That was the greatest disrespect that I experienced. But yeah, I don't know, it felt kind of scummy, you know, to come into like a Discord that I set up and then just try to do the same thing again and like compete with me. It was just fucking weird.
You feel like you had the equivalent Discord that should have been that spot?
Well, sort of, yeah. I mean, like I could have strategically leveraged, originally I thought I could leverage like Justical adjacent shit a lot more, but I mean,
did you plan on things becoming so like I guess not everyone does. I go in planning on, usually I know if I'm going to start shit with someone or shit's coming. Did you have any plan on start like it getting to blows with Justical's? You know, did you already have people you disliked over there, so you were waiting for the moment to like shit on the other Discord, or start shit?
Honestly, when I started, maybe around the time it started to degrade a little. But a month ago when I started to think about this, I was thinking like, oh, a lot of these DGG adjacent Discords seem to like me, and I'm kind of like cross-pollinating a lot, like as a chatter. What if I just made my own Discord and I pulled a bunch of people and then I like stream like filtering people from there? Like I just thought of that, and then eventually it became the case that Jacob invited to Kelly, and then Kelly kind of made it her own thing, and then they both created this Discord where it was just her Vortex arguing with like Shellboner like 50 times.
She made it all about herself, basically.
Shellboner?
No, Kelly.
I wouldn't say Kelly did it maliciously.
Yeah.
It's just more the case the chat was... I made the mistake of assuming that
if I invited justical people who were originally interested in something I might have to say or do, that they wouldn't just move away whenever a new shiny thing comes in front of them that is Kelly Jean looping or Shellboner looping.
I've heard someone else who's going to explain it better than I have, but there's this like process that goes on with new discords where it's at first it's 90% of it is just people who left the last discord because they didn't like the rules or whatever, and it's a perpetual splitting and creating and splitting, and that's the theory at least.
Yeah. There's like a green grass situation where they're like, oh, this is new, this is ideal. No, it's not.
It's like communism, right? The first day everyone's sharing
basically.
food and everyone's excited and they're, doing their finger painting, and then the next day it's like everyone's fucking hoarding the food and staying in their basements.
Yeah, but I do like my Discord. I don't want to be like Doomer. I like the place that I've reached with it. I am upset that like Carrier seems upset about what I said about Kelly, and I do want to address that. But mostly the people that I have here are good, and I do have consistent viewers who are willing to watch me. It felt shitty that the logistical aspect was kind of robbed from me. I don't know.
Well, you got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of self-conscious.
No, that's fine. Like, I didn't set you up very well. I was messing with you. Carrier, it sounds like, has an issue with the way you either characterize your relationship with Kelly or how Kelly played a role in things. Obviously, Carrier probably is welcome to correct me on that. Or
Carrier just kind of felt glad when I removed Kelly from the Discord because he assumed that meant I burned the bridge and I was not going to ever do content with her because he doesn't like her. I don't dislike Kelly. That was never the reason why I removed her.
Well, and that begs a question. Well, it doesn't beg it, but whatever. But raises the question, Carrier. Do you think it's like in entertainment and showbiz that most of the people you're going to deal with are easy to get along with or hinged? It's usually the most entertaining shit that are the craziest people.
I think honestly, for what I started to tend towards immediately after Kelly was gone again, I don't necessarily benefit from having people who are unhinged around me anymore. But if I do drama shit, yeah, you're correct.
Well, that's what Jessica moved away from, and he leaned it more into the politics, right? Because it's
yeah, exactly.
I mean, you see the last week, Chud's Chud has he struggled at first, but he does really well now. Is in the downtimes what to do when there's no drama, because it's very, very cyclical.
Yeah. No, I don't know how drama creators do it, because you have to learn a certain level of performativity at a certain point, because not everything is going to be interesting, but you have to do your shit regularly.
Yep, you got to put that, you got to spin the plates.
But honestly, like, it's not like Monkey App trolling is much more consistent. Like last night, I had to deal with like a bunch of bums that were like skipping, or like people who were just not that interesting.
Did you ever?
So streaming is just kind of hit or miss.
Did you ever feel like you could communicate any issues or any boundaries strongly with Kelly?
No, okay, I'm kind of a pushover.
Yeah.
I don't even think I tried meaningfully, so I've never experienced this betrayal that everyone seems to attest to, because I'm just very much a pushover person who doesn't even try to like get my boundaries set.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have to make a request for it to be denied, or
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wouldn't.
Are you
like? Feel
were you
a
ever like
transgression.
kind of scared or anything? Like, not maybe scared is too strong a word, but like kind of like I don't know if I feel comfortable, because what if she does say no, and then it's like that's conflict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very conflict avoidant. Yeah, like I wanted to approach it just like you're working with someone IRL, almost. You know.
The funny thing is that would kind of also be the content too, is that conflict you would have with Kelly for a while.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
but I also, part of my mindset is what Justical had to think about later in his career, which is why he pivoted to politics. I thought, if I burn every bridge that I have and make my audience like fully toxic to anyone who would be interested in anything outside of Justical drama, I'm just fucking myself, because like long term, I can't do that forever. And it might be entertaining for a bit, but it's just not building anything.
Also,
Yeah.
it's like I can just feel it in your energy. I'm just like, bro, I don't think you would enjoy it that long either.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No, I like debate, and I do like rolling it around in the mud a little, but like actual genuine like hateful drama like every day, it would wear on me, especially when it gets to the place where like people who are friendly to me are starting to get alienated, which was happening with some Kelly stream stuff.
Having people pick sides and stuff.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch on the sidelines, I will say that. But
It was funny when I got tagged by 10 people with 10 tags per message for a few hours. It was impressive.
Oh yeah? With what?
They just kept tagging me, telling me not to message Kayla anymore.
Oh, Kayla. Dude, I don't know how people farmed Kayla for so long. She's just not... She sounds like a 5-year-old, unironically. Like, she's just autistic. I don't find her very interesting.
No wonder Kelly likes her. All right, I'm sorry.
Maybe. Wow. Okay. That's a bit too harsh. Kelly is not what people say she is.
She's not
in
into
that
kids.
regard.
She's into mentally ill people.
She's not. Especially for someone whose name begins with N. I just want to make sure she doesn't have more affirmation for that belief.
You lost me on the end.
The person that Destiny got upset about recently.
Yeah. Kamumu? No.
The emailer. Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it seems like mostly the Queeman people filter it out again, probably, I'm guessing. But I don't mind. Because I was probably gonna go offline soon.
Yeah, and
do you guys have anything else you want to cover?
I can hop off, but I appreciate you having me on.
Okay, cool. No problem. It was good to have you.
All right, take it easy, guys.
You too.
I'm chill too. I think I covered most of or a good portion of the Smeth conversation with you.
Okay, cool. I mean, I hope I didn't spoil it for myself, because I do still want to do the FDM Mongoose conversation, because it would be really good for me.
Yeah.
Like cross-pollinating and shit, you know?
Well, yeah, I can probably consider this like a refresher on your thoughts a little bit more, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. You have a good one. I did want to ask one thing. What's the idea for schedule-wise? How often do you like want to stream? Like, what's your idea?
Well, my ideal,
every
night at
like daily streams,
like either every night around like 9 or 10 p.m. GMT through the night would be my ideal if I didn't have like another job situation. But especially when a certain family member is visiting me soon, I'm gonna be kind of offline during September. I mostly like streaming in the night after, usually because Destiny goes offline and it's a decent utilization of his audience as well, but you know.
Well, that's cool. I was just curious. I do my streams at like various random times. Usually I try to do it on my days off because my work schedule is just all over the place. I was curious how you would do it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get fucked over hard by like a family member visiting me in September, and it's gonna be awkward because I can't really scream in the middle of the night when you have like an old person, an old relative under you, you know?
Yeah, that's true. All right, well, talk to you later. You have a good one. Have a good rest of your stream.
You too.
Later.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate you, Femboy, too. That's a new follower. Make sure you follow the stream and like and subscribe and all that shit. Thank you. Thank you, Queeman, again. I'm going offline.